Hello, and welcome to Bitesized Audio on YouTube. I'm Simon Stanhope, actor, audiobook narrator, and curator of this channel. On the channel you can hear my narrations, more than 100 to date, and more to come, of classic short stories, mostly from the Victorian and Edwardian eras, including vintage ghost stories, detective stories, and other classic tales of mystery and suspense. This video brings together 10 stories featuring some of the detective rivals of Sherlock Holmes, who were popular in the 1890s and early 1900s. The stories are all available to listen to individually on the channel, but I've taken this opportunity to re-edit and remaster the audio on some of the older recordings. This anthology includes 2 cases each for Loveday Brooke, the lady detective created by Catherine Louisa Pirkis, Max Carrados, the blind detective, created by Ernest Bramah, Father Brown, the priest detective, created by G.K. Chesterton, The Old Man in the Corner, also known as the Tea House Detective, by Baroness Orczy, and Dr. John Thorndyke, the Edwardian forensic scientist, created by R. Austin Freeman. Details of the stories, as well as timestamps, can be found in the video description. If you enjoy this content, please do subscribe, click like, share, and perhaps leave a comment to let me know which detective is your personal favourite. I hope to record further cases featuring all of these characters in the future, and I also have several other vintage detective characters I'd like to cover in forthcoming episodes. I hope you enjoy this compilation. Thanks for listening. The Redhill Sisterhood by Catherine Louisa Pirkis. "They want you at Redhill now," said Mr. Dyer, taking a packet of papers from one of his pigeonholes. "The idea seems gaining ground in manly quarters that in cases of mere suspicion, women detectives are more satisfactory than men, for they are less likely to attract attention, and this Redhill affair, so far as I can make out, is one of suspicion only." It was a dreary November morning. Every gas jet in the Lynch Court office was alight, and a yellow curtain of outside fog draped its narrow windows. "Nevertheless, I suppose one can't afford to leave it uninvestigated at this season of the year, with country house robberies beginning in so many quarters," said Miss Brooke. "No, and the circumstances in this case certainly seem to point in the direction of the country house burglar. 2 days ago, a somewhat curious application was made privately by a man giving the name of John Murray to Inspector Gunning of the Reigate Police. Redhill, I must tell you, is in the Reigate Police District. Murray stated that he had been a greengrocer somewhere in South London, had sold his business there, and had, with the proceeds of the sale, bought 2 small houses in Redhill, intending to let the one and live in the other. These houses are situated in a blind alley known as Paved Court, a narrow turning leading off the London and Brighton coach road. Paved Court has been known to the sanitary authorities for the past 10 years as a regular fever nest, and as the houses which Murray bought, numbers 7 and 8, stand at the very end of the blind alley, with no chance of thorough ventilation, I dare say the man got them for next to nothing. He told the inspector that he had had great difficulty in procuring a tenant for the house he wished to let, number 8, and that consequently when, about 3 weeks back, a lady dressed as a nun made him an offer for it, he immediately closed with her. The lady gave her name simply as Sister Monica, and stated that she was a member of an undenominational sisterhood that had recently been founded by a wealthy lady, who wished her name kept a secret. Sister Monica gave no references, but instead paid a quarter's rent in advance, saying that she wished to take possession of the house immediately and open it as a home for crippled orphans. Gave no references. Home for cripples, murmured Loveday, scribbling hard and fast in her notebook. Murray made no objection to this, continued Mr. Dyer, and accordingly the next day Sister Monica, accompanied by 3 other sisters and some sickly children, took possession of the house, which they furnished with the barest possible necessaries from cheap shops in the neighbourhood. For a time, Murray said, he thought he had secured most desirable tenants, but during the last 10 days suspicions as to their real character have entered his mind, and these suspicions he thought it his duty to communicate to the police. Among their possessions, it seems, these sisters number an old donkey and a tiny cart, and this they start daily on a sort of begging tour through the adjoining villages, bringing back every evening a perfect hoard of broken victuals and bundles of old garments. Now comes the extraordinary fact on which Murray bases his suspicions. He says, and Gunning verifies his statement, that in whatever direction those sisters turn the wheels of their donkey cart, burglaries, or attempts at burglaries, are sure to follow. A week ago they went along towards Hawley, where, at an outlying house, they received much kindness from a wealthy gentleman. That very night an attempt was made to break into that gentleman's house, an attempt, however, that was happily frustrated by the barking of the house dog, and so on, in other instances that I need not go into. Murray suggests that it might be as well to have the daily movements of these sisters closely watched, and that extra vigilance should be exercised by the police in the districts that have had the honour of a morning call from them. Gunning coincides with this idea, and so has sent to me to secure your services. Loveday closed her notebook. I suppose Gunning will meet me somewhere and tell me where I'm to take up my quarters, she said. Yes, he will get into your carriage at Merstham, the station before Redhill, if you will put your hand out of the window with the morning paper in it. By the way, he takes it for granted that you will take the 11:05 train from Victoria. Murray, it seems, has been good enough to place his little house at the disposal of the police, but Gunning does not think espionage could be so well carried on there as from other quarters. The presence of a stranger in an alley of that sort is bound to attract attention, so he has hired a room for you in a draper's shop that immediately faces the head of the court. There is a private door to this shop, of which you will have the key, and can let yourself in and out as you please. You are supposed to be a nursery governess on the lookout for a situation, and Gunning will keep you supplied with letters to give colour to the idea. He suggests that you need only occupy the room during the day. At night you will find far more comfortable quarters at Laker's Hotel, just outside the town. This was about the sum total of the instructions that Mr. Dyer had to give. The 11:05 train from Victoria, that carried Loveday to her work among the Surrey hills, did not get clear of the London fog till well away on the other side of Purley. When the train halted at Merstham, in response to her signal, a tall, soldier-like individual made for her carriage, and, jumping in, took the seat facing her. He introduced himself to her as Inspector Gunning, recalled to her memory a former occasion on which they had met, and then, naturally enough, turned the talk upon the present suspicious circumstances they were bent upon investigating. "It won't do for you and me to be seen together," he said. "Of course, I am known for miles round, and anyone seen in my company will be at once set down as my coadjutor, and spied upon accordingly. I walked from Redhill to Merstham on purpose to avoid recognition on the platform at Redhill, and halfway here, to my great annoyance, found that I was being followed by a man in a workman's dress and carrying a basket of tools. I doubled, however, and gave him the slip, taking a short-cut down a lane which, if he had been living in the place, he would have known as well as I did. By Jove!" This was added with a sudden start. "There is the fellow, I declare. He has weathered me after all, and has no doubt taken good stock of us both, with the train going at this snail's pace. It was unfortunate that your face should have been turned towards that window, Miss Brooke. My veil is something of a disguise, and I will put on another cloak before he has a chance of seeing me again," said Loveday. All she had seen in the brief glimpse that the train had allowed was a tall, powerfully built man walking along a siding of the line. His cap was drawn low over his eyes, and in his hand he carried a workman's basket. Gunning seemed much annoyed at the circumstance. "Instead of landing at Redhill," he said, "we'll go on to Three Bridges and wait there for a Brighton train to bring us back. That will enable you to get to your room somewhere between the lights. I don't want to have you spotted before you've so much as started your work." Then they went back to their discussion of the Redhill Sisterhood. "They call themselves undenominational, whatever that means," said Gunning. "They say they are connected with no religious sect whatever. They attend sometimes one place of worship, sometimes another, sometimes none at all. They refuse to give up the name of the founder of their order, and really no one has any right to demand it of them, for, as no doubt you see, up to the present moment the case is one of mere suspicion, and it may be a mere coincidence that attempts at burglary have followed their footsteps in this neighbourhood. By the way, I have heard of a man's face being enough to hang him, but until I saw Sister Monica's, I never saw a woman's face that could perform the same kind of office for her. Of all the lowest criminal types of faces I've ever seen, I think hers is about the lowest and most repulsive." After the sisters, they passed in review the chief families resident in the neighbourhood. "This," said Gunning, unfolding a paper, "is a map I have specially drawn up for you. It takes in the district for 10 miles round Redhill, and every country house of any importance is marked on it in red ink. Here, in addition, is an index to those houses, with special notes of my own to every house." Loveday studied the map for a minute or two, then turned her attention to the index. "Those 4 houses you've marked, I see, are those that have already been attempted. I don't think I'll run them through, but I'll mark them doubtful. You see, the gang, for of course it is a gang, might follow our reasoning on the matter, and look upon those houses as our weak point. Here's one I'll run through. House empty during winter months. That means plate and jewellery sent to the bankers. Oh, and this one may as well be crossed off. Father and 4 sons, all athletes and sportsmen. That means firearms always handy. I don't think burglars will be likely to trouble them. Ah, now we come to something. Here's a house to be marked tempting in a burglar's list. Wotton Hall. Lately changed hands and rebuilt, with complicated passages and corridors. Splendid family plate in daily use, and left entirely to the care of the butler. I wonder, does the master of that house trust to his complicated passages to preserve his plate for him? A dismissed, dishonest servant would supply a dozen maps of the place for half a sovereign. What do these initials E.L. against the next house in the list, North Cape, stand for? Electric lighted. I think you might almost cross that house off also. I consider electric lighting one of the greatest safeguards against burglars that a man can give his house. Yes, if he doesn't rely exclusively upon it. It might be a nasty trap under certain circumstances. I see this gentleman also has magnificent presentation and other plate. Yes, Mr. Jameson is a wealthy man, and very popular in the neighbourhood. His cups and epergnes are worth looking at. Is it the only house in the district that is lighted with electricity? Yes, and, begging your pardon, Miss Brooke, I only wish it were not so. If electric lighting were generally in vogue, it would save the police a lot of trouble on these dark winter nights. The burglars would find some way of meeting such a condition of things, depend upon it. They have reached a very high development in these days. They no longer stalk about, as they did 50 years ago, with blunderbuss and bludgeon. They plot, plan, contrive, and bring imagination and artistic resource to their aid. By the way, It often occurs to me that the popular detective stories, for which there seems so large a demand at the present day, must be, at times, uncommonly useful to the criminal classes. At Three Bridges they had to wait so long for a return train that it was nearly dark when Loveday got back to Redhill. Mr. Gunning did not accompany her thither, having alighted at a previous station. Loveday had directed her portmanteau to be sent direct to Lakers Hotel, where she had engaged a room by telegram from Victoria Station. So, unburdened by luggage, she slipped quietly out of the Redhill station and made her way straight for the draper's shop in the London Road. She had no difficulty in finding it, thanks to the minute directions given her by the inspector. Street lamps were being lighted in the sleepy little town as she went along, and as she turned into the London Road, shopkeepers were lighting up their windows on both sides of the way. A few yards down this road, a dark patch between the lighted shops showed her where paved court led off from the thoroughfare. A side door of one of the shops that stood at the corner of the court seemed to offer a post of observation, whence she could see without being seen, and here Loveday, shrinking into the shadows, ensconced herself in order to take stock of the little alley and its inhabitants. She found it much as it had been described to her, a collection of 4-roomed houses, of which more than half were unlet. Numbers 7 and 8, at the head of the court, presented a slightly less neglected appearance than the other tenements. Number 7 stood in total darkness, but in the upper window of number 8 there showed what seemed to be a night-light burning, so Loveday conjectured that this possibly was the room set apart as a dormitory for the little cripples. While she stood thus surveying the home of the suspected Sisterhood, the sisters themselves, 2 at least of them, came into view, with their donkey-cart and their cripples, in the main road. It was an odd little cortege. One sister, habited in a nun's dress of dark blue serge, led the donkey by the bridle. Another sister, similarly attired, walked alongside the low cart, in which were seated 2 sickly-looking children. They were evidently returning from one of their long country circuits, and unless they had lost their way and been belated, it certainly seemed a late hour for the sickly little cripples to be abroad. As they passed under the gas lamp at the corner of the court, Loveday caught a glimpse of the faces of the sisters. It was easy, with Inspector Gunning's description before her mind, to identify the older and taller woman as Sister Monica, and a more coarse-featured and generally repellent face Loveday admitted to herself she had never before seen. In striking contrast to this forbidding countenance was that of the younger sister. Loveday could only catch a brief passing view of it, but that one brief view was enough to impress it on her memory as of unusual sadness and beauty. As the donkey stopped at the corner of the court, Loveday heard this sad-looking young woman addressed as Sister Anna by one of the cripples, who asked plaintively when they were going to have something to eat. "Now, at once," said Sister Anna, lifting the little one, as it seemed to Loveday, tenderly out of the cart, and carrying him on her shoulder down the court to the door of number 8, which opened to them at their approach. The other sister did the same with the other child. Then both sisters returned, unloaded the cart of sundry bundles and baskets, and, this done, led off the old donkey and trap down the road, possibly to a neighbouring costermonger's stables. A man, coming along on a bicycle, exchanged a word of greeting with the sisters as they passed, then swung himself off his machine at the corner of the court, and walked it along the paved way to the door of number 7. This he opened with a key, and then, pushing the machine before him, entered the house. Loveday took it for granted that this man must be the John Murray of whom she had heard. She had closely scrutinized him as he had passed her, and had seen that he was a dark, well-featured man of about 50 years of age. She congratulated herself on her good fortune in having seen so much in such a brief space of time, and coming forth from her sheltered corner, turned her steps in the direction of the draper's shop on the other side of the road. It was easy to find it. Go Lightly was the singular name that figured above the shop front, in which were displayed a variety of goods calculated to meet the wants of servants and the poorer classes generally. A tall, powerfully built man appeared to be looking in at this window. Loveday's foot was on the doorstep of the draper's private entrance, her hand on the door-knocker, when this individual, suddenly turning, convinced her of his identity with the journeyman workman who had so disturbed Mr. Gunning's equanimity. It was true he wore a bowler instead of a journeyman's cap, and he no longer carried a basket of tools. But there was no possibility for anyone with so good an eye for an outline as Loveday possessed not to recognise the carriage of the head and shoulders as that of the man she had seen walking along the railway siding. He gave her no time to make minute observation of his appearance, but turned quickly away and disappeared down a by-street. Loveday's work seemed to bristle with difficulties now. Here was she, as it were, unearthed in her own ambush, for there could be but little doubt that during the whole time she had stood watching those sisters, that man, from a safe vantage point, had been watching her. She found Mrs. Golightly a civil and obliging person. She showed Loveday to her room above the shop, brought her the letters which Inspector Gunning had been careful to have posted to her during the day. Then she supplied her with pen and ink, and, in response to Loveday's request, with some strong coffee, that she said, with a little attempt at a joke, would keep a dormouse awake all through the winter without winking. While the obliging landlady busied herself about the room, Loveday had a few questions to ask about the Sisterhood, who lived down the court opposite. On this head, however, Mrs. Golightly could tell her no more than she already knew, beyond the fact that they started every morning on their rounds at 11 o'clock punctually, and that before that hour they were never to be seen outside their door. Loveday's watch that night was to be a fruitless one. Although she sat, with her lamp turned out and safely screened from observation, until close upon midnight, with eyes fixed upon numbers 7 and 8 Paved Court, not so much as a door opening or shutting at either house rewarded her vigil. The lights flitted from the lower to the upper floors in both houses, and then disappeared somewhere between 9 and 10 in the evening, and after that not a sign of life did either tenement show. And all through the long hours of that watch, backwards and forwards, there seemed to flit before her mind's eye, as if in some sort it were fixed upon its retina, the sweet, sad face of Sister Anna. Why it was this face should so haunt her, she found it hard to say. It has a mournful past and a mournful future written upon it as a hopeless whole, she said to herself. It is the face of an Andromeda. Here am I, it seems to say, tied to my stake, helpless and hopeless. The church clocks were sounding the midnight hour as Loveday made her way through the dark streets to her hotel outside the town. As she passed under the railway arch that ended in the open country road, the echo of not very distant footsteps caught her ear. When she stopped, they stopped. When she went on, they went on. And she knew that once more she was being followed and watched, although the darkness of the arch prevented her seeing even the shadow of the man who was thus dogging her steps. The next morning broke keen and frosty. Loveday studied her map and her country house index over a 7 o'clock breakfast, and then set off for a brisk walk along the country road. No doubt in London the streets were walled in and roofed with yellow fog. Here, however, bright sunshine played in and out of the bare tree boughs and leafless hedges onto 1,000 frost spangles, turning the prosaic macadamized road into a gangway fit for Queen Titania herself and her fairy train. Loveday turned her back on the town and set herself to follow the road as it wound away over the hill in the direction of a village called Northfield. Early as she was not to have that road to herself. A team of strong horses trudged by, on their way to their work in the fuller's earth pits. A young fellow on a bicycle flashed past, at a tremendous pace, considering the upward slant of the road. He looked hard at her as he passed, then slackened pace, dismounted, and awaited her coming on the brow of the hill. "Good morning, Miss Brooke," he said, lifting his cap as she came alongside of him. "May I have 5 minutes' talk with you?" The young man who thus accosted her had not the appearance of a gentleman. He was a handsome, bright-faced young fellow of about 22, and was dressed in ordinary cyclist's dress. His cap was pushed back from his brow, over thick, curly, fair hair, and Loveday, as she looked at him, could not repress the thought how well he would look at the head of a troop of cavalry, giving the order to charge the enemy. He led his machine to the side of the footpath. "You have the advantage of me," said Loveday. "I haven't the remotest notion who you are." "No," he said. "Although I know you, you cannot possibly know me. I am a North Countryman, and I was present about a month ago at the trial of old Mr. Craven of Troit's Hill. In fact, I acted as reporter for one of the local papers. I watched your face so closely as you gave your evidence that I should know it anywhere among 1,000. "And your name is?" "George White, of Grenfell. My father is part proprietor of one of the Newcastle papers. I am a bit of a literary man myself, and sometimes figure as a reporter, sometimes as leader writer to that paper." Here he gave a glance towards his side pocket, from which protruded a small volume of Tennyson's poems. The facts he had stated did not seem to invite comment, and Loveday ejaculated merely, "Indeed." The young man went back to the subject that was evidently filling his thoughts. "I have special reasons for being glad to have met you this morning, Miss Brooke," he went on, making his footsteps keep pace with hers. "I'm in great trouble, and I believe you are the only person in the whole world who can help me out of that trouble." "I am rather doubtful as to my power of helping anyone out of trouble," said Loveday. "So far as my experience goes, our troubles are as much a part of ourselves as our skins are of our bodies." "Ah, but not such trouble as mine," said White eagerly. He broke off for a moment, then, with a sudden rush of words, told her what that trouble was. For the past year he had been engaged to be married to a young girl, who, until quite recently, had been fulfilling the duties of a nursery governess in a large house in the neighbourhood of Redhill. "Will you kindly give me the name of that house?" interrupted Loveday. "Certainly. Wootton Hall, the place is called, and Annie Lee is my sweetheart's name. I don't care who knows it." He threw his head back as he said this, as if he would be delighted to announce the fact to the whole world. "Annie's mother," he went on, "died when she was a baby, and we both thought her father was dead also, when suddenly, about a fortnight ago, it came to her knowledge that instead of being dead, he was serving his time at Portland for some offence committed years ago." "Do you know how this came to Annie's knowledge?" "Not the least in the world. I only know that I suddenly got a letter from her announcing the fact, and at the same time breaking off her engagement with me. I tore the letter into 1,000 pieces, and wrote back saying I would not allow the engagement to be broken off, but would marry her tomorrow if she would have me. To this letter she did not reply. There came instead a few lines from Mrs. Copeland, the lady at Wootton Hall, saying that Annie had thrown up her engagement and joined some sisterhood, and that she, Mrs. Copeland, had pledged her word to Annie to reveal to no one the name and whereabouts of that sisterhood. And I suppose you imagine I am able to do what Mrs. Copeland is pledged not to do." "That's just it, Miss Brooke," cried the young man enthusiastically. "You do such wonderful things. Everyone knows you do. It seems as if, when anything is wanted to be found out, you just walk into a place, look round you, and, in a moment, everything becomes clear as noonday." "I can't quite lay claim to such wonderful powers as that. As it happens, however, in the present instance, no particular skill is needed to find out what you wish to know. for I fancy I have already come upon the traces of Miss Annie Lee." "Miss Brooke!" "Of course, I cannot say for certain, but it is a matter you can easily settle for yourself. Settle, too, in a way that will confer a great obligation on me." "I shall be only too delighted to be of the slightest service to you," cried White, enthusiastically as before. "Thank you. I will explain. I came down here specially to watch the movements of a certain Sisterhood, who have somehow aroused the suspicions of the police. Well, I find that instead of being able to do this, I am myself so closely watched, possibly by confederates of these sisters, that unless I can do my work by deputy, I may as well go back to town at once." "Ah, I see. You want me to be that deputy." "Precisely. I want you to go to the room in Redhill that I have hired, take your place at the window, screened, of course, from observation, at which I ought to be seated. Watch as closely as possible the movements of these sisters, and report them to me at the hotel, where I shall remain shut in from morning till night. It is the only way in which I can throw my persistent spies off the scent. Now, in doing this for me, you will also be doing yourself a good turn, for I have little doubt but what under the blue serge hood of one of the sisters you will discover the pretty face of Miss Annie Lee." As they had talked, they had walked, and now stood on the top of the hill, at the head of the one little street that constituted the whole of the village of Northfield. On their left hand stood the village schools and the master's house. Nearly facing these, on the opposite side of the road, beneath a clump of elms, stood the village pound. Beyond this pound, on either side of the way, were 2 rows of small cottages, with tiny squares of garden in front, and in the midst of these small cottages, a swinging sign beneath a lamp announced a postal and telegraph office. "Now that we have come into the land of habitations again," said Loveday, "it will be best for us to part. It will not do for you and me to be seen together, or my spies will be transferring their attentions from me to you, and I shall have to find another deputy. You had better start on your bicycle for Redhill at once, and I will walk back at leisurely speed. Come to me at my hotel without fail at 1 o'clock and report proceedings. I do not say anything definite about remuneration, but I assure you, if you carry out my instructions to the letter, your services will be amply rewarded by me and by my employers." There were yet a few more details to arrange. White had been, he said, only a day and night in the neighbourhood, and special directions as to the locality had to be given him. Loveday advised him not to attract attention by going to the draper's private door, but to enter the shop as if he were a customer, and then explain matters to Mrs. Golightly, who, no doubt, would be in her place behind the counter. Tell her he was the brother of the Miss Smith who had hired her room, and ask permission to go through the shop to that room, as he had been commissioned by his sister to read and answer any letters that might have arrived there for her. "Show her the key of the side door. Here it is," said Loveday. "It will be your credentials, and tell her you did not like to make use of it without acquainting her with the fact." The young man took the key, endeavoured to put it in his waistcoat pocket, found the space there occupied, and so transferred it to the keeping of a side pocket in his tunic. All this time Loveday stood watching him. "You have a capital machine there," she said, as the young man mounted his bicycle once more, "and I hope you will turn it to account in following the movements of these sisters about the neighbourhood. I feel confident you will have something definite to tell me when you bring me your first report at 1 o'clock." White once more broke into a profusion of thanks, and then, lifting his cap to the lady, started his machine at a fairly good pace. Loveday watched him out of sight down the slope of the hill. Then, instead of following him, as she had said she would, at a leisurely pace, she turned her steps in the opposite direction, along the village street. It was an altogether ideal country village. Neatly dressed, chubby-faced children, now on their way to the schools, dropped quaint little curtsies, or tugged at curly locks as Loveday passed. Every cottage looked the picture of cleanliness and trimness, and although so late in the year, the gardens were full of late-flowering chrysanthemums and early-flowering Christmas roses. At the end of the village, Loveday came suddenly into view of a large, handsome, red-brick mansion. It presented a wide frontage to the road, from which it lay back amid extensive pleasure grounds. On the right hand, and a little in the rear of the house, stood what seemed to be large and commodious stables, and immediately adjoining these stables was a low-built red-brick shed that had evidently been recently erected. That low-built red-brick shed excited Loveday's curiosity. "Is this house called North Cape?" she asked of a man who chanced at that moment to be passing with a pickaxe and shovel. The man answered in the affirmative, and Loveday then asked another question. Could he tell her what was that small shed so close to the house? It looked like a glorified cow-house. Now what could be its use? The man's face lighted up, as if it were a subject on which he liked to be questioned. He explained that that small shed was the engine-house, where the electricity that lighted North Cape was made and stored. Then he dwelt with pride upon the fact, as if he held a personal interest in it, that North Cape was the only house, far or near, that was thus lighted. "I suppose the wires are carried underground to the house?" said Loveday, looking in vain for signs of them anywhere. The man was delighted to go into details on the matter. He had helped to lay those wires, he said. They were 2 in number, 1 for supply and 1 for return, and were laid 3 feet below ground, in boxes filled with pitch. These wires were switched onto jars in the engine-house, where the electricity was stored, and, after passing underground, entered the family mansion under its flooring at its western end. Loveday listened attentively to these details, and then took a minute and leisurely survey of the house and its surroundings. This done, she retraced her steps through the village, pausing, however, at the postal and telegraph office to dispatch a telegram to Inspector Gunning. It was one to send the inspector to his cipher-book. It ran as follows: "Rely solely on chemist and coal merchant throughout the day. L.B." After this, she quickened her pace, and in something over 3/4 of an hour was back again at her hotel. There she found more of life stirring than when she had quitted it in the early morning. There was to be a meeting of the Surrey stags about a couple of miles off, and a good many hunting men were hanging about the entrance to the house, discussing the chances of sport after last night's frost. Loveday made her way through the throng in leisurely fashion, and not a man but what had keen scrutiny from her sharp eyes. No, there was no cause for suspicion there. They were evidently one and all just what they seemed to be: loud-voiced, hard-riding men, bent on a day's sport. But, and here Loveday's eyes travelled beyond the hotel courtyard to the other side of the road. Who was that man with a bill-hook hacking at the hedge there? A thin-featured, round-shouldered old fellow with a bent-about hat. It might be as well not to take it too rashly for granted that her spies had withdrawn, and had left her free to do her work in her own fashion. She went upstairs to her room. It was situated on the first floor in the front of the house, and consequently commanded a good view of the high road. She stood well back from the window, and, at an angle when she could see and not be seen, took a long, steady survey of the hedger. And the longer she looked, the more convinced she was that the man's real work was something other than the bill-hook seemed to imply. He worked, so to speak, with his head over his shoulder, and when Loveday supplemented her eyesight with a strong field-glass, she could see more than one stealthy glance shot from beneath his bent-about hat in the direction of her window. There could be little doubt about it. Her movements were to be as closely watched today as they had been yesterday. Now, it was of first importance that she should communicate with Inspector Gunning in the course of the afternoon. The question to solve was, how was it to be done? To all appearance, Loveday answered the question in extraordinary fashion. She pulled up her blind, she drew back her curtain, and seated herself in full view at a small table in the window recess. Then she took a pocket inkstand from her pocket, a packet of correspondence cards from her letter-case, and, with rapid pen, set to work on them. About an hour and a half afterwards, White, coming in, according to his promise, to report proceedings, found her still seated at the window, not, however, with writing materials before her, but with needle and thread in her hand, with which she was mending her gloves. "I return to town by the first train tomorrow morning," she said, as he entered, "and I find these wretched things want no end of stitches. Now for your report." White appeared to be in an elated frame of mind. "I've seen her," he cried. "My Annie, they've got her, those confounded sisters. But they shan't keep her, no, not if I have to pull the house down about their ears to get her out." "Well, now you know where she is, you can take your time about getting her out," said Loveday. "I hope, however, you haven't broken faith with me and betrayed yourself by trying to speak with her, because if so, I shall have to look out for another deputy." "Honour, Miss Brooke," answered White indignantly. "I stuck to my duty, though it cost me something to see her hanging over those kids and tucking them into the cart, and never say a word to her, never as much as wave my hand." "Did she go out with the donkey cart today?" "No, she only tucked the kids into the cart with a blanket, and then went back to the house. 2 old sisters, ugly as sin, went out with them. I watched them from the window, jolt, jolt, jolt round the corner, out of sight, and then I whipped down the stairs and onto my machine, and was after them in a trice, and managed to keep them well in sight for over an hour and a half." "And their destination today was—" "Wootton Hall." "Ah, just as I expected." "Just as you expected?" echoed White. "I forgot. You do not know the nature of the suspicions that are attached to this sisterhood, and the reasons I have for thinking that Wootton Hall, at this season of the year, might have an especial attraction for them." White continued staring at her. "Miss Brooke," he said presently, in an altered tone, "whatever suspicions may attach to the sisterhood, I'll stake my life on it. My Annie has had no share in any wickedness of any sort." "Oh, quite so. It is most likely that your Annie has, in some way, been inveigled into joining these sisters, has been taken possession of by them, in fact, just as they have taken possession of the little cripples." "Oh, that's it!" he cried excitedly. "That was the idea that occurred to me when you spoke to me on the hill about them. Otherwise, you may be sure—" "Did they get relief of any sort at the Hall?" interrupted Loveday. "Yes. One of the 2 ugly old women stopped outside the lodge gates with the donkey cart, and the other beauty went up to the house alone. She stayed there, I should think, about a quarter of an hour, and when she came back was followed by a servant carrying a bundle and a basket." "Ah, I've no doubt they brought away with them something else beside old garments and broken victuals." White stood in front of her, fixing a hard, steady gaze upon her. "Miss Brooke," he said presently, in a voice that matched the look on his face, "what do you suppose was the real object of these women in going to Wootton Hall this morning?" "Mr. White, if I wished to help a gang of thieves break into Wootton Hall tonight, don't you think I should be greatly interested in procuring from them the information that the master of the house was away from home, that 2 of the men servants who slept in the house had recently been dismissed, and their places had not yet been filled. Also, that the dogs were never unchained at night, and that their kennels were at the side of the house at which the butler's pantry is not situated. These are particulars I have gathered in this house, without stirring from my chair, and I am satisfied that they are likely to be true. At the same time, if I were a professed burglar, I should not be content with information that was likely to be true, but would be careful to procure such that were certain to be true, and so would set accomplices to work at the fountain head. Now, do you understand?" White folded his arms and looked down on her. "What are you going to do?" he asked, in short, brusque tones. Loveday looked him full in the face. "Communicate with the police immediately," she answered. "And I should feel greatly obliged if you will at once take a note from me to Inspector Gunning at Reigate." "And what becomes of Annie?" "I don't think you need have any anxiety on that head. I've no doubt that when the circumstances of her admission to the Sisterhood are investigated, it will be proved that she has been as much deceived and imposed upon as the man John Murray, who so foolishly let his house to these women. Remember, Annie has Mrs. Copeland's good word to support her integrity." White stood silent for a while. "What sort of a note do you wish me to take to the inspector?" he presently asked. "You shall read it as I write it, if you like," answered Loveday. She took a correspondence card from her letter-case, and, with an indelible pencil, wrote as follows: "Wootton Hall is threatened tonight. Concentrate attention there. L.B." White read the words as she wrote them, with a curious expression passing over his handsome features. "Yes," he said, curtly as before. "I'll deliver that. I give you my word. But I'll bring back no answer to you. I'll do no more spying for you. It's a trade that doesn't suit me. There's a straightforward way of doing straightforward work, and I'll take that way, no other, to get my Annie out of that den." He took the note, which she sealed and handed to him, and strode out of the room. Loveday, from the window, watched him mount his bicycle. Was it her fancy, or did there pass a swift, furtive glance of recognition between him and the hedger on the other side of the way, as he rode out of the courtyard? Loveday seemed determined to make that hedger's work easy for him. The short winter's day was closing in now, and her room must consequently have been growing dim to outside observation. She lighted the gas chandelier which hung from the ceiling, and, still with blinds and curtains undrawn, took her old place at the window, spread writing materials before her, and commenced a long and elaborate report to her chief at Lynch Court. About half an hour afterwards, as she threw a casual glance across the road, she saw that the hedger had disappeared, but that two ill-looking tramps sat munching bread and cheese under the hedge to which his bill-hook had done so little service. Evidently the intention was, one way or another, not to lose sight of her so long as she remained in Redhill. Meantime, White had delivered Loveday's note to the inspector at Reigate, and had disappeared on his bicycle once more. Gunning read it without a change of expression. Then he crossed the room to the fireplace, and held the card as close to the bars as he could without scorching it. "I had a telegram from her this morning," he explained to his confidential man, "telling me to rely upon chemicals and coals throughout the day, and that, of course, meant that she would write to me in invisible ink. No doubt this message about Wootton Hall means nothing—" He broke off abruptly, exclaiming, "Hey, what's this?" as, having withdrawn the card from the fire, Loveday's real message stood out in bold, clear characters between the lines of the false one. Thus it ran: "North Cape will be attacked tonight. A desperate gang. Be prepared for a struggle. Above all, guard the electrical engine house. On no account attempt to communicate with me. I am so closely watched that any endeavour to do so may frustrate your chance of trapping the scoundrels. L.B." That night, when the moon went down behind Reigate Hill, an exciting scene was enacted at North Cape. The Surrey Gazette, in its issue the following day, gave the subjoined account of it under the heading, "Desperate Encounter with Burglars." Last night, North Cape, the residence of Mr. Jameson, was the scene of an affray between the police and a desperate gang of burglars. North Cape is lighted throughout with electricity, and the burglars, 4 in number, divided in half, 2 being told off to enter and rob the house, and 2 to remain at the engine shed, where the electricity is stored, so that, at a given signal, should need arise, the wires might be unswitched, the inmates of the house thrown into sudden darkness and confusion, and the escape of the marauders thereby facilitated. Mr. Jameson, however, had received timely warning from the police of the intended attack, and he, with his 2 sons, all well armed, sat in darkness in the inner hall, awaiting the coming of the thieves. The police were stationed, some in the stables, some in outbuildings nearer to the house, and others in more distant parts of the grounds. The burglars effected their entrance by means of a ladder placed to a window of the servants' staircase, which leads straight down to the butler's pantry, and to the safe where the silver is kept. The fellows, however, had no sooner got into the house than the police, issuing from their hiding-place outside, mounted the ladder after them, and thus cut off their retreat. Mr. Jameson and his 2 sons, at the same moment, attacked them in front, and thus, overwhelmed by numbers, the scoundrels were easily secured. It was at the engine-house outside that the sharpest struggle took place. The thieves had forced open the door of this engine-shed with their jemmies immediately on their arrival, under the very eyes of the police, who lay in ambush in the stables, and when one of the men, captured in the house, contrived to sound an alarm on his whistle, these outside watchers made a rush for the electrical jars, in order to unswitch the wires. Upon this, the police closed upon them, and a hand-to-hand struggle followed, and if it had not been for the timely assistance of Mr. Jameson and his sons, who had fortunately conjectured that their presence here might be useful, it is more than likely that one of the burglars, a powerfully built man, would have escaped. The names of the captured men are John Murray, Arthur and George Lee, father and son, and a man with so many aliases that it is difficult to know which is his real name. The whole thing had been most cunningly and carefully planned. The elder Lee, lately released from penal servitude for a similar offence, appears to have been prime mover in the affair. This man had, it seems, a son and a daughter, who, through the kindness of friends, had been fairly well placed in life, the son at an electrical engineer's in London, the daughter as nursery governess at Wootton Hall. Directly this man was released from Portland, he seems to have found out his children and done his best to ruin them both. He was constantly at Wootton Hall, endeavouring to induce his daughter to act as an accomplice to a robbery of the house. This so worried the girl that she threw up her situation and joined a sisterhood that had recently been established in the neighbourhood. Upon this, Lee's thoughts turned in another direction. He induced his son, who had saved a little money, to throw up his work in London and join him in his disreputable career. The boy is a handsome young fellow, but appears to have in him the makings of a first-class criminal. In his work as an electrical engineer, he had made the acquaintance of the man John Murray, who, it is said, has been rapidly going downhill of late. Murray was the owner of the house rented by the Sisterhood that Miss Lee had joined, and the idea evidently struck the brains of these 3 scoundrels that this Sisterhood, whose antecedents were a little mysterious, might be utilized to draw off the attention of the police from themselves, and from the especial house in the neighbourhood that they had planned to attack. With this end in view, Murray made an application to the police to have the sisters watched, and still further to give colour to the suspicions he had endeavoured to set afloat concerning them. He and his confederates made feeble attempts at burglary upon the houses at which the sisters had called, begging for scraps. It is a matter for congratulation that the plot, from beginning to end, has been thus successfully unearthed, and it is felt on all sides that great credit is due to Inspector Gunning and his skilled coadjutors for the vigilance and promptitude they have displayed throughout the affair. Loveday read aloud this report, with her feet on the fender of the Lynch Court office. "Accurate, as far as it goes," she said, as she laid down the paper. "But we want to know a little more," said Mr. Dyer. "In the first place, I would like to know what it was that diverted your suspicions from the unfortunate sisters." "The way in which they handled the children," answered Loveday promptly. "I have seen female criminals of all kinds handling children, and I have noticed that, although they may occasionally, even this is rare, treat them with a certain rough sort of kindness, of tenderness they are utterly incapable. Now, Sister Monica, I must admit, is not pleasant to look at. At the same time, there was something absolutely beautiful in the way in which she lifted the little cripple out of the cart, put his tiny thin hand round her neck, and carried him into the house. By the way, I would like to ask some rabid physiognomist how he would account for Sister Monica's repulsiveness of feature, as contrasted with young Lee's undoubted good looks. Heredity, in this case, throws no light on the matter." "Another question," said Mr. Dyer, not paying much heed to Loveday's digression. "How was it you transferred your suspicions to John Murray?" "I did not do so immediately, although at the very first it had struck me as odd that he should be so anxious to do the work of the police for them. The chief thing I noticed concerning Murray, on the first and only occasion on which I saw him, was that he had had an accident with his bicycle, for in the right-hand corner of his lamp-glass there was a tiny star, and the lamp itself had a dent on the same side, had also lost its hook, and was fastened to the machine by a bit of electric fuse. The next morning, as I was walking up the hill towards Northfield, I was accosted by a young man mounted on that self-same bicycle, not a doubt of it. Star in glass, dent, fuse, all three. "Ah, that sounded an important keynote, and led you to connect Murray and the younger Lee immediately." "It did, and, of course, also at once gave the lie to his statement that he was a stranger in the place, and confirmed my opinion that there was nothing of the North countryman in his accent. Other details in his manner and appearance gave rise to other suspicions. For instance, he called himself a press reporter by profession, and his hands were coarse and grimy, as only a mechanic's could be. He said he was a bit of a literary man, but the Tennyson that showed so obtrusively from his pocket was new, and in parts uncut, and totally unlike the well-thumbed volume of the literary student. Finally, when he tried and failed to put my latchkey into his waistcoat pocket, I saw the reason lay in the fact that the pocket was already occupied by a soft coil of electric fuse, the end of which protruded. Now, an electric fuse is what an electrical engineer might almost unconsciously carry about with him. It is so essential a part of his working tools. But it is a thing that a literary man, or a press reporter, could have no possible use for." Exactly. And it was, no doubt, that bit of electric fuse that turned your thoughts to the one house in the neighbourhood lighted by electricity, and suggested to your mind the possibility of electrical engineers turning their talents to account in that direction. Now, will you tell me what, at that stage of your day's work, induced you to wire to Gunning that you would bring your invisible ink bottle into use?" "That was simply a matter of precaution. It did not compel me to the use of invisible ink, if I saw other safe methods of communication. I felt myself being hemmed in on all sides with spies, and I could not tell what emergency might arise. I don't think I have ever had a more difficult game to play. As I walked and talked with the young fellow up the hill, it became clear to me that if I wished to do my work, I must lull the suspicions of the gang, and seem to walk into their trap. I saw, by the persistent way in which Wootton Hall was forced on my notice, that it was wished to fix my suspicions there. I accordingly, to all appearance, did so, and allowed the fellows to think they were making a fool of me." "Ha, ha, ha! Capital that! The biter bit, with a vengeance! Splendid idea to make that young rascal himself deliver the letter that was to land him and his pals in jail, and he all the time laughing in his sleeve and thinking what a fool he was making of you. And Mr. Dyer made the office ring again with his merriment. "The only person one is at all sorry for in this affair is poor little Sister Anna," said Loveday pityingly. "And yet, perhaps, all things considered, after her sorry experience of life, she may not be so badly placed in a sisterhood where practical Christianity, not religious hysterics, is the one and only rule of the order. The Missing Actress Sensation by Ernest Bramah. First nights are not what they were, even within the memory of playgoers who would be startled to hear anyone else refer to them as elderly. But there are yet occasions of exception, and the production of Call a Spade at the Argosy Theatre was marked by at least one feature of note. The play itself was sound, though not epoch-making. The performance of the leading lady was satisfactory, and exactly what was to be expected from her. The leading gentleman was equally effective in a part which, as 8 out of 12 dramatic critics happily phrased it on the morrow, fitted him like a glove. And on the same preponderance of opinion, the character actor contrived to extract every ounce of humour from the material at his disposal. In other words, Call a Spade might so far be relied upon to run an attenuating course for about 50 nights, and then to be discreetly dropped, pending the continuance of its triumphal progress at another West End house, should a suitable habitation become available. But a very different note came into the reviews when the writers passed to the achievement of another member of the company, a young actress described on the programme as Miss Una Rosscastle. Miss Rosscastle was unknown to London critics and London audiences. She had come from Dublin, with no very great dramatic reputation, but it is to be presumed that the quite secondary part which she had been given on her first metropolitan appearance was peculiarly suited to her talent. No one was more surprised than the author at the remarkable characterization that Mary Ryan assumed in Miss Rosscastle's hands. He was the more surprised because he had failed to notice anything of the kind at rehearsals. Dimly he suspected that the young lady had got more out of the part than he had ever put into it, and while outwardly loud in his expression of delight, he was secretly uncertain whether to be pleased or annoyed. The leading lady also went out of her way to congratulate the young neophyte effusively on her triumph, and then slapped her unfortunate dresser on very insufficient provocation. But the lessee manager spoke of his latest acquisition with a curious air of restraint. At the end of the second act, Miss Rosscastle took 4 calls. After that, she was only required for the first few minutes of the last act, and many among the audience noted with surprise that she did not appear with the company at the fall of the curtain. She had, in fact, already left the house. All the same, the success of the piece constituted a personal triumph for herself. Thenceforth, instead of, "Oh, yes, you might do worse than book seats at the Argosy," the people who had been said, "Now, don't forget, you positively must see Miss Rosscastle in Call a Spade." And, as the press had said very much the same, the difference to the box office was something, but to the actress it was everything. Miss Rosscastle, indeed, had achieved that rare distinction of waking to find herself famous. Nothing could have seemed more assured and roseate than her professional future. About a week later, Max Carrados was interrupted one afternoon, in the middle of composing an article on Sicilian numismatics, by a telephone call from Mr. Carlyle. The blind man smiled as he returned his friend's greeting, for Lewis Carlyle's voice was wonderfully suggestive in its phases of the varying aspects of the speaker himself, and at that moment it conveyed a portrait of Mr. Carlyle in his very best early-morning business manner, spruce and debonair, a little obtuse to things beyond his experience, and impervious to criticism, but self-confident, trenchant, and within his limits, capable. In its crisp yet benign complacency, Carrados could almost have sworn to resplendent patent boots, the current shade in suede gloves, and a carefully selected picottee. "If you are doing nothing better tonight, Max," continued the inquiry agent, "would you join me at the Argosy Theatre? I have a box, and we might go on to the Savoy afterwards. Now, don't say you are engaged, there's a good fellow," he urged. "You haven't given me the chance of playing host for a month or more." "The fact is," confessed Carrados, "I was there for the first night, only a week ago." "How unfortunate," exclaimed the other. "But don't you think that you could put up with it again?" "I am sure I can," agreed Carrados. "Yes, I will join you there with pleasure." "Delightful," crowed Mr. Carlyle. "Let us say—" The essential details were settled in a trice, but the call had not yet expired, and the sociable gentleman still held the wire. "Were you interested in Miss Rosscastle, Max?" "Decidedly." "That is fortunate. My choice of a theatre is not unconnected with a case I have on hand. I may be able to tell you something about the lady." "Possibly we shall not be alone," suggested Carrados. "Well, no, not absolutely," admitted Carlyle. "Charming young fellow, though. I'm sure you'll like him, Max. Trevor Enniscorthy, a younger son of old Lord Slays." "Conventional rotter between ourselves?" inquired Max. "Not a bit of it," declared Mr. Carlyle loyally. "A young fellow of 25 is none the worse for being enamoured of a fascinating creature who happens to be on the stage. He is— Oh, very well. Goodbye, Max. 8:15, remember." They were all punctual. In fact, if Mr. Enniscorthy could have got me along, we should have been here before the doors opened, declared Mr. Carlyle, when the blind man joined them. "Now, why are there no programmes about here, I wonder?" "I hardly fancy they anticipate their box holders arriving 20 minutes before the curtain rises," suggested Carrados. "There are some!" exclaimed Mr. Enniscorthy, dashing out as an attendant crossed the circle. He was back in a moment, and standing in the obscurity of the box, eagerly tore open the programme. "Still in," he muttered, coming forward and throwing the paper down for the others to refer to. "Oh, excuse my impatience," he apologised, colouring. "I am rather—" He left them to supply the rest. "Mr. Enniscorthy has given me permission to explain his position, Max," began Mr. Carlyle, but the young man abruptly cut short the proposition stated in this vein of deference. "I'd rather put it that if Mr. Carrados would help me with his advice, I should be most awfully grateful," he said, in a very clear, rather highly pitched voice. "I suppose it's inevitable to feel no end of an ass over this sort of thing, but I'm desperately in earnest, and I must go through with it." "Admirable," beamed Mr. Carlyle's inextinguishable eye, and he murmured, "Very natural, I'm sure," in the voice of a man who has just been told to go up higher. "Perhaps you know that there is a Miss Rosscastle put down as appearing in this piece?" went on Enniscorthy. "Well, I knew Miss Rosscastle rather well in Ireland. I came to London because I followed her here." "Engaged?" dropped quietly from Carrados's lips. "Well, I cannot say that we were actually engaged," was the admission. "But well, you know how these things stand. At all events, she knew what I felt towards her, and she did not discourage my hopes." "Did your people know of this, Mr. Enniscorthy?" "I had not spoken to my father or to my stepmother, but they might easily have heard something of it," replied the young man. "Miss Rosscastle, although she did not go about much, was received by the very best people in Dublin. Of course, for many things I did not like her being on the stage. In fact, I detested it. But she had taken the step before I knew her, and how could I object? Then she got the offer of this London engagement. She was ambitious to get on in her profession, and took it. In a very short time, I found it impossible to exist there without seeing her, so I made an excuse to get away and followed." "Let me see," put in Mr. Carlyle ingenuously. "I forget the exact dates." "Miss Roscastle came on Monday, October the 4th, said Enniscorthy. "The piece opened on the following Thursday week, the 14th. I left Kingstown by the early boat yesterday. At this end we were nearly an hour late, and after going to my hotel, changing and dining, I had just time to come on here and bag the last stall. I thought that I would send a note round after the first act, and ask Una to give me a few minutes afterwards, but it never came to that. Instead, I got a very large surprise. Mary Ryan came on, and I looked and looked again. I didn't need glasses, but I got a pair out of the automatic box in front of me, and had another level stare. Well, it wasn't Miss Roscastle. This girl was like her. I suppose to most people they would be wonderfully alike. And her voice, although it wasn't really Irish, yes, her voice was similar. But to me there were miles of difference. I saw at once that she was an understudy, although Miss Una Roscastle was still down in the programme, and I began to quake at the thought of something having happened to her. I slipped out into the corridor. I had an end seat, and got hold of a programme girl. "Do you know why Miss Roscastle is out of the cast tonight?" I asked her. "Is she indisposed?" She took the programme out of my hand, and pointed to a name in it. "She's in all right," she replied. Stupidly, I thought. "There's her name." "Yes, she is on the programme," I replied, "but not on the stage. Look through the glass there. That is not Miss Roscastle." She glanced through the glazed door, and then turned away, as though she suspected me of chaffing her. "It's the only Miss Roscastle I've ever seen here," she said as she went. I wandered about, and interrogated one or two other attendants. They all gave me the same answer. I began to get frightened. "They must be misled by the resemblance," I assured myself. "It really is wonderful." I went back to my seat, and then remembered that I had got no further with my original inquiry, which was to find out whether Una was ill or not. I couldn't remain. I kept my eyes fixed on Mary Ryan every time she was on the stage, and every time I became more and more convinced. Finally, I got up again, and going round, sent in my card to the manager. "Stokesy?" asked Carrados. "Yes. I didn't know who was technically the right man, but he, at any rate, had engaged Miss Roscastle. He saw me at once." "I have come across from Dublin to see Miss Roscastle," I told him, "and I am very disappointed to find her out of the cast. Can you tell me why she is away?" "Surely you are mistaken," he replied, opening a programme that lay before him. "Do you know Miss Roscastle by sight?" "Very well indeed," I retorted. "Better than your staff do. The Mary Ryan tonight is not Miss Roscastle." "I will inquire," he said, walking to the door. "Please wait a minute." He was rigidly courteous, but instinct was telling me all the time that it was sheer bluff. He had nothing to inquire. In a moment he was back again. "I am informed that the programme is correct," he said, with the same smooth insincerity, standing in the middle of the room for me to leave. "Miss Roscastle is on the stage at this moment. The make-up must have deceived you, Mr. Enniscorthy." I had nothing to reply, because I did not even know what to think. I simply proceeded to walk out. "One moment." I had reached the door when Mr. Stokesy spoke. "You are a friend of Miss Roscastle, I suppose?" "Yes," I replied. "I think I may claim that." "Then I would merely suggest to you that to start a rumour crediting her with being out of the piece is a service she would fail to appreciate. Good evening." I left the theatre because I despaired of getting any real information after that, and it occurred to me that I could do better elsewhere. Although Una and I did not correspond, I had begged her, before she left, to let me know that she arrived safely, and she had sent me just half a dozen lines. I now took a taxi and drove off to the address she had given, a sort of private hotel or large boarding house near Holborn. "Can you tell me if Miss Roscastle is in?" I asked at the office. "Roscastle?" said the fellow there. "Oh, the young lady from the theatre. Why, she left us more than a week ago. Nearer 2, I should say." This was another facer. "Can you give me the address she went to?" I asked. "Couldn't. Against our rules," he replied. "Any letters for her were to be sent to the theatre." I didn't think it would be successful to offer him a bribe, so I thanked him and walked away. As the hall porter opened the door for me, I dropped him a word. In 2 minutes he came out to where I was waiting. "A Miss Roscastle left here a week or 2 ago," I said. "They won't give me her address, but you can get it. Here's a Bradbury. I'll be here again in half an hour, and if you've got the address, the house, not the theatre, there'll be another for you when I've verified it." He looked a bit doubtful. Evidently a decent fellow, I thought. "It's quite all right," I assured him. "We are engaged, but I've only just come over." He was waiting for me when I returned. The first thing he did was to tender me the note back again, a piece of superfluous honesty that prepared me for the worst. "I'm sorry, sir, but it's no go," he explained. "The young lady left no address beyond the theatre." "You called a cab for her when she went?" I suggested. "Yes, sir, but she gave the directions while I was bringing out her things. I never heard where it was to go." "And that is as far as we have got up to this moment, Max," struck in Mr. Carlyle, briskly. "I'm afraid it is," corroborated Enniscorthy. "I got round to the stage door here in time to see most of the people leave, but neither Miss Roscastle nor the girl like her were among them." "She is off half an hour before the piece finishes," explained Carrados. "And, of course, she might not leave by the stage door." "In any case, it is an extraordinary enough business, is it not, Mr. Carrados?" said Enniscorthy, rather anxious not to be set down a blundering young idiot for his pains. "What does it mean?" "So far, I would describe it as curious," admitted Carrados guardedly. "Investigation may justify a stronger term. In the meanwhile, we need not miss the play." By this time, the theatre had practically filled, and the orchestra was tuning up for the overture. With nothing to occupy his attention, Mr. Enniscorthy began to manifest an unhappy restlessness that increased until the play had been proceeding for some few minutes. Then Carrados heard Mr. Carlyle murmur, "Charming, charming," in a tone of mature connoisseurship. There was a spontaneous round of applause, and Mary Ryan was on the scene. "The understudy again," Enniscorthy whispered to his companions. "Well," remarked Mr. Carlyle, when the curtain descended for the first interval, "you are still equally convinced, Mr. Enniscorthy?" "There isn't the shadow of a doubt," he replied. Carrados had been writing a few lines on one of his cards. He now summoned an attendant. "Mr. Stokesy is in the house?" he asked. "Then give him this, please, when you next go that way." Before the curtain rose, the girl came round to the box again. "Mr. Carrados?" she inquired. "Mr. Stokesy told me to say that he would save you the trouble by looking in here during the next interval." "Shall I remain?" asked Enniscorthy. "Oh, yes. Stokesy is a most amiable man to do with. I know him slightly. His attitude to you was evidently the outcome of the circumstances. We shall all get along very nicely." The second act was the occasion of Mary Ryan's great opportunity, and again she carried the enthusiasm of the audience. After the curtain, the young actress had to respond to an insistent call. In the darkness, Mr. Stokesy entered the box and stood waiting at the back. "Glad to see you here again, Mr. Carrados," he remarked, shaking hands with the blind man as soon as the lights were up. Then he looked at the other occupants. "My word, I have put my head into the lion's den," he continued, his smile deepening into a good-natured grin. "Don't shoot, Mr. Enniscorthy. I will climb down without. I see that the game is up." "What are you going to tell us?" asked Carrados. "Everything I know. The lady who has just gone off is not Miss Rosscastle. Mr. Enniscorthy was quite right. She wasn't here last night either." "Then why is her name still in the programme, and why do you and your people keep up the fiction?" demanded Enniscorthy. "Because I hoped that Miss Rosscastle might have returned to the cast tonight, and failing tonight, I hope that she will return tomorrow. Because we happen to have a substitute in Miss Linknorth, so extraordinarily like the original lady in appearance and voice that no one, excluding yourself, will have noticed the difference, and because I have a not unreasonable objection to announcing that the chief attraction of my theatre is out of the cast. Is there anything very unaccountable in that?" Mr. Carlyle nodded acquiescence to this moderate proposition. Enniscorthy seemed to admit it reluctantly. It remained for Carrados to accept the challenge. "Only one thing," he replied, with some reluctance. "And what is that?" "That Miss Rosscastle will not return to the cast, and that you are well aware why she never can return to it." "What?" demanded the astonished manager. "Miss Rosscastle cannot return to the cast because she has never been in it." Stokesy wavered, burst into a roar of laughter, and sat down. "I give in," he exclaimed heartily. "That's my last ditch. Now you really do know everything that I do." "But why has she not been in?" demanded Enniscorthy. "Better ask the lady herself. I cannot even guess." "I will, when I can find her." Not for the first time the young man was assailed by a horrid fear that he might have been making a fool of himself. "Where, in the meantime, is she?" "The Lord alone knows," retorted Mr. Stokesy feelingly. "Don't annihilate me, Mr. Enniscorthy. I don't mean a member of the peerage. But I'll tell you, the lady put me in a very deuced fix." "Won't you take us into your confidence?" suggested Carrados. "I will, Mr. Carrados, because I want a consideration from you in return. I can put it into a very few words. 20 minutes before the curtain went up on the first night, a note was sent in to Miss Rosscastle. She read it, put on her hat and coat, and went out hurriedly by the stage door." "Well?" said Carlyle, encouragingly. "That is all. That is the last we saw of her, heard of her. She never returned." But, stammered Enniscorthy, and came up short before the abysmal nature of the prospect confronting him. "There are a good many buts to be taken into consideration, Mr. Enniscorthy," said the manager, with a rather cryptic look. "Fortunately, we had Miss Linknorth, and the first costume, as you know, is immaterial. Up to the last possible moment, we hung on to Miss Rosscastle's return. Then the other had to go on." "With not very serious consequences to the success of the play, apparently," remarked Carrados. "That's the devilment of it," exclaimed Stokesy warmly. "Don't you see the hole it has put me into? If Mary Ryan had remained a negligible quantity, it wouldn't have mattered 2 straws. But for her own diabolical vanity, Miss Linknorth made a confounded success of the part. Of course, it was too late to have any alteration printed on the first night, and now Miss Rosscastle is the draw of the piece. People come to see Miss Rosscastle. Miss Rosscastle is the piece." "But if you explained that Miss Linknorth was really the creator of the part," suggested Mr. Carlyle. Stokesy rattled a provocative laugh at the back of his throat. "You run a theatre for a few seasons, my dear fellow, and then talk," he retorted. "You can't explain, you can't do anything, you can only just sit there. People cease to be rational beings when they set out for a theatre. If you breathe on a howling success, it goes out. If you move a gold mine of a piece from one theatre to another next door, everyone promptly decides to stay away. Don't ask me the reasons, there are none. It isn't a business. It ought to come under the Gaming Act. Mr. Stokesy is also faced by the alternative that after he had announced Miss Linknorth, Miss Rosscastle might appear any time and claim her place. The manager nodded. "That's another consideration," he said. "But could she?" inquired Mr. Carlyle, "after absenting herself in this way?" "Oh, goodness knows. I dare say she could. Agreements are no good when it comes to anything happening. At any rate, here am I, with an element of success after a procession of distinct non-stops. If we get well set, whatever happens will matter less. Now, I haven't gone to any Machiavellian lengths in arranging this, but I have taken the chance as it came along. I've told you everything I know. Is there any reason why you shouldn't do us all a good turn by keeping it strictly to yourselves?" "I don't know that I particularly owe you any consideration, Mr. Stokesy, or that you owe me any," announced Mr. Enniscorthy. "Just now I am only concerned in discovering what has become of Miss Rosscastle. You know her address?" "In Kensington?" "Well, yes." 74 Westphalia Mansions." "You sent there, of course?" "Heavens, yes. The various forms of messages must be 6 inches deep all over the hall by now. Last Friday I had a man sitting practically all day on her doorstep." "But she has someone there, a housekeeper or maid?" "I don't think so. She told me that she was taking a little furnished flat, asked me if the neighbourhood was a suitable one. I imagine there was something about a daily woman, until she found how she liked it. We've had no one from there anyway." "Then it comes to this, that for a week there has been absolutely no trace of Miss Rosscastle's existence. Do you quite realise your responsibility, Mr. Stokesy?" demanded Enniscorthy, with increased misgivings. The manager, who had turned to go, caught Mr. Carlyle's eye over the concerned young man's shoulder. "I don't think that Miss Rosscastle's friends need have any anxiety about her personal safety," he replied with expression. "At all events, I've done everything I can for you. I hope that you will not fail to meet my views. If there's anything else that occurs to you, Mr. Carrados, I shall be in my office. Good night." "Callous brute," muttered Mr. Enniscorthy. "He ought to have put it in the hands of the police a week ago." Mr. Carlyle glanced at Carrados, who had transferred his interest to the rendering of the last musical item of the interval. "Possibly Miss Rosscastle would prefer a less public investigation, if she had a voice in the matter," said the professional man. "If she happens to be shut up in some beastly underground cellar, I imagine she would prefer whatever gets her out the soonest. I dare say it sounds fantastic, but such things really do happen now and then, you know, and why not?" "You don't know of any threats or blackmailing letters?" "No," admitted the young man, "but I do know this, that if Una was at liberty she would never allow another actress to take her place and use her name in this way." "A very significant suggestion," put in Carrados from his detached attitude. "Mr. Enniscorthy has given you a really valuable hint, Louis." "Oh, I don't mean that Miss Rosscastle is really out of the way jealous," Enniscorthy hastened to add, "but in her profession—" "Oh, most natural, agreed the urbane Carlyle. "Everyone has to look after his own interest. Now, I don't suppose that you are particularly keen on this act," interposed the blind man. "Are you, Mr. Enniscorthy?" "I'd much rather be doing something," was the reply. "I was going to suggest that you might go round to Westphalia Mansions, just to make sure that there is no one there now. Then, if you would find your way to our table at the Savoy, we could hear your report." "Yes, certainly. I shall be glad to think that I can be of some assistance by going." Mr. Carlyle's optimistic temper was almost incapable of satire, but he could not refrain from, "You can." Poor beggar, on Enniscorthy's departure. "I suppose," he continued, turning to his friend, "I suppose you think that Stokesy may, eh? I fancy that in the absence of our young friend, he may be induced to become more confidential. He may have some good ground for believing that the missing lady will not upset his ingenious plan. He, at all events, discounts the underground cellar." "Oh, that," commented Carlyle, with an indulgent smile. "But, after all, what is the answer, Max? Enniscorthy is a thoroughly eligible young fellow, and this was the first chance of her career. What is the inducement? That much we can safely emphasize. What, in a word, would induce an ambitious young lady to throw up a good engagement, Lewis?" "A better?" suggested Mr. Carlyle. "Exactly," agreed Carrados. "A better." It is unnecessary to follow the course of Mr. Carlyle's inquiry on the facts already disclosed, for, less than 24 hours later, the whole situation was changed, and Mr. Stokesy's discreet prevarication had been torn into shreds. The manager had calculated in vain, if he had calculated, and not just accepted the chance that presented itself. At all events, the fiction proved too elaborate to be maintained, and late in the afternoon of the following day, all the evening papers blazed out with the sensational disappearance of popular London actress. The event was particularly suited to the art of the Contents Bill, for when the news came to be analysed, there was little else to be learned beyond the name of the missing actress, and the fact that, at the theatre, a policy of questionable reticence is being maintained towards all inquiry. That phrase caused 2 men at least to smile, as they realised the embarrassment of Mr. Stokesy's dubious position. The conditions being favourable, the missing actress sensation caught on at once, and effectually asphyxiated public interest in all the other sensations that up to that moment had been satisfying the mental requirements of the nation. A mysterious submarine, an eloping dean, 3 wives, and an "Are we becoming too intellectual?" correspondence. Supply followed demand, and it very soon became difficult to decide not where Miss Roscastle was, but where she was not. Public opinion wavered between Genoa, on the authority of a retired lime and slate merchant of Hull, who had had a presentiment while directing a breathless lady to the docks when a Wilson liner was on the point of sailing; Leatherhead, the suggestion of a booking-office clerk who had been struck by the peculiar look in a veiled lady's eyes as she asked for a third-class return to Cheam; and Accrington, where a young lady with a marked Irish accent and a theatrical manner had inquired about lodgings at 3 different houses and then abruptly left, saying that she would come back if she thought any more about it. Before the novelty was 2 days old, Scotland Yard had been stirred into recognising its existence. A London clue was forthcoming, apparently the wildest and most circumstantial of them all. A plainclothes constable of the A Division reported that an hour after midnight, 3 days before, he had noticed a shabby genteel man, who seemed to be waiting for someone, loitering on the embankment near the Boadicea statue. There was nothing in the circumstance to interest him, but when he repassed the spot 10 minutes later, the man had been joined by a woman. The sharp eyes of the constable told him that the woman was well and even fashionably dressed, although she had made some precaution to conceal it, and the fact quickened his observation. As he shambled past, an embankment deadbeat for the occasion, he heard the name Roscastle spoken by one of the two. He could not distinguish by which, nor the sense in which the word was used, but his notebook, with the name written down under the correct date, corroborated so much. On neither occasion had he seen the face of the man distinctly, The threadbare individual had sought the shadows, but he was able to describe that of the woman in some detail. He was shown half a dozen photographs, and at once identified that of Miss Rosscastle. The crowning touch requisite to make this story entirely popular was supplied by an inspector of river police. According to the newspaper account, the patrol boat was off the embankment near Westminster Bridge between 1 and 1:15 on the night in question, when a distinct splash was heard. The crew made for the spot, flashed the lights about, and drifted up and down several times, but without finding a trace of any human presence. At once the public voice demanded that the river should be dragged from Chelsea to the Pool, and, pending the result, every shabby wastrel who appeared on the embankment arrested. In his private office, Mr. Carlyle threw down the last of his morning papers, with an expression that began as a knowing smile, but ended rather dubiously. For his own part, he would have much preferred that the disappearance of Miss Rosscastle had not leaked out, that he had been left to pursue his course unaided. But, in the circumstances, he carefully read everything, on the chance of a useful hint. The embankment story both amused and puzzled him. He dismissed the subject to its proper mental pigeonhole, and had turned to deal with his most confidential correspondence, when something very like an altercation, breaking the chaste decorum of his outer office, caused him to stop and frown. The next moment there was a hurrying step outside. The door was snatched open, and Mr. Enniscorthy, pale and distracted, stumbled into the room. Behind him appeared the indignant face of Mr. Carlyle's chief clerk. Then the visitor extinguished the outraged vision by flinging back the door as he went forward. "Have you seen the papers?" he demanded. "Is there anything dreadful in them?" "I have seen the papers, yes," replied the puzzled agent. "I am not aware—" "I mean the evening papers, just out. No, I see you haven't. Here, read that and tell me. I haven't. I dare not look." Mr. Carlyle took the journal that Enniscorthy thrust under his eyes. It was the earliest Star, glanced into his visitor's face a little severely, and then focused on the column. "Good heavens!" he exclaimed. "What is this? Missing actress, embankment clue, body found." "Ah!" groaned Enniscorthy. "That was on the bills, is it?" "It's all right, my dear sir," reported Mr. Carlyle, glancing along the lines. "This is the body of a man. The man who was seen. Most extraordinary." "My God!" was wrung from the distressed young man, as he dropped into a chair. "Oh, my God! I thought—" He took out his handkerchief, wiped and fanned his face, and for the next few minutes looked rather languidly on things. "Very distressing," commiserated Mr. Carlyle, when he had come to the end of the report. "Can I get you anything? Brandy? A glass of water? The mere act of sipping, I am medically informed, has a beneficial effect in case of faintness. I have—" "Nothing, thanks. I shall be all right now. Sorry to have made an ass of myself. You have heard anything?" "Nothing definite so far," was the admission. "But there may be something worth following in this story after all. I shall go down to the mortuary shortly. Do you care to accompany me?" "No, thanks," replied the visitor. "I have had enough of that particular form of excitement for one morning. Unless, of course, there is anything I—" He was assured that there was nothing to be affected by his presence, and half an hour later Mr. Carlyle made his way alone to the obscure mortuary where the unclaimed dead hold their grim reception. An inspector of the headquarters investigation staff, who had been put onto the case, was standing by the side of one of the shells when Carlyle entered. He was a man whom the private agent had more than once good-naturedly obliged in small matters that had come within his reach. He now greeted Mr. Carlyle with consideration, and stood aside to allow him to approach the body. "The embankment case, I suppose, sir?" he remarked. "Not very attractive, but I've seen many worse in here." He jerked off the upper part of the rough coverlet and exposed a visage that caused Mr. Carlyle to turn away, with a of emotion. Then a sense of duty drew him round again, and he proceeded to note the descriptive points of the dead man in his pocket-book. "No marks of violence, I suppose?" he asked. "Nothing beyond the usual abrasions that we always find. A clear case of drowning. Suicide, it seems to be." "And the things?" The inspector nodded towards a seedy suit laid out for identification, and an overcoat, once rakish of its fashion, and now frayed and mouldering, put with it. "Fur collar, too, Mr. Carlyle," pointed out his guide. "Velvet and rags, isn't it? Where moth and rust doth corrupt. A sermon could be made out of this." Very true indeed," replied Mr. Carlyle, who always responded to the sentimentally obvious. "It is a sermon, Inspector. But what have we here?" Beside the garments had been collected together a heap of metal discs, quite a considerable heap, numbering some hundreds. Carlyle took up a few and examined them. They were all alike, flat, perfectly round, and somewhat under an inch in diameter. They were quite plain, and apparently of lead. Curious," he commented. "In his pockets?" "Yes, both overcoat pockets. Very determined, wasn't he? They would have kept him down till the day of judgment. I've counted them. Just 500. "Any money?" The inspector smiled his tragicomic appreciation. The coin embellished the moral of his unwritten sermon, and pointed. "A halfpenny," he replied. "Poor fellow," said Mr. Carlyle. Well, perhaps it is better as it is. You might pull up the cloth again now, please. There are no letters or papers, I see." The detective hesitated a moment, and then recalled the obligation he was under. "There is a scrap of paper that I have kept from the press so far," he admitted. "It was tightly clenched in the man's right hand, so tight that we had to use a screwdriver to get it out, and the water had barely reached it." He was extracting a slip of paper from his notebook as he spoke, and he now unfolded it. "You won't put it about, will you, Mr. Carlyle? I don't know that there's anything tangible in it, but, see for yourself." "Extraordinary," admitted the gentleman. He read the words a second time. "Fool. What does it matter now? Why, it might almost. It might be addressed to the coroner, or to anyone who tries to find out who he is or what it means, you would say. Well, so it might, sir. Anyhow, that is all. By the way, I suppose he is the man your fellow saw?" "Everything tallies, Mr. Carlyle. Length of immersion, place, and so on. Our man thinks he is the same, but you may remember that he didn't claim to be very positive on this point." There seemed nothing else to be learned, and Mr. Carlyle took his departure. His acquaintance had also finished, and their ways lay together as far as Trafalgar Square. Before they parted, the inspector had promised to communicate with Mr. Carlyle as soon as the dead man was identified. "And if he has a room anywhere, he probably will be, with all this talk about Miss Rosscastle. Then we may find something there that will help us," he predicted. "If he is purely casual, the chances are we shall never hear." His experience was justified, and he kept his promise. 2 days later, Carlyle heard that the unknown had been identified as the occupant of a single room in a Lambeth lodging-house. He had only occupied it for a few weeks, and he was known there as Mr. Hay. Tenement gossip described him as a foreigner, and credited him with having seen better days, an easy enough surmise in the circumstances. Mr. Carlyle had been on the point of turning his attention to a Monte Carlo Miss Roscastle when this information reached him. He set off at once for Lambeth, but at Tubbs Grove disappointment met him at the door. The landlady of the ramshackle establishment, a female with a fluent, if rather monotonous delivery, was still smarting from the unappreciated honour of the police official's visit, and the fierce light of publicity that it had thrown upon her house. All Mr. Carlyle's bland cajolery was futile, and in the end he had to disburse a sum that bore an appreciable relation to a week's rent, before he was allowed to inspect the room, and to command conversation that was not purely argumentative. Then the barrenness of the land was revealed. Mr. Hay had been irregular with his rent at the best, and when he disappeared he was a week in arrears. After 2 days' absence, with the easy casuistry of her circumstances, the lady had decided that he was not returning, and had proceeded to do out the room for the next tenant. The lodger's few things she had bundled together into a cupboard, whence they had been retrieved by the police, in spite of her indignant protest. But the lodger's papers and such-like rubbish she confessed to burning, to get them out of the way. Mr. Carlyle spent a profitless half-hour, and then returned, calling at Scotland Yard on his way back. His friend the inspector shook his head. There was nothing among the seized property that afforded any clue. It was at this point that Mr. Carlyle's ingenuous mind suggested looking up Carrados, whom he had not seen since the visit to the theatre. Max was interested in this case from the first. I am sure he will be expecting to hear from me about it, was the form in which the proposal conveyed itself to him. The same evening he ran down to Richmond for an hour, after ascertaining that his friend was at home and disengaged. "You might have brought Ernest here with you," remarked Carrados, when the subject had been started. "Nice, genuine young fellow, evidently deeply in love with the girl, but he is young enough to take the attack safely. What have you told him?" "He is back in Ireland just now. Got an idea that he might learn something from some people there, and rushed off. What I have told him, well..." Experience endowed Mr. Carlyle with sudden caution. "What would you have told him, Max?" Carrados smiled at the innocent guile of the invitation. "To answer that, I should have to know just what you know," he replied. "I suppose you have gone into this embankment development?" "Yes." He had come intending to make some show of his progress, and to sound Carrados discreetly, but once again, in the familiar room, and under the sway of the clear-visioned blind man's virile personality, he suddenly found himself submitting, quite naturally, to the suave, dominating influence. "Yes, but I must confess, Max, that I am unable to explain much of that incident. It suggests blackmail at the bottom, and if the plainclothes man was correct and saw Miss Roscastle there last Thursday—" "It was blackmail, but the plainclothes man was not correct, though he had every excuse for making the mistake. There is one quiet, retiring personage in this drama who has been signally overlooked in all the clamour." "You mean—" "I suggest that if Miss Linknorth had been subpoenaed for the inquest, and asked to account for her movements after leaving the theatre on Thursday last, it might have turned public speculation into another channel, though probably a wrong one." Miss Linknorth! The idea certainly turned Mr. Carlyle's thoughts into a new channel. "Has it occurred to you what an extraordinary act of self-effacement it must have been on the part of this young, unknown actress to allow her well-earned success to be credited to another? As Ernest reminded us, ladies of the profession are rather keen on their chances." "Yes, but Stokesy, you remember, insisted on keeping it dark." "I am not overlooking that. But although it was to Stokesy's interest to keep up the fiction, and also to the interest of everyone else about the theatre, people who were merely concerned in the run of the piece, it would have richly paid the Link North to have her identity established while the iron was hot, whatever the outcome. A paragraph to the press the next day would have done it. There wasn't a hint. I am not overlooking the fact that Miss Linknorth's name now appears on the programme, but that is an unforeseen development so far as she is concerned, and her golden opportunity has gone by. With the exception of the first row of the pit and of the gallery, you won't find that 1% of the house now really knows who created Mary Ryan, or regards the Link North as anything but a makeshift. Then what was the incentive? Suppose it has been made worth Miss Linknorth's while. It is not necessarily a crude question of money. Friendship might make it worth her while, or ambition in some quarter we have not looked for, or a dozen other considerations. Anything but the box office of the Argosy Theatre, which certainly did not make it worth her while. Yes, that is feasible enough, Max, but how does it help us? "Do you ever have toothache, Louis?" demanded Carrados, inconsequently. "No, I'm glad to say," admitted Mr. Carlyle. "Have you got a turn now, old man? Never mind this confounded shop. I'll go, and then you can—" "Not at all," interposed Carrados, smiling benignly at his friend's consideration. "And don't be too ready to condemn toothache indiscriminately. I have sometimes found it very stimulating. The only way to cure it is to concentrate the mind so terrifically that you forget the ache. Then it stops. I imagine that a mathematician could succeed by working out a monumental problem. I have frequently done it by discovering a hoard of Greek coins of the highest art period on one of the islands and classifying the find. On Monday night I thought that I was in for a devil of a time. I at once set myself to discover a workable theory for everyone's conduct in this affair, one, of course, that would stand the test of every objection based on fact. The correct hypothesis must, indeed, be strengthened by every new circumstance that came out. At 12 o'clock, after 2 hours' mental sudation, I began to see light. Excuse the phrase. By this time the toothache had gone, but I was so taken up with the idea that I called out Harris and drove to Scotland Yard then and there, on the chance of finding Beadle or one of the others I know. Why on earth didn't you let me have that fool message, Louis?" "Oh, my dear fellow," protested Mr. Carlyle, "I can't beat up for advice on every day of my life." "At all events, it might have saved me an hour's strenuous thinking." "Well, you know, Max, perhaps that would have left you in the middle of the toothache. Now, the message." "The message? Oh, that settled it. You may take it as assured, Louis, that although Miss Rosscastle's departure from the theatre was hurried, in order to allow her to catch the boat train from Charing Cross, she had enough time to think out the situation and to secure Miss Linknorth's allegiance. Whether Stokesy knows any more than he admits, we need not inquire. The great thing is that Miss Rosscastle had some reason, some fairly strong reason, for not wanting her absence from the cast to become public. We agreed, Louis, that a better engagement would alone satisfactorily explain her defection. What better engagement would you suggest? It could scarcely be a theatrical one." "A brilliant marriage?" "Our minds positively ident, Louis. A brilliant marriage, my exact expression. One, moreover, that suddenly becomes possible, and cannot be delayed. One, here we are on difficult ground, one that may be jeopardized, if, at that early stage, Miss Rosscastle's identity in it comes to light, or if, possibly, her absence from London is discovered." "That signpost," said Carrados, with his unseeing eyes fixed on the lengthening vistas that rose before his mind. "Points in a good many directions." "The blackmailer?" hazarded Carlyle. "I gave a good deal of attention to every phase of that gentleman's presence," replied Carrados. "It corroborates, but it does not entirely explain. I would say that he merely intervened. In my view, Miss Roscastle would have acted precisely as she did if there had been no Mr. Hay. At all events, he did intervene, and had to be dealt with. It had occurred to me, Max, whether it was Miss Linknorth's job to impersonate the other. It may have been, originally. If so, it failed, for Hay proceeded with his demand. His price was £500 in English or French gold, an interesting phase of your ordinary blackmailer's antipathy to paper, merely an hors d'oeuvre to the solid things to come, of course. But he was not dealing with a fool. Whether Miss Roscastle frankly had not £500 just then, or whether she was better advised, we cannot say. She temporized, the Linknorth being the intermediary. Then the dummy pieces. Hay was a menace, and had to be held off. At one point there may well have been the pretence of handing over the cash, and then at the last moment some specious difficulty, necessitating a short delay, is raised. That would account for the otherwise unnecessary detail of the lead counterfeits, for there is no need of them on Thursday. Then, when the danger is past, when the tricked scoundrel has lost his sting, then there is no attempt at evasion or compromise. "Fool, what does it matter now?" is the contemptuously unguarded message, and the 500 doits are pressed upon him to complete his humiliation. Why doesn't it matter, Louis? Is there any other answer than that Miss Roscastle is safely married? "Well, it certainly looks like it," agreed Mr. Carlyle. "But if there was anything so serious as to have compromised the marriage, surely Hay could still have held it over her, as against her husband." "If it was as against the husband before, yes, perhaps. But suppose the chink in the armour was the good grace of some third person, whose consent was necessary. This brilliant marriage— well, I don't commit myself any further. At any rate, in the lady's estimation she is safe, and if she had deliberately sought to goad Hay into suicide, she couldn't have done better. He read the single line that shattered his greedy dreams, and its disdainful triumph struck him like a whip. He had spent literally his last penny on pressing his unworthy persecution, and now he stood, beggared and beaten, on the embankment at midnight. He, a gentleman. It doesn't matter how he took it. He went over, and the muddy waters of the Thames closed over the last page of his rotten history. "Max," exclaimed Mr. Carlyle with feeling, "remember the poor beggar, with all his failings, is dead now. Not that I should mind," he added cheerfully, "but I saw him afterwards, you know. Enniscorthy had the sense to keep away. And, by gad, Max, that reminds me that this is rather rough on my confiding young client. Running up a bill to have a successful rival sprung upon his hopes. Have you any idea who he is?" "Yes," admitted Carrados. "I have an idea, but today it is nothing more than that. When does Enniscorthy return?" "He ought to be back in London on Friday morning." "By then I should know something definite. If you will make an appointment with him for Friday at 11:30, I will look in on my way through town." "Certainly, Max, certainly." There was a note of faithful expectation in Mr. Carlyle's voice that caused his friend to smile. He crossed the room to his most used desk and opened one of the smaller drawers. "For this simple demonstration, Louis, I require only 2 appliances, neither of which, as you will see, is a rabbit or a handkerchief. In other and saner words, There are only 2 exhibits. That is from the Morning Mail. This is from the Westminster Street refuse tip. This was a small brown canvas bag. Traces of red sealing wax still marked the neck, and across it were stamped the words, Banque de la Union, Clairvaux. Mr. Carlyle looked inside. It was empty, but a few specks of dull grey metal still lodged among the cloth. He turned to the other object, as Carrados had indicated, an extract from the Daily Press. It was a mere slip of paper, and consisted of the following paragraph. From Clairvaux, in the Pas-de-Calais, France, where he purchased a country estate when he was driven into exile, it is reported that ex-King Constantine of Bilalia has been lying dangerously ill for the past week. Quite so, murmured Carlyle, quietly turning over the cutting to satisfy himself that he was reading the right side. "I see that you haven't anything very hopeful to report," said Mr. Ernest. He and Max Carrados had entered Mr. Carlyle's office within a minute of each other 2 days later. "But let me have it out." "It isn't quite a matter of being hopeful, or the reverse," replied the blind man. "It is merely final to your ambition. You know Prince Ulrich of Villalia?" "I have been presented. He hunted in Ireland last season." "He knew Miss Roscastle?" "They were acquainted, she has told me." "It went deeper than you imagined. Miss Roscastle is Princess Ulrich of Villalia today." "Una? Oh!" cried Enniscorthy. But that is impossible. You don't mean that she—" "I mean exactly what I say. They were married within a week of her disappearance from London." Enniscorthy's pained gaze went from face to face. The fatal presentiment that had always just robbed him of the heroic, the fear that he might be making an ass of himself, again assailed him. "But isn't Ulrich in the line of succession? They couldn't be really married without the king's consent. Of course Villalia is a republic now, but—" "But it may not be tomorrow, if the expected war breaks out. Quite true, Mr. Enniscorthy. And in the meanwhile the forms and ceremonies are maintained at the exile court of Clairvaux. Yet the king gave his consent." "Gave his consent for his son to marry an actress?" "Ah, there was a little sleight of hand there. He only knew Miss Roscastle as Miss Eileen O'Rourke, the last representative of a line of Irish kings. She was a Miss O'Rourke?" "Yes, Roscastle was only her stage name. The O'Rourkes were a very old but impoverished family." "Royal, we may assume. This business was the outcome of one of the interminable domestic squabbles that the Villalia Petrosteins seemed to wage in order to supply the continental comic papers with material. Ex-King Constantine recently quarrelled, simultaneously and irrevocably, with his eldest son Robert and his first cousin Michael. Robert, who lives in Paris, has respectably married a robust minor princess, who has presented him with 6 unattractive daughters, and now, by all report, stopped finally. Hating both son and cousin almost equally, old Constantine, who had fumed himself into a fever, sent off for his other son, Ulrich, and demanded that he should at once marry and found a prolific line of sons to embitter Robert and cut out the posterity of Michael. Prince Ulrich merely replied that there was only one woman whom he wished to marry, and she was not of sufficiently exalted station, and as she refused to marry him morganatically, yes, Mr. Enniscorthy, there was no prospect of his ever marrying at all. The king suddenly found that he was very ill. Ulrich was obdurate. The constitution allowed the reigning monarch to sanction such an alliance, provided there were no religious difficulties, and I understand that Miss Roscastle is a Catholic." Constantine recognised that if he was to gratify his whim, he must consent, and that at once, as he was certainly dying. As things were, Ulrich would probably renounce and marry ignominiously, or die unmarried, and the hated Michaels would step in, for, once king, the conventional Robert would never give his consent to such an alliance. Besides, it would be a damned slap in the face to half the remaining royalty of Europe, and Constantine had always posed as a democratic sovereign. That was why his people ran him out. He coughed himself faint, and then commanded the lady to be sent for. "If only Una had confided in me, I would willingly have flown to serve her." "I think that Miss Roscastle was well qualified to serve herself," responded Carrados dryly. "Now you can put together the whole story, Mr. Enniscorthy. Many pages of it are necessarily obscure. What the man Hay knew and threatened, whether it was with him in view or the emissaries of the hostile Robert and Michael, that she took the sudden chance of concealing her absence and cloaking her identity. What other wheels there were, what other influences at work. These are only superfluities. The essential thing is that, in spite of cross-currents, everything went well. For her, and perhaps for you. The lady's married, and there's an end of it." "I hope that she will be as happy as I should have tried to make her," said Enniscorthy rather shakily. "I shall always think of her. Mr. Carrados, I will write to thank you when I am better able to express myself. Mr. Carlyle, you know my address. Good morning." "A very manly way of taking it, and very properly expressed. Very well indeed," declared Mr. Carlyle with warm approval as the door closed. "Max, that is the outcome of good blood. Blood and breeding." "Nonsense, you romantic old humbug," said Carrados with affectionate contempt. "I have heard exactly the same words in similar circumstances once before, and they were spoken by a Canning Town bricklayer's labourer." One incident only remains to be added. A month later, Mr. Carlyle was passing the Kemble Club when he became conscious of someone trying to avoid him. With a not unnatural impulse, he made for his acquaintance, and insisted on being recognised. "Ah, Mr. Stokesy," he exclaimed. "Call a spade is still going strong, I see." "Mr. Carlyle, to be sure," said the manager. "Bother me if I didn't mistake you for a deadhead who always strikes me for a pass. Good heavens, yes. They come in droves and companies to see the part that the romantic Princess Ulrich of Villalia didn't create. I've had 3 summonses for my pit queue. Didn't I tell you it was a gamble? When I have to find a successor, when, mind, I say, I'm going to put on, you never can tell. What?" The Secret Garden by G.K. Chesterton. Aristide Valentin, chief of the Paris police, was late for his dinner, and some of his guests began to arrive before him. These were, however, reassured by his confidential servant, Ivan, the old man with a scar and a face almost as grey as his moustaches, who always sat at a table in the entrance hall, a hall hung with weapons. Valentin's house was perhaps as peculiar and celebrated as its master. It was an old house, with high walls and tall poplars almost overhanging the Seine. But the oddity, and perhaps the police value, of its architecture was this, that there was no ultimate exit at all, except through this front door, which was guarded by a van and the armoury. The garden was large and elaborate, and there were many exits from the house into the garden, but there was no exit from the garden into the world outside. All round it ran a tall, smooth, unscalable wall, with special spikes at the top. No bad garden, perhaps, for a man to reflect in whom some 100 criminals had sworn to kill. As Ivan explained to the guests, their host had telephoned that he was detained for 10 minutes. He was, in truth, making some last arrangements about executions and such ugly things, and though these duties were rootedly repulsive to him, he always performed them with precision. Ruthless in the pursuit of criminals, he was very mild about their punishment. Since he had been supreme over French and largely over European policial methods, his great influence had been honourably used for the mitigation of sentences and the purification of prisons. He was one of the great humanitarian French free-thinkers, and the only thing wrong with them is that they make mercy even colder than justice. When Valentine arrived, he was already dressed in black clothes and the red rosette, an elegant figure, his dark beard already streaked with grey. He went straight through his house to his study, which opened on the grounds behind. The garden door of it was open, and after he had carefully locked his box in its official place, he stood for a few seconds at the open door, looking out upon the garden. A sharp moon was fighting with the flying rags and tatters of a storm, and Valentine regarded it with a wistfulness unusual in such scientific natures as his. Perhaps such scientific natures have some psychic prevision of the most tremendous problem of their lives. From any such occult mood, at least, he quickly recovered, for he knew he was late, and that his guests had already begun to arrive. A glance at his drawing-room when he entered it was enough to make certain that his principal guest was not there, at any rate. He saw all the other pillars of the little party. He saw Lord Galloway, the English ambassador, a choleric old man with a russet face like an apple, wearing the blue ribbon of the Garter. He saw Lady Galloway, slim and thread-like, with silver hair, and a face sensitive and superior. He saw her daughter, Lady Margaret Graham, a pale and pretty girl with an elfish face and copper-coloured hair. He saw the Duchess of Mont-Saint-Michel, black-eyed and opulent, and with her 2 daughters, black-eyed and opulent also. He saw Dr. Simon, a typical French scientist, with glasses, a pointed brown beard, and a forehead barred with those parallel wrinkles which are the penalty of superciliousness, since they come through constantly elevating the eyebrows. He saw Father Brown, of Cobble, in Essex, whom he had recently met in England. He saw, perhaps with more interest than any of these, a tall man in uniform, who had bowed to the Galloways without receiving any very hearty acknowledgment, and who now advanced alone to pay his respects to his host. This was Commandant O'Brien, of the French Foreign Legion. He was a slim, yet somewhat swaggering figure, clean-shaven, dark-haired and blue-eyed, and, as seemed natural in an officer of that famous regiment of victorious failures and successful suicides, he had an air at once dashing and melancholy. He was, by birth, an Irish gentleman, and in boyhood had known the Galloways, especially Margaret Graham. He had left his country after some crash of debts, and now expressed his complete freedom from British etiquette by swinging about in uniform, sabre and spurs. When he bowed to the ambassador's family, Lord and Lady Galloway bent stiffly, and Lady Margaret looked away. But for whatever old causes such people might be interested in each other, their distinguished host was not specially interested in them. No one of them, at least, was in his eyes the guest of the evening. Valentine was expecting, for special reasons, a man of world-wide fame, whose friendship he had secured during some of his great detective tours and triumphs in the United States. He was expecting Julius K. Brain, that multi-millionaire whose colossal and even crushing endowments of small religions have occasioned so much easy sport and easier solemnity for the American and English papers. Nobody could quite make out whether Mr. Brain was an atheist or a Mormon or a Christian Scientist, but he was ready to pour money into any intellectual vessel so long as it was an untried vessel. One of his hobbies was to wait for the American Shakespeare, a hobby more patient than angling. He admired Walt Whitman, but thought that Luke P. Tanner of Paris, Pennsylvania, was more progressive than Whitman any day. He liked anything that he thought progressive. He thought Valentine progressive, thereby doing him a grave injustice. The solid appearance of Julius K. Brain in the room was as decisive as a dinner bell. He had this great quality, which very few of us can claim, that his presence was as big as his absence. He was a huge fellow, as fat as he was tall, clad in complete evening black, without so much relief as a watch-chain or a ring. His hair was white and well brushed back like a German's. His face was red, fierce and cherubic, with one dark tuft under the lower lip that threw up that otherwise infantile visage with an effect theatrical and even Mephistophelian. Not long, however, did that salon merely stare at the celebrated American. His lateness had already become a domestic problem, and he was sent with all speed into the dining-room, with Lady Galloway on his arm. Except on one point, the Galloways were genial and casual enough. So long as Lady Margaret did not take the arm of that adventurer O'Brien, her father was quite satisfied. And she had not done so. She had decorously gone in with Dr. Simon. Nevertheless, old Lord Galloway was restless and almost rude. He was diplomatic enough during dinner, but when, over the cigars, three of the younger men, Simon the doctor, Brown the priest, and the detrimental O'Brien, the exile in a foreign uniform, all melted away to mix with the ladies or smoke in the conservatory, then the English diplomatist grew very undiplomatic indeed. He was stung every 60 seconds with the thought that the scamp O'Brien might be signalling to Margaret somehow. He did not attempt to imagine how. He was left over the coffee with Brain, the hoary Yankee who believed in all religions, and Valentin, the grizzled Frenchman who believed in none. They could argue with each other, but neither could appeal to him. After a time, this progressive logomachy had reached a crisis of tedium. Lord Galloway got up also, and sought the drawing-room. He lost his way in long passages for some 6 or 8 minutes, till he heard the high-pitched, didactic voice of the doctor, and then the dull voice of the priest, followed by general laughter. They also, he thought with a curse, were probably arguing about science and religion. But the instant he opened the salon door, he saw only one thing. He saw what was not there. He saw that Commandant O'Brien was absent, and that Lady Margaret was absent too. Rising impatiently from the drawing-room, as he had from the dining-room, he stamped along the passage once more. His notion of protecting his daughter from the Irish-Algerian ne'er-do-well had become something central and even mad in his mind. As he went towards the back of the house, where was Valentin's study, he was surprised to meet his daughter, who swept past with a white, scornful face, which was a second enigma. If she had been with O'Brien, where was O'Brien? If she had not been with O'Brien, where had she been? With a sort of senile and passionate suspicion, he groped his way to the dark back parts of the mansion, and eventually found a servant's entrance that opened onto the garden. The moon with her scimitar had now ripped up and rolled away all the storm-wrack. The argent light lit up all 4 corners of the garden. A tall figure in blue was striding across the lawn towards the study door. A glint of moonlit silver on his facings picked him out as Commandant O'Brien. He vanished through the French windows into the house, leaving Lord Galloway in an indescribable temper, at once virulent and vague. The blue and silver garden, like a scene in a theatre, seemed to taunt him with all that tyrannic tenderness against which his worldly authority was at war. The length and grace of the Irishman's stride enraged him as if he were a rival instead of a father. The moonlight maddened him. He was trapped, as if by magic, into a garden of troubadours, a Watteau fairyland, and, willing to shake off such amorous imbecilities by speech, he stepped briskly after his enemy. As he did so, he tripped over some tree or stone in the grass, looked down at it first with irritation, and then a second time with curiosity. The next instant, the moon and the tall poplars looked at an unusual sight, an elderly English diplomatist running hard and crying or bellowing as he ran. His hoarse shouts brought a pale face to the study door, the beaming glasses and worried brow of Dr. Simon, who heard the nobleman's first clear words. Lord Galloway was crying, "A corpse in the grass! A blood-stained corpse!" O'Brien, at last, had gone utterly out of his mind. "We must tell Valentine at once," said the doctor, when the other had brokenly described all that he had dared to examine. "It is fortunate that he is here." And even as he spoke, the great detective entered the study, attracted by the cry. It was almost amusing to note his typical transformation. He had come with the common concern of a host and a gentleman, fearing that some guest or servant was ill. When he was told the gory fact, he turned with all his gravity instantly bright and businesslike, for this, however abrupt and awful, was his business. "Strange, gentlemen," he said, as they hurried out into the garden, "that I should have hunted mysteries all over the earth, and now one comes and settles in my own backyard. But where is the place?" They crossed the lawn less easily, as a slight mist had begun to rise from the river, but under the guidance of the shaken Galloway they found the body sunken in deep grass, the body of a very tall and broad-shouldered man. He lay face downwards, so they could only see that his big shoulders were clad in black cloth, and that his big head was bald, except for a wisp or two of brown hair that clung to his skull like wet seaweed. A scarlet serpent of blood crawled from under his fallen face. "At least," said Simon, with a deep and singular intonation, "he is none of our party." "Examine him, doctor," cried Valentin rather sharply. "He may not be dead." The doctor bent down. "He is not quite cold, but I'm afraid he is dead enough," he answered. "Just help me to lift him up." They lifted him carefully an inch from the ground, and all doubts as to his being really dead were settled at once, and frightfully. The head fell away. It had been entirely sundered from the body. Whoever had cut his throat had managed to sever the neck as well. Even Valentine was slightly shocked. "He must have been as strong as a gorilla," he muttered. Not without a shiver, though he was used to anatomical abortions, Dr. Simon lifted the head. It was slightly slashed about the neck and jaw, but the face was substantially unhurt. It was a ponderous, yellow face, at once sunken and swollen, with a hawk-like nose and heavy lids, the face of a wicked Roman emperor, with, perhaps, a distant touch of a Chinese emperor. All present seemed to look at it with the coldest eye of ignorance. Nothing else could be noted about the man, except that, as they had lifted his body, they had seen underneath it the white gleam of a shirt-front defaced with a red gleam of blood. As Dr. Simon said, the man had never been of their party. But he might very well have been trying to join it, for he had come dressed for such an occasion. Valentine went down on his hands and knees, and examined with his closest professional attention the grass and ground for some 20 yards round the body, in which he was assisted less skilfully by the doctor, and quite vaguely by the English lord. Nothing rewarded their grovellings except a few twigs, snapped or chopped into very small lengths, which Valentin lifted for an instant's examination, and then tossed away. "Twigs," he said gravely. "Twigs, and a total stranger with his head cut off. That is all there is on this lawn." There was an almost creepy stillness, and then the unnerved Galloway called out sharply, "Who's that? Who's that over there by the garden wall?" A small figure, with a foolishly large head, drew waveringly near them in the moonlit haze, looked for an instant like a goblin, but turned out to be the harmless little priest whom they had left in the drawing-room. "I say," he said meekly, "there are no gates to this garden. Do you know?" Valentin's black brows had come together somewhat crossly, as they did on principle at the sight of the cassock, but he was far too just a man to deny the relevance of the remark. "You are right," he said. "Before we find out how he came to be killed, we may have to find out how he came to be here. Now, listen to me, gentlemen. If it can be done without prejudice to my position and duty, we shall all agree that certain distinguished names might well be kept out of this. There are ladies, gentlemen, and there is a foreign ambassador. If we must mark it down as a crime, then it must be followed up as a crime. But till then, I can use my own discretion. I am the head of the police. I am so public that I can afford to be private. Please, Evan, I will clear every one of my own guests before I call in my men to look for anybody else. Gentlemen, upon your honour, you will none of you leave the house till tomorrow at noon. There are bedrooms for all. Simon, I think you know where to find my man, Ivan, in the front hall. He is a confidential man. Tell him to leave another servant on guard and come to me at once. Lord Galloway, you are certainly the best person to tell the ladies what has happened and prevent a panic. They also must stay. Father Brown and I will remain with the body." When the spirit of the captain spoke in Valentin, he was obeyed like a bugle. Dr. Simon went through to the armoury and routed out Ivan, the public detective's private detective. Galloway went to the drawing-room and told the terrible news tactfully enough, so that by the time the company assembled there, the ladies were already startled and already soothed. Meanwhile, the good priest and the good atheist stood at the head and foot of the dead man, motionless in the moonlight, like symbolic statues of their two philosophies of death. Ivan, the confidential man with the scar and the moustaches, came out of the house like a cannonball, and came racing across the lawn to Valentin like a dog to his master. His livid face was quite lively with the glow of this domestic detective story, and it was with almost unpleasant eagerness that he asked his master's permission to examine the remains. "Yes, look if you like, Ivan," said Valentin. "But don't be long. We must go in and thresh this out in the house." Ivan lifted the head, and then almost let it drop. "Why," he gasped, No, it isn't. It can't be. Do you know this man, sir?" "No," said Valentin indifferently. "We had better go inside." Between them they carried the corpse to a sofa in the study, and then all made their way to the drawing-room. The detective sat down at a desk quietly, and even without hesitation, but his eye was the iron eye of a judge at assize. He made a few rapid notes upon paper in front of him, and then said shortly, "Is everybody here?" "Not Mr. Brain," said the Duchess of Mont Saint-Michel, looking round. "No," said Lord Galloway, in a hoarse, harsh voice. "And not Mr. Neil O'Brien, I fancy. I saw that gentleman walking in the garden when the corpse was still warm." "Ivan," said the detective, "go and fetch Commandant O'Brien and Mr. Brain. Mr. Brain, I know, is finishing a cigar in the dining-room. Commandant O'Brien, I think, is walking up and down the conservatory. I am not sure." The faithful attendant flashed from the room, and before anyone could stir or speak, Valentin went on with the same soldierly swiftness of exposition. "Everyone here knows that a dead man has been found in the garden, his head cut clean from his body. Dr. Simon, you have examined it. Do you think that to cut a man's throat like that would need great force, or perhaps only a very sharp knife?" "I should say that it could not be done with a knife at all," said the pale doctor. "Have you any thought," resumed Valentin, "of a tool with which it could be done?" "Speaking within modern probabilities, I really haven't," said the doctor, arching his painful brows. "It's not easy to hack a neck through, even clumsily, and this was a very clean cut. It could be done with a battle-axe, or an old Edmund's axe, or an old two-handed sword." "But good heavens!" cried the Duchess, almost in hysterics. "There aren't any two-handed swords and battle-axes round here." Valentin was still busy with the paper in front of him. "Tell me," he said, still writing rapidly, "could it have been done with a long French cavalry sabre?" A low knocking came at the door, which, for some unreasonable reason, curdled everyone's blood like the knocking in Macbeth. Amid that frozen silence, Dr. Simon managed to say, "A sabre. Yes, I suppose it could." "Thank you," said Valentin. "Come in, Ivan." The confidential Ivan opened the door and ushered in Commandant Neil O'Brien, whom he had found at last pacing the garden again. The Irish officer stood up disordered and defiant on the threshold. "What do you want with me?" he cried. "Please, sit down," said Valentin, in pleasant, level tones. "Why, you aren't wearing your sword. Where is it?" "I left it on the library table," said O'Brien, his brogue deepening in his disturbed mood. "It was a nuisance. It was getting—" "Ivan," said Valentin, "please go and get the Commandant's sword from the library." Then, as the servant vanished, "Lord Galloway says he saw you leaving the garden just before he found the corpse. What were you doing in the garden?" The Commandant flung himself recklessly into a chair. "Oh," he cried, in pure Irish, "admiring the moon, communing with nature, me boy." A heavy silence sank and endured, and at the end of it came again that trivial and terrible knocking. Ivan reappeared, carrying an empty steel scabbard. "This is all I can find," he said. "Put it on the table," said Valentin, without looking up. There was an inhuman silence in the room, like that sea of inhuman silence round the dock of the condemned murderer. The Duchess's weak exclamations had long ago died away. Lord Galloway's swollen hatred was satisfied and even sobered. The voice that came was quite unexpected. "I think I can tell you," cried Lady Margaret, in that clear, quivering voice with which a courageous woman speaks publicly. "I can tell you what Mr. O'Brien was doing in the garden, since he is bound to silence. He was asking me to marry him. I refused. I said in my family circumstances I could give him nothing but my respect. He was a little angry at that. He did not seem to think much of my respect. I wonder," she added, with rather a wan smile, "if he will care at all for it now, for I offer it him now. I will swear anywhere that he never did a thing like this." Lord Galloway had edged up to his daughter, and was intimidating her in what he imagined to be an undertone. "Hold your tongue, Maggie," he said in a thunderous whisper. "Why should you shield the fellow? Where's his sword? Where's his confounded cavalry?" He stopped, because of the singular stare with which his daughter was regarding him, a look that was indeed a lurid magnet for the whole group. "You old fool," she said, in a low voice, without pretence of piety. "What do you suppose you are trying to prove? I tell you, this man was innocent while with me. But if he wasn't innocent, he was still with me. If he murdered a man in the garden, who was it who must have seen, who must at least have known? Do you hate Neil so much as to put your own daughter—" Lady Galloway screamed. Everyone else sat tingling at the touch of those satanic tragedies that have been between lovers before now. They saw the proud, white face of the Scotch aristocrat and her lover, the Irish adventurer, like old portraits in a dark house. The long silence was full of formless historical memories of murdered husbands and poisonous paramours. In the centre of this morbid silence, an innocent voice said, "Was it a very long cigar?" The change of thought was so sharp that they had to look round to see who had spoken. "I mean," said little Father Brown from the corner of the room, "I mean that cigar Mr. Brain is finishing. It seems nearly as long as a walking stick." Despite the irrelevance, there was assent as well as irritation in Valentine's face as he lifted his head. "Quite right," he remarked sharply. "Ivan, go and see about Mr. Brain again, and bring him here at once." The instant the factotum had closed the door, Valentine addressed the girl with an entirely new earnestness. "Lady Margaret," he said, "we all feel, I am sure, both gratitude and admiration for your act in rising above your lower dignity and explaining the Commandant's conduct. But there is a hiatus still. Lord Galloway, I understand, met you passing from the study to the drawing-room, and it was only some minutes afterwards that he found the garden and the Commandant still walking there." "You have to remember," replied Margaret, with a faint irony in her voice, "that I had just refused him, so we should scarcely have come back arm in arm. He is a gentleman, anyhow, and he loitered behind, and so got charged with murder." "In those few moments," said Valentine gravely, "he might really—" The knock came again, and Ivan put in his scarred face. "Beg pardon, sir," he said, "but Mr. Brain has left the house." "Left?" cried Valentine, and rose for the first time to his feet. "Gone, scooted, evaporated," replied Ivan in humorous French. "His hat and coat are gone too, and I'll tell you something to cap it all. I ran outside the house to find any traces of him, and I found one. And a big trace too." "What do you mean?" asked Valentine. "I'll show you," said his servant, and reappeared with a flashing, naked cavalry sabre, streaked with blood about the point and edge. Everyone in the room eyed it as if it were a thunderbolt. But the experienced Ivan went on quite quietly. "I found this," he said, "flung among the bushes 50 yards up the road to Paris. In other words, I found it just where your respectable Mr. Brain threw it when he ran away." There was again a silence, but of a new sort. Valentine took the sabre, examined it, reflected with unaffected concentration of thought, and then turned a respectful face to O'Brien. "Commandant," he said, "we trust you will always produce this weapon if it is wanted for police examination. Meanwhile," he added, slapping the steel back in the ringing scabbard, "let me return you your sword." At the military symbolism of the action, the audience could hardly refrain from applause. For Neil O'Brien, indeed, that gesture was the turning point of existence. By the time he was wandering in the mysterious garden again, in the colours of the morning, The tragic futility of his ordinary mien had fallen from him. He was a man with many reasons for happiness. Lord Galloway was a gentleman, and had offered him an apology. Lady Margaret was something better than a lady, a woman at least, and had perhaps given him something better than an apology, as they drifted among the old flower-beds before breakfast. The whole company was more light-hearted and humane, for though the riddle of the death remained, the load of suspicion was lifted off them all, and sent flying off to Paris with the strange millionaire, a man they hardly knew. The devil was cast out of the house. He had cast himself out. Still, the riddle remained, and when O'Brien threw himself on a garden seat beside Dr. Seymour, that keenly scientific person at once resumed it. He did not get much talk out of O'Brien, whose thoughts were on pleasanter things. "I can't say it interests me much," said the Irishman, frankly, "especially as it seems pretty plain now. Apparently Brain hated this stranger for some reason, lured him into the garden, and killed him with my sword. Then he fled to the city, tossing the sword away as he went. By the way, Ivan tells me the dead man had a Yankee dollar in his pocket, so he was a countryman of Brain's, and that seems to clinch it. I don't see any difficulties about the business." "There are 5 colossal difficulties," said the doctor quietly. "Like eye walls within walls. Don't mistake me. I don't doubt that Brain did it. His flight, I fancy, proves that. But as to how he did it. First difficulty. Why should a man kill another man with a great hulking sabre, when he can almost kill him with a pocket-knife and put it back in his pocket? Second difficulty. Why was there no noise or outcry? Does a man commonly see another come up waving a scimitar and offer no remarks? Third difficulty. A servant watched the front door all the evening, and a rat cannot get into Valentine's garden anywhere. How did the dead man get into the garden? Fourth difficulty. Given the same conditions, how did Brain get out of the garden?" "And the 5th?" said Neil, with eyes fixed on the English priest, who was coming slowly up the path. "Is a trifle, I suppose," said the doctor, "but I think an odd one. When I first saw how the head had been slashed, I supposed the assassin had struck more than once. But on examination, I found many cuts across the truncated section. In other words, they were struck after the head was off. Did Brain hate his foe so fiendishly that he stood sabring his body in the moonlight?" "Horrible," said O'Brien, and shuddered. The little priest, Brown, had arrived while they were talking, and had waited, with characteristic shyness, till they had finished. Then he said, awkwardly, "I say, I'm sorry to interrupt, but I was sent to tell you the news." "News?" repeated Seymour, and stared at him rather painfully through his glasses. "Yes, I'm sorry," said Father Brown, mildly. "There's been another murder, you know." Both men on the seat sprang up, leaving it rocking. "And what's stranger still," continued the priest, with his dull eye on the rhododendrons, "it's the same disgusting sort. It's another beheading. They found the second head actually bleeding into the river, a few yards along Brain's road to Paris, so they suppose that he—" "Great heaven!" cried O'Brien. "Is Brain a monomaniac?" "There are American vendettas," said the priest, impassively. Then he added, "They want you to come to the library and see it." Commandant O'Brien followed the others towards the inquest, feeling decidedly sick. As a soldier, he loathed all this secretive carnage. Where were these extravagant amputations going to stop? First one head was hacked off, and then another. In this case, he told himself bitterly, it was not true that 2 heads were better than 1. As he crossed the study, he almost staggered at a shocking coincidence. Upon Valentine's table lay the coloured picture of yet a 3rd bleeding head. and it was the head of Valentine himself. A second glance showed him it was only a Naturalist paper called The Guillotine, which every week showed one of its political opponents with rolling eyes and writhing features just after execution, for Valentine was an anti-clerical of some note. But O'Brien was an Irishman, with a kind of chastity even in his sins, and his gorge rose against that great brutality of the intellect which belongs only to France. He felt Paris as a whole, from the grotesques on the Gothic churches to the gross caricatures in the newspapers. He remembered the gigantic jests of the Revolution. He saw the whole city as one ugly energy, from the sanguinary sketch lying on Valentine's table, up to where, above a mountain and forest of gargoyles, the great devil grins on Notre Dame. The library was long, low, and dark. What light entered it shot from under low blinds, and had still some of the ruddy tinge of morning. Valentine and his servant Ivan were waiting for them at the upper end of a long, slightly sloping desk, on which lay the mortal remains, looking enormous in the twilight. The big black figure and yellow face of the man found in the garden confronted them essentially unchanged. The second head, which had been fished from among the river reeds that morning, lay streaming and dripping beside it. Valentine's men were still seeking to recover the rest of this second corpse, which was supposed to be afloat. Father Brown, who did not seem to share O'Brien's sensibilities in the least, went up to the second head and examined it with his blinking care. It was little more than a mop of wet white hair, fringed with silver fire in the red and level morning light. The face, which seemed of an ugly, empurpled, and perhaps criminal type, had been much battered against trees or stones, as it tossed in the water. "Good morning, Commandant O'Brien," said Valentine, with quiet cordiality. "You have heard of Brain's last experiment in butchery, I suppose?" Father Brown was still bending over the head with white hair, and he said, without looking up, "I suppose it is quite certain that Brain cut off this head too." "Well, it seems common sense," said Valentine, with his hands in his pockets. "Killed in the same way as the other, found within a few yards of the other, and sliced by the same weapon which we know he carried away." Yes, I know," replied Father Brown, submissively. "Yet, you know, I doubt whether Brain could have cut off this head." "Why not?" inquired Dr. Simon, with a rational stare. "Well, Doctor," said the priest, looking up, blinking, "can a man cut off his own head? I don't know." O'Brien felt an insane universe crashing about his ears, but the doctor sprang forward with impetuous practicality and pushed back the wet white hair. "Oh, there's no doubt it's Brain," said the priest quietly. "He had exactly that chip in the left ear." The detective, who had been regarding the priest with steady and glittering eyes, opened his clenched mouth and said sharply, "You seem to know a lot about him, Father Brown." "I do," said the little man simply. "I've been about with him for some weeks. He was thinking of joining our church." The star of the fanatic sprang into Valentine's eyes. He strode towards the priest with clenched hands. "And perhaps," he cried, with a blasting sneer, "perhaps he was also thinking of leaving all his money to your church." "Perhaps he was," said Brown, stolidly. "It is possible." "In that case," cried Valentine, with a dreadful smile, "you may indeed know a great deal about him, about his life, and about his—" Commandant O'Brien laid a hand on Valentine's arm. "Drop that slanderous rubbish, Valentine," he said, "or there may be more swords yet." But Valentine, under the steady, humble gaze of the priest, had already recovered himself. "Well," he said shortly, "people's private opinions can wait. You gentlemen are still bound by your promise to stay. You must enforce it on yourselves, and on each other. Ivan here will tell you anything more you want to know. I must get to business and write to the authorities. We can't keep this quiet any longer. I shall be writing in my study if there is any more news." "Is there any more news, Ivan?" asked Dr. Simon, as the chief of police strode out of the room. "Only one more thing, I think, sir," said Ivan, wrinkling up his grey old face. "But that's important too in its way. There's that old buffer you found on the lawn." And he pointed, without pretence of reverence, at the big black body with the yellow head. "We found out who he is, anyhow." "Indeed?" cried the astonished doctor. "And who is he?" "His name was Arnold Becker," said the under-detective, "though he went by many aliases. He was a wandering sort of scamp, and is known to have been in America, so that was where Brain got his knife into him. We didn't have much to do with him ourselves, for he worked mostly in Germany. We've communicated, of course, with the German police. But, oddly enough, there was a twin brother of his, named Louis Becker, whom we had a great deal to do with. In fact, we found it necessary to guillotine him only yesterday. Well, it's a rum thing, gentlemen, but when I saw that fellow flat on the lawn, I had the greatest jump of my life. If I hadn't seen Louis Becker guillotined with my own eyes, I'd have sworn it was Louis Becker lying there in the grass. Then, of course, I remembered his twin brother in Germany, and following up the clue—" The explanatory Ivan stopped, for the excellent reason that nobody was listening to him. The Commandant and the doctor were both staring at Father Brown, who had sprung stiffly to his feet, and was holding his temples tight, like a man in sudden and violent pain. "Stop! Stop! Stop!" he cried. "Stop talking a minute, for I see half. Will God give me strength? Will my brain make the one jump and see all? Heaven help me. I used to be fairly good at thinking. I could paraphrase any page in Aquinas once. Will my head split, or will it see? I see half. I only see half." He buried his head in his hands, and stood in a sort of rigid torture of thought or prayer, while the other three could only go on staring at this last prodigy of their wild 12 hours. When Father Brown's hands fell, they showed a face quite fresh and serious, like a child's. He heaved a huge sigh, and said, "Let us get this said and done with as quickly as possible. Look here, this will be the quickest way to convince you all of the truth." He turned to the doctor. "Dr. Simon," he said, "you have a strong headpiece, and I heard you this morning asking the 5 hardest questions about this business. Well, if you will ask them again, I will answer them." Simon's pince-nez dropped from his nose in his doubt and wonder, but he answered at once. "Well, the first question, you know, is why a man should kill another with a clumsy sabre at all, when a man can kill with a bodkin." "A man cannot behead with a bodkin," said Brown calmly, "and for this murder, beheading was absolutely necessary." "Why?" asked O'Brien with interest. "And the next question?" asked Father Brown. "Well, why didn't the man cry out or anything?" asked the doctor. "Sabres in gardens are certainly unusual." "Twigs," said the priest gloomily, and turned to the window which looked on the scene of death. "No one saw the point of the twigs. Why should they lie on that lawn, look at it, so far from any tree? They were not snapped off. They were chopped off. The murderer occupied his enemy with some tricks with the sabre, showing how he could cut a branch in mid-air or what not. Then, while his enemy bent down to see the result, a silent slash, and the head fell." "Well," said the doctor, slowly, "that seems plausible enough. But my next 2 questions will stump anyone." The priest still stood, looking critically out of the window, and waited. "You know how all the garden was sealed up like an airtight chamber," went on the doctor. "Well, how did the strange man get into the garden?" Without turning round, the little priest answered, "There never was any strange man in the garden." There was a silence, and then a sudden cackle of almost childish laughter relieved the strain. The absurdity of Brown's remark moved Ivan to open taunts. "Oh," he cried, "then we didn't lug a great fat corpse onto a sofa last night. He hadn't got into the garden, I suppose." "Got into the garden?" repeated Brown reflectively. "No, not entirely." "Hang it all!" cried Simon. "A man gets into a garden or he doesn't." "Not necessarily," said the priest with a faint smile. "What is the next question, Doctor?" "I fancy you're ill," exclaimed Dr. Simon sharply. "But I'll ask the next question if you like. How did Brain get out of the garden?" "He didn't get out of the garden," said the priest, still looking out of the window. "Didn't get out of the garden?" exploded Simon. "Not completely," said Father Brown. Dr. Simon sprang to his feet impatiently. "I have no time to spare on such senseless talk," he cried angrily. "If you can't understand a man being on one side of a wall or the other, I won't trouble you further." "Doctor," said the cleric very gently, "we have always got on very pleasantly together. If only for the sake of old friendship, stop and tell me your 5th question." The impatient Simon sank into a chair by the door and said briefly, "The head and shoulders were cut about in a queer way. It seemed to be done after death." "Yes," said the motionless priest. "It was done so as to make you assume exactly the one simple falsehood that you did assume. It was done to make you take for granted that the head belonged to the body." The borderland of the brain, where all monsters are made, moved horribly in the Gaelic O'Brien. He felt the chaotic presence of all the horsemen and fish-women that man's unnatural fancy has begotten. A voice older than his first father's seemed saying in his ear, "Keep out of the monstrous garden, where grows the tree with double fruit. Avoid the evil garden, where died the man with 2 heads." Yet, while these shameful symbolic shapes passed across the ancient mirror of his Irish soul, his Frenchified intellect was quite alert, and was watching the odd priest as closely and incredulously as all the rest. Father Brown had turned round at last, and stood against the window, with his face in dense shadow. But even in that shadow, they could see it was pale as ashes. Nevertheless, he spoke quite sensibly, as if there were no Gaelic souls on earth. "Gentlemen," he said, "you did not find the strange body of Becca in the garden. You did not find any strange body in the garden. In face of Dr. Simon's rationalism, I still affirm that Becca was only partly present. Look here," pointing to the black bulk of the mysterious corpse. "You never saw that man in your lives. Did you ever see this man?" He rapidly rolled away the bald yellow head of the unknown, and put in its place the white-maned head beside it. And there, complete, unified, unmistakable, lay Julius K. Brain. "The murderer," went on Brown quietly, "hacked off his enemy's head and flung the sword far over the wall. But he was too clever to fling the sword only. He flung the head over the wall also. Then he had only to clap on another head to the corpse, and, as he insisted on a private inquest, you all imagined a totally new man." "Clap on another head," said O'Brien, staring. "What other head? Heads don't grow on garden bushes, do they?" "No," said Father Brown, huskily, and looking at his boots. "There is only one place where they grow. They grow in the basket of the guillotine, beside which the chief of police, Aristide Valentin, was standing not an hour before the murder. Oh, my friends, hear me a minute more before you tear me in pieces. Valentin is an honest man, if being mad for an arguable cause is honesty. But did you never see in that cold grey eye of his that he is mad? He would do anything, to break what he calls the superstition of the cross. He has fought for it and starved for it, and now he is murdered for it. Brain's crazy millions had hitherto been scattered among so many sects that they did little to alter the balance of things. But Valentin heard a whisper that Brain, like so many scatterbrained sceptics, was drifting to us, and that was quite a different thing. Brain would pour supplies into the impoverished and pugnacious Church of France. He would support 6 nationalist newspapers like the Guillotine. The battle was already balanced on a point, and the fanatic took flame at the risk. He resolved to destroy the millionaire, and he did it as one would expect the greatest of detectives to commit his only crime. He abstracted the severed head of Becker on some criminological excuse, and took it home in his official box. He had that last argument with Brain that Lord Galloway did not hear the end of. That failing, he led him out into the sealed garden, talked about swordsmanship, used twigs and a sabre for illustration, and— Ivan of the Scar sprang up. "You lunatic!" he yelled. "You'll go to my master now, if I take you by—" "Why, I was going there," said Brown, heavily. "I must ask him to confess, and all that." Driving the unhappy Brown before them like a hostage or sacrifice, they rushed together into the sudden stillness of Valentin's study. The great detective sat at his desk, apparently too occupied to hear their turbulent entrance. They paused a moment, and then something in the look of that upright and elegant back made the doctor run forward suddenly. A touch and a glance showed him that there was a small box of pills at Valentin's elbow, and that Valentin was dead in his chair. And on the blind face of the suicide was more than the pride of Cato. The Robbery in Phillimore Terrace by Emma Orczy. Whether Miss Polly Burton really did expect to see the man in the corner that Saturday afternoon, 'twere difficult to say. Certain it is that when she found her way to the table close by the window, and realized that he was not there, she felt conscious of an overwhelming sense of disappointment. And yet, during the whole of the week, she had, with more pride than wisdom, avoided this particular ABC shop. "I thought you would not keep away very long," said a quiet voice close to her ear. She nearly lost her balance. Where in the world had he come from? She certainly had not heard the slightest sound, and yet there he sat, in the corner, like a veritable jack-in-the-box, his mild blue eyes staring apologetically at her, his nervous fingers toying with the inevitable bit of string. The waitress brought him his glass of milk and a cheesecake. He ate it in silence, while his piece of string lay idly beside him on the table. When he had finished, he fumbled in his capacious pockets, and drew out the inevitable pocket-book. Placing a small photograph before the girl, he said quietly, "That is the back of the houses in Phillimore Terrace, which overlook Adam and Eve Mews." She looked at the photograph, then at him, with a kindly look of indulgent expectancy. "You will notice that the row of back gardens have each an exit into the mews. These mews are built in the shape of a capital F. The photograph is taken looking straight down the short horizontal line, which ends, as you see, in a cul-de-sac. The bottom of the vertical line turns into Phillimore Terrace, and at the end of the upper long horizontal line into High Street, Kensington. Now, on that particular night, or rather early morning, of January 15th, Constable D21, having turned into the mews from Phillimore Terrace, stood for a moment at the angle formed by the long vertical artery of the mews and the short horizontal one, which, as I observed before, looks on to the back gardens of the terrace houses, and ends in a cul-de-sac. How long D21 stood at that particular corner, he could not exactly say, but he thinks it must have been 3 or 4 minutes before he noticed a suspicious-looking individual shambling along under the shadow of the garden walls. He was working his way cautiously in the direction of the cul-de-sac, and D21, also keeping well within the shadow, went noiselessly after him. He had almost overtaken him, was, in fact, not more than 30 yards from him, when, from out of one of the 2 end houses, number 22, Phillimore Terrace, in fact, a man, in nothing but his nightshirt, rushed out excitedly, and before D21 had time to intervene, literally threw himself upon the suspected individual, rolling over and over with him on the hard cobblestones, and frantically shrieking, "Thief! Thief! Police!" It was some time before the constable succeeded in rescuing the tramp from the excited grip of his assailant, and several minutes before he could make himself heard. "There, that'll do," he managed to say at last, as he gave the man in the shirt a vigorous shove, which silenced him for the moment. "Leave the man alone now. You mustn't make that noise this time of night, waking up all the folks." The unfortunate tramp, who, in the meanwhile, had managed to get onto his feet again, made no attempt to get away. Probably he thought he would stand but a poor chance. But the man in the shirt had partly recovered his power of speech, and was now blurting out jerky, half-intelligible sentences. "I have been robbed. That is, my master, Mr. Knopf. The desk is open, the diamonds gone, all in my charge, and now they are stolen. That's the thief, I'll swear. I heard him, not 3 minutes ago. Rushed downstairs. The door into the garden was smashed. I ran across the garden. He was sneaking about here still. Thief! Thief! Police! Diamonds! Constable, don't let him go. I'll make you responsible if you let him go." "Now then, that'll do," admonished D21 as soon as he could get a word in. "Stop that row, will you?" The man in the shirt was gradually recovering from his excitement. "Can I give this man in charge?" he asked. "What for?" "Burglary and housebreaking. I heard him, I tell you. He must have Mr. Knopf's diamonds about him at this moment." "Where is Mr. Knopf?" "Out of town," groaned the man in the shirt. "He went to Brighton last night and left me in charge, and now this thief has been and—" The tramp shrugged his shoulders, and suddenly, without a word, he quietly began taking off his coat and waistcoat. These he handed across to the constable. Eagerly the man in the shirt fell on them, and turned the ragged pockets inside out. From one of the windows a hilarious voice made some facetious remark, as the tramp, with equal solemnity, began divesting himself of his nether garments. "Now then, stop that nonsense," pronounced D21 severely. "What were you doing here this time of night, anyway?" "The streets of London is free to the public, ain't they?" queried the tramp. "This don't lead nowhere, my man." "Then I've lost my way, that's all," growled the man surlily. "And perhaps you'll let me get along now." By this time A couple of constables had appeared upon the scene. D21 had no intention of losing sight of his friend the tramp, and the man in the shirt had again made a dash for the latter's collar, at the bare idea that he should be allowed to get along. I think D21 was alive to the humour of the situation. He suggested that Robertson, the man in the nightshirt, should go in and get some clothes on, whilst he himself would wait for the inspector and the detective, whom D15 would send round from the station immediately. Poor Robertson's teeth were chattering with cold. He had a violent fit of sneezing as D21 hurried him into the house. The latter, with another constable, remained to watch the burglared premises, both back and front, and D15 took the wretched tramp to the station, with a view to sending an inspector and a detective round immediately. When the two latter gentlemen arrived at number 22 Phillimore Terrace, they found poor old Robertson in bed, shivering and still quite blue. He had got himself a hot drink, but his eyes were streaming, and his voice was terribly husky. D21 had stationed himself in the dining-room, where Robertson had pointed the desk out to him, with its broken lock and scattered contents. Robertson, between his sneezes, gave what account he could of the events which happened immediately before the robbery. His master, Mr. Ferdinand Knopf, he said, was a diamond merchant and a bachelor. He himself had been in Mr. Knopf's employ over 15 years, and was his only indoor servant. A charwoman came every day to do the housework. Last night, Mr. Knopf dined at the house of Mr. Shipman, at number 26, lower down. Mr. Shipman is the great jeweller, who has his place of business in South Audley Street. By the last post, there came a letter with the Brighton postmark, and marked urgent, for Mr. Knopf, and he, Robertson, was just wondering if he should run over to number 26 with it, when his master returned. He gave one glance at the contents of the letter, asked for his ABC railway guide, and ordered him, Robertson, to pack his bag at once and fetch him a cab. "I guessed what it was," continued Robertson, after another violent fit of sneezing. "Mr. Knopf has a brother, Mr. Emil Knopf, to whom he is very much attached, and who is a great invalid. He generally goes about from one seaside place to another. He is now at Brighton, and has recently been very ill. If you will take the trouble to go downstairs, I think you will still find the letter lying on the hall table. I read it after Mr. Knopf left. It was not from his brother, but from a gentleman who signed himself J. Collins, M.D. I don't remember the exact words, but of course you'll be able to read the letter. Mr. J. Collins said he had been called in very suddenly to see Mr. Emil Knopf, who, he added, had not many hours to live, and had begged of the doctor to communicate at once with his brother in London. Before leaving, Mr. Knopf warned me that there were some valuables in his desk, diamonds mostly, and told me to be particularly careful about locking up the house. He often has left me like this, in charge of his premises, and usually there have been diamonds in his desk, for Mr. Knopf has no regular city office, as he is a commercial traveller." This, briefly, was the gist of the matter which Robertson related to the inspector with many repetitions and persistent volubility. The detective and inspector, before returning to the station with their report, thought they would call at number 26 on Mr. Shipman, the great jeweller. "You remember, of course," added the man in the corner, dreamily contemplating his bit of string, "the exciting developments of this extraordinary case. Mr. Arthur Shipman is the head of the firm of Shipman & Co., the wealthy jewellers. He is a widower, and lives very quietly by himself, in his own old-fashioned way, in the small Kensington house, leaving it to his 2 married sons to keep up the style and swagger befitting the representatives of so wealthy a firm. I have only known Mr. Knopf a very little while," he explained to the detectives. "He sold me 2 or 3 stones once or twice, I think, but we are both single men, and we have often dined together. Last night he dined with me. He had, that afternoon, received a very fine consignment of Brazilian diamonds, as he told me, and, knowing how beset I am with callers at my business place, he had brought the stones with him, hoping, perhaps, to do a bit of trade over the nuts and wine. I bought £25,000 worth of him, added the jeweller, as if he were speaking of so many farthings, and gave him a cheque across the dinner-table for that amount. I think we were both pleased with our bargain, and we had a final bottle of 48 port over it together. Mr. Knopf left me at about 9:30, for he knows I go very early to bed, and I took my new stock upstairs with me and locked it up in the safe. I certainly heard nothing of the noise and the mews last night. I sleep on the second floor, in the front of the house, and this is the first I have heard of poor Mr. Knopf's loss." At this point of his narrative, Mr. Shipman very suddenly paused, and his face became very pale. With a hasty word of excuse, he unceremoniously left the room, and the detective heard him running quickly upstairs. Less than 2 minutes later, Mr. Shipman returned. There was no need for him to speak. Both the detective and the inspector guessed the truth in a moment, by the look upon his face. "The diamonds!" he gasped. "I have been robbed!" "Now, I must tell you," continued the man in the corner, "that after I had read the account of the double robbery, which appeared in the early afternoon papers, I set to work and had a good think. Yes," he added with a smile, noting Polly's look at the bit of string, on which he was still at work. "Yes, aided by this small adjunct to continued thought, I made notes as to how I should proceed to discover the clever thief, who had carried off a small fortune in a single night. Of course, my methods are not those of a London detective. He has his own way of going to work. The one who was conducting this case questioned the unfortunate jeweller very closely about his servants and his household generally. "I have 3 servants," explained Mr. Shipman, "2 of whom have been with me for many years. One, the housemaid, is a fairly newcomer. She has been here about 6 months. She came recommended by a friend, and bore an excellent character. She and the parlour-maid room together. The cook, who knew me when I was a schoolboy, sleeps alone. All 3 servants sleep on the floor above. I locked the jewels up in the safe which stands in the dressing-room. My keys and watch I placed as usual beside my bed. As a rule, I am a fairly light sleeper. I cannot understand how it could have happened, but you had better come up and have a look at the safe. The key must have been abstracted from my bedside, the safe opened, and the keys replaced, all while I was fast asleep. Though I had no occasion to look into the safe until just now, I should have discovered my loss before going to business, for I intended to take the diamonds away with me." The detective and the inspector went up to have a look at the safe. The lock had in no way been tampered with. It had been opened with its own key. The detective spoke of chloroform, but Mr. Shipman declared that when he woke in the morning at about 7:30, there was no smell of chloroform in the room. However, the proceedings of the daring thief certainly pointed to the use of an anaesthetic. An examination of the premises brought to light the fact that the burglar had, as in Mr. Knopf's house, used the glass-panelled door from the garden as a means of entrance, but in this instance he had carefully cut out the pane of glass with a diamond, slipped the bolts, turned the key, and walked in. "Which among your servants knew that you had the diamonds in your house last night, Mr. Shipman?" asked the detective. "Not one, I should say," replied the jeweller, "though perhaps the parlour-maid, whilst waiting at table, may have heard me and Mr. Knopf discussing our bargain." "Would you object to my searching all your servants' boxes?" "Certainly not. They would not object either, I am sure. They are perfectly honest." "The searching of servants' belongings is invariably a useless proceeding," added the man in the corner, with a shrug of the shoulders. "No one, Not even a latter-day domestic would be fool enough to keep stolen property in the house. However, the usual farce was gone through, with more or less protest on the part of Mr. Shipman's servants, and with the usual result. The jeweller could give no further information. The detective and inspector, to do them justice, did their work of investigation minutely, and, what is more, intelligently. It seemed evident, from their deductions, that the burglars had commenced proceedings on number 26, Phillimore Terrace, and had then gone on, probably climbing over the garden walls, between the houses, to number 22, where he was almost caught in the act by Robertson. The facts were simple enough, but the mystery remained as to the individual who had managed to glean the information of the presence of the diamonds in both the houses, and the means which he had adopted to get that information. It was obvious that the thief or thieves knew more about Mr. Knopf's affairs than Mr. Shipman's, since they had known how to use Mr. Emile Knopf's name in order to get his brother out of the way. It was now nearly 10 o'clock, and the detectives, having taken leave of Mr. Shipman, went back to number 22, in order to ascertain whether Mr. Knopf had come back. The door was opened by the old charwoman, who said that her master had returned, and was having some breakfast in the dining-room. Mr. Ferdinand Knopf was a middle-aged man, with sallow complexion, black hair and beard, of obviously Hebrew extraction. He spoke with a marked foreign accent, but very courteously, to the two officials who, he begged, would excuse him if he went on with his breakfast. "I was fully prepared to hear the bad news," he explained, "which my man Robertson told me when I arrived. The letter I got last night was a bogus one. There is no such person as J. Collins, M.D. My brother had never felt better in his life. You will, I am sure, very soon trace the cunning writer of that epistle. But I was in a rage, I can tell you, when I got to the Metropole at Brighton, and found that Emile, my brother, had never heard of any Dr. Collins. The last train to town had gone, although I raced back to the station as hard as I could. Poor old Robertson, he has a terrible cold. Yes, my loss. It is for me a very serious one. If I had not made that lucky bargain with Mr. Shipman last night, I should perhaps at this moment be a ruined man. The stones I had yesterday were, firstly, some magnificent Brazilians. These I sold to Mr. Shipman, mostly. Then I had some very good Cape diamonds, all gone, and some quite special Parisians, of wonderful work and finish, entrusted to me for sale by a great French house. I tell you, sir, my loss will be nearly £10,000 altogether. I sell on commission, and, of course, have to make good the loss." He was evidently trying to bear up manfully, and as a businessman should under his sad fate. He refused in any way to attach the slightest blame to his old and faithful servant Robertson, who had caught, perhaps, his death of cold in his zeal for his absent master. As for any hint of suspicion falling even remotely upon the man, the very idea appeared to Mr. Knopf absolutely preposterous. With regard to the old charwoman, Mr. Knopf certainly knew nothing about her, beyond the fact that she had been recommended to him by one of the tradespeople in the neighbourhood, and seemed perfectly honest, respectable, and sober. About the tramp, Mr. Knopf knew still less, nor could he imagine how he, or in fact anybody else, could possibly know that he happened to have diamonds in his house that night. This, certainly, seemed the great hitch in the case. Mr. Ferdinand Knopf, at the insistence of the police, later on went to the station and had a look at the suspected tramp. He declared that he had never set eyes on him before. Mr. Shipman, on his way home from business in the afternoon, had done likewise, and made a similar statement. Brought before the magistrate, the tramp gave but a poor account of himself. He gave a name and address, which latter, of course, proved to be false. After that, he absolutely refused to speak. He seemed not to care whether he was kept in custody or not. Very soon even the police realised that, for the present at any rate, nothing could be got out of the suspected tramp. Mr. Francis Howard, the detective who had charge of the case, though he would not admit it even to himself, was at his wits' end. You must remember that the burglary, through its very simplicity, was an exceedingly mysterious affair. The constable, D21, who had stood in Adam and Eve Mews, presumably while Mr. Knopf's house was being robbed, had seen no one turn out from the cul-de-sac into the main passage of the mews. The stables, which immediately faced the back entrance of the Phillimore Terrace houses, were all private ones, belonging to residents in the neighbourhood. The coachmen, their families, and all the grooms who slept in the stablings were rigidly watched and questioned. One and all had seen nothing, heard nothing, until Robertson's shrieks had roused them from their sleep. As for the letter from Brighton, it was absolutely commonplace, and written upon notepaper which the detective, with Machiavellian cunning, traced to a stationer's shop in West Street. But the trade at that particular shop was a very brisk one. Scores of people had bought notepaper there, similar to that on which the supposed doctor had written his tricky letter. The handwriting was cramped, perhaps a disguised one. In any case, except under very exceptional circumstances, it could afford no clue to the identity of the thief. Needless to say, the tramp, when told to write his name, wrote a totally different and absolutely uneducated hand. Matters stood, however, in the same persistently mysterious state, when a small discovery was made, which suggested to Mr. Francis Howard an idea which, if properly carried out, would, he hoped, inevitably bring the cunning burglar safely within the grasp of the police. "That was the discovery of a few of Mr. Knopf's diamonds," continued the man in the corner, after a slight pause. "Evidently trampled into the ground by the thief, whilst making his hurried exit through the garden of number 22 Phillimore Terrace. At the end of this garden there is a small studio which has been built by a former owner of the house, and behind it a small piece of waste ground, about 7 feet square, which had once been a rockery, and is still filled with large loose stones, in the shadow of which earwigs and woodlice innumerable have made a happy hunting ground. It was Robertson who, 2 days after the robbery, having need of a large stone for some household purpose or other, dislodged one from that piece of waste ground, and found a few shining pebbles beneath it. Mr. Knopf took them round to the police station himself immediately, and identified the stones as some of his Parisian ones. Later on the detective went to view the place where the find had been made, and there conceived the plan upon which he built big cherished hopes. Acting upon the advice of Mr. Francis Howard, the police decided to let the anonymous tramp out of his safe retreat within the station, and to allow him to wander whithersoever he chose. A good idea, perhaps, the presumption being that, sooner or later, if the man was in any way mixed up with the cunning thieves, he would either rejoin his comrades, or even lead the police to where the remnant of his hoard lay hidden. Needless to say, his footsteps were to be literally dogged. The wretched tramp, on his discharge, wandered out of the yard, wrapping his thin coat round his shoulders, for it was a bitterly cold afternoon. He began operations by turning into the Town Hall Tavern for a good feed and a copious drink. Mr. Francis Howard noted that he seemed to eye every passer-by with suspicion, but he seemed to enjoy his dinner, and sat some time over his bottle of wine. It was close upon 4 o'clock when he left the tavern, and then began, for the indefatigable Mr. Howard, one of the most wearisome and uninteresting chases through the mazes of the London streets he ever remembers to have made. Up Notting Hill, down the slums of Notting Dale, along the High Street, beyond Hammersmith, and through Shepherd's Bush, did that anonymous tramp lead the unfortunate detective, never hurrying himself, stopping every now and then at a public house to get a drink, whither Mr. Howard did not always care to follow him. In spite of his fatigue, Mr. Francis Howard's hopes rose with every half hour of this weary tramp. The man was obviously striving to kill time. He seemed to feel no weariness, but walked on and on, perhaps suspecting that he was being followed. At last, with a beating heart, though half perished with cold, and with terribly sore feet, the detective began to realize that the tramp was gradually working his way back towards Kensington. It was then close upon 11 o'clock at night. Once or twice the man had walked up and down the High Street, from St. Paul's School to Derry and Tom's shops, and back again. He had looked down one or two of the side streets, and, at last, he turned into Phillimore Terrace. He seemed in no hurry. He even stopped once in the middle of the road, trying to light a pipe, which, as there was a high east wind, took him some considerable time. Then he leisurely sauntered down the street, and turned into Adam and Eve Mews, with Mr. Francis Howard now close upon his heels. Acting upon the detective's instructions, there were several men in plain clothes ready to his call in the immediate neighbourhood. Two stood within the shadow of the steps of the Congregational Church at the corner of the Mews. Others were stationed well within a soft call. Hardly, therefore, had the hare turned into the cul-de-sac at the back of Phillimore Terrace, than, at a slight sound from Mr. Francis Howard, every egress was barred to him, and he was caught like a rat in a trap. As soon as the tramp had advanced some 30 yards or so, the whole length of this part of the Mews is about 100 yards, and was lost in the shadows, Mr. Francis Howard directed 4 or 5 of his men to proceed cautiously up the Mews, whilst the same number were to form a line all along the front of Phillimore Terrace, between the Mews and the High Street. Remember, the back garden walls threw long and dense shadows, but the silhouette of the man would be clearly outlined if he made any attempt at climbing over them. Mr. Howard felt quite sure that the thief was bent on recovering the stolen goods, which, no doubt, he had hidden in the rear of one of the houses. He would be caught in flagrante delicto, and with a heavy sentence hovering over him, he would probably be induced to name his accomplice. Mr. Francis Howard was thoroughly enjoying himself. The minutes sped on. Absolute silence, in spite of the presence of so many men, reigned in the dark and deserted Mews. Of course, this night's adventure was never allowed to get into the papers, added the man in the corner with his mild smile. Had the plan been successful, we should have heard all about it, with a long eulogistic article as to the astuteness of our police. But as it was, well, the tramp sauntered up the Mews, and there he remained, for aught Mr. Francis Howard or the other constables could ever explain. The earth or the shadows swallowed him up. No one saw him climb one of the garden walls. No one heard him break open a door. He had retreated within the shadow of the garden walls, and was seen or heard of no more. "One of the servants in the Phillimore Terrace houses must have belonged to the gang," said Polly with quick decision. "Ah, yes, but which?" said the man in the corner, making a beautiful knot in his bit of string. "I can assure you that the police left not a stone unturned once more to catch sight of that tramp whom they had had in custody for 2 days, but not a trace of him could they find, nor of the diamonds, from that day to this." "The tramp was missing," continued the man in the corner, "and Mr. Francis Howard tried to find the missing tramp. Going round to the front, and seeing the lights at number 26 still in, he called upon Mr. Shipman. The jeweller had had a few friends to dinner, and was giving them whiskies and sodas before saying good night. The servants had just finished washing up, and were waiting to go to bed. Neither they, nor Mr. Shipman, nor his guests, had seen or heard anything of the suspicious individual. Mr. Francis Howard went on to see Mr. Ferdinand Knopf. This gentleman was having his warm bath, preparatory to going to bed. So Robertson told the detective. However, Mr. Knopf insisted on talking to Mr. Howard through his bathroom door. Mr. Knopf thanked him for all the trouble he was taking, and felt sure that he and Mr. Shipman would soon recover possession of their diamonds, thanks to the persevering detective. Laughed the man in the corner. Poor Mr. Howard! He persevered, but got no farther. No, nor anyone else, for that matter. Even I might not be able to convict the thieves if I told all I knew to the police. Now, follow my reasoning point by point, he added eagerly. Who knew of the presence of the diamonds in the house of Mr. Shipman and Mr. Knopf? Firstly, he said, putting up an ugly claw-like finger, Mr. Shipman, then Mr. Knopf, then, presumably, the man Robertson. And the tramp? Said Polly. Leave the tramp alone for the present, since he has vanished, and take point number 2. Mr. Shipman was drugged. That was pretty obvious. No man under ordinary circumstances would, without waking, have his keys abstracted and then replaced at his own bedside. Mr. Howard suggested that the thief was armed with some anaesthetic. But how did the thief get into Mr. Shipman's room without waking him from his natural sleep? Is it not simpler to suppose that the thief had taken the precaution to drug the jeweller before the latter went to bed? But wait a moment and take point number 3. Though there was every proof that Mr. Shipman had been in possession of £25,000 worth of goods, since Mr. Knopf had a cheque from him for that amount, there was no proof that in Mr. Knopf's house there was even an odd stone worth a sovereign. And then again, went on the Scarecrow, getting more and more excited, did it ever strike you, or anybody else, that at no time, while the tramp was in custody, while all that searching examination was being gone on with, no one ever saw Mr. Knopf and his man Robertson together at the same time? Ah, he continued, whilst suddenly the young girl seemed to see the whole thing as in a vision. They did not forget a single detail. Follow them with me, point by point. 2 cunning scoundrels, geniuses they should be called, well provided with some ill-gotten funds, but determined on a grand coup. They play at respectability for 6 months, say. One is the master, the other the servant. They take a house in the same street as their intended victim, make friends with him, accomplish 1 or 2 creditable but very small business transactions, always drawing on the reserve funds, which might even have amounted to a few hundreds, and a bit of credit. Then the Brazilian diamonds, and the Parisians, which, remember, were so perfect that they required chemical testing to be detected. The Parisian stones are sold, not in business, of course, in the evening, after dinner, and a good deal of wine. Mr. Knopf's Brazilians were beautiful, perfect. Mr. Knopf was a well-known diamond merchant. Mr. Shipman bought, but with the morning would have come sober sense. The cheque stopped before it could have been presented. The swindler caught. No, those exquisite Parisians were never intended to rest in Mr. Shipman's safe until the morning. That last bottle of 48 port, with the aid of a powerful soporific, ensured that Mr. Shipman would sleep undisturbed during the night. Ah, remember all the details. They were so admirable. The letter posted in Brighton by the cunning rogue to himself, the smashed desk, the broken pane of glass in his own house, the man Robertson on the watch, while Knopf himself, in ragged clothing, found his way into number 26. If Constable D21 had not appeared upon the scene, that exciting comedy in the early morning would not have been enacted. As it was, in the supposed fight, Mr. Shipman's diamonds passed from the hands of the tramp into those of his accomplice. Then, later on, Robertson, ill in bed while his master was supposed to have returned. By the way, it never struck anybody that no one saw Mr. Knopf come home, though he surely would have driven up in a cab. Then the double part played by one man for the next 2 days. It certainly never struck either the police or the inspector. Remember, they only saw Robertson when in bed with a streaming cold. But Knopf had to be got out of jail as soon as possible. The jewel roll could not have been kept up for long. Hence the story of the diamonds found in the garden of number 22. The cunning rogues guessed that the usual plan would be acted upon, and the suspected thief allowed to visit the scene, where his hoard lay hidden. It had all been foreseen, and Robertson must have been constantly on the watch. The tramp stopped, mind you, in Phillimore Terrace for some moments, lighting a pipe. The accomplice, then, was fully on the alert. He slipped the bolts of the back garden gate. 5 minutes later, Knopf was in the house, in a hot bath, getting rid of the disguise of our friend the tramp. Remember that again here the detective did not actually see him. The next morning Mr. Knopf, black hair and beard and all, was himself again. The whole trick lay in one simple art, which those two cunning rascals knew to absolute perfection, the art of impersonating one another. They are brothers, presumably. Twin brothers, I should say. "But, Mr. Knopf," suggested Polly. "Well, look in the Trades Directory. You will see F. Knopf & Co., diamond merchants of some city address. Ask about the firm among the trade. You will hear that it is firmly established on a sound financial basis." "And it deserves to be," added the man in the corner, as, calling for the waitress, he received his ticket, and taking up his shabby hat, took himself and his bit of string rapidly out of the room. Gleanings from the Wreckage by R. Austin Freeman. There was a time, and not so very long ago, when even the main streets of London after midnight were as silent as— not the grave, that is an unpleasant simile. Besides, who has any experience of conditions in the grave? But they were nearly as silent as the streets of a village. Then the nocturnal pedestrian could go his way, encompassed and soothed by quiet, which was hardly disturbed by the rumble of a country waggon wending to market, or the musical tinkle of the little bells on the collar of the hansom cab horse sedately drawing some late reveller homeward. Very different is the state of those streets nowadays. Long after the hour when the electric trams have ceased from troubling, and the motor omnibuses are at rest, the heavy road transport from the country thunders through the streets. The air is rent by the howls of the electric hooter, and belated motorcyclists fly past, stuttering explosively like perambulant Lewis guns with an inexhaustible charge. "Let us get into the by-streets," said Thorndyke, as a car sped past us, uttering sounds suggestive of a dyspeptic dinosaur. "We don't want our conversation seasoned with mechanical objurgations. In the back streets it is still possible to hear oneself speak and forget the march of progress." We turned into a narrow byway, with the confidence of the born and bred Londoner in the impossibility of losing our direction, and began to thread the intricate web of streets in the neighbourhood of a canal. "It is a remarkable thing," Thorndyke resumed anon, "that every new application of science seems to be designed to render the environment of civilized man more and more disagreeable. If the process goes much farther, as it undoubtedly will, we shall presently find ourselves looking back wistfully at the Stone Age as the golden age of human comfort." At this point his moralizing was cut short by a loud, sharp explosion. We both stopped and looked about from the parapet of the bridge that we were crossing. "Quite like old times," Thorndyke remarked. "Carries one back to 1915, when friend Fritz used to call on us. Ah, there is the place, the top story of that tall building across the canal." He pointed as he spoke to a factory-like structure, from the upper windows of which a lurid light shone and rapidly grew brighter. "It must be down the next turning," said I, quickening my pace. But he restrained me, remarking, "There is no hurry. That was the sound of high explosive, and those flames suggest nitro compounds burning. Festina lente. There may be some other packets of high explosives." He had hardly finished speaking when a flash of dazzling violet light burst from the burning building. The windows flew out bodily, the roof opened in places, and almost at the same moment the clang of a violent explosion shook the ground under our feet. A puff of wind stirred our hair, and then came a clatter of falling glass and slates. We made our way at a leisurely pace towards the scene of the explosion, through streets lighted up by the ruddy glare from the burning factory. But others were less cautious. In a few minutes the street was filled by one of those crowds which, in London, seem mysteriously to spring up in an instant where but a moment before not a person was to be seen. Before we had reached the building, a fire engine had rumbled past us, and already a sprinkling of policemen had appeared, as if, like the traditional frogs, they had dropped from the clouds. In spite of the ferocity of its outbreak, the fire seemed to be no great matter, for even as we looked, and before the fire hose was fully run out, the flames began to die down. Evidently they had been dealt with by means of extinguishers within the building, and the services of the engine would not be required after all. Noting this flat ending to what had seemed so promising a start, we were about to move off and resume our homeward journey, when I observed a uniformed inspector who was known to us, and who, observing us at the same instant, made his way towards us through the crowd. "You remind me, sir," said he, when he had wished us good evening, "of the stories of the vultures that make their appearance in the sky from nowhere when a camel drops dead in the desert. I don't mean anything uncomplimentary," he hastened to add. "I was only thinking of the wonderful instinct that has brought you to this very spot at this identical moment, as if you had smelt a case afar off." "Then your imagination has misled you," said Thorndyke, "for I haven't smelt a case, and I don't smell one now. Fires are not my province." "No, sir," replied the inspector, "but bodies are, and the fireman tells me that there is a dead man up there, or at least the remains of one. I am going up to inspect. Do you care to come up with me?" Thorndyke considered for a moment, but I knew what his answer would be, and I was not mistaken. "As a matter of professional interest, I should," he replied. "But I don't want to be summoned as a witness at the inquest." "Of course you don't, sir," the inspector agreed, "and I will see to it that you are not summoned, unless an expert witness is wanted. I need not mention that you have been here, but I should be glad of your opinion for my own guidance in investigating the case." He led us through the crowd to the door of the building, where we were joined by a fireman, whose helmet I should have liked to borrow, by whom we were piloted up the stairs. Halfway up we met the night watchman, carrying an exhausted extinguisher and a big electric lantern, and he joined our procession, giving us the news as we ascended. "It's all safe up above," said he, "excepting the roof, and that isn't so very much damaged. The big windows saved it. They blew out and let off the force of the explosion. The floor isn't damaged at all. It's girder and concrete. But poor Mr. Manford caught it properly. He was fairly blown to bits." "Do you know how it happened?" the inspector asked. "I don't," was the reply. "When I came on duty, Mr. Manford was up there in his private laboratory. Soon afterwards a friend of his, a foreign gentleman of the name of Bilski, came to see him. I took him up, and then Mr. Manford said he had some business to do, and after that he had got a longish job to do, and would be working late. So he said I might turn in, and he would let me know when he had finished. And he did let me know, with a vengeance, poor chap. I lay down in my clothes, and I hadn't been asleep above a couple of hours when some noise woke me up. Then there came a most almighty bang. I rushed for an extinguisher and ran upstairs, and there I found the big laboratory all ablaze, the windows blown out and the ceiling down. But it wasn't so bad as it looked. There wasn't very much stuff up there, only the experimental stuff, and that burned out almost at once. I got the rest of the fire out in a few minutes." "What stuff is it that you are speaking of?" the inspector asked. "Celluloid mostly, I think," replied the watchman. "They make films and other celluloid goods in the works, but Mr. Manford used to do experiments in the material up in his laboratory. This time he was working with alloys, melting them on the gas furnace. Dangerous thing to do, with all that inflammable stuff about. I don't know what there was up there, exactly. Some of it was celluloid, I could see by the way it burned, but the Lord knows what it was that exploded. Some of the raw stuff, perhaps." At this point we reached the top floor, where a door blown off its hinges and a litter of charred wood fragments filled the landing. Passing through the yawning doorway, we entered the laboratory and looked on a hideous scene of devastation. The windows were mere holes, the ceiling a gaping space fringed with black and ragged lathing, through which the damaged roof was visible by the light of the watchman's powerful lantern. The floor was covered with the fallen plaster and fragments of blackened woodwork, but its own boards were only slightly burnt in places, owing, no doubt, to their being fastened directly to the concrete which formed the actual floor. "You spoke of some human remains," said the inspector. "Ah," said the watchman, "you may well say remains. Just come here." He led the way over the rubbish to a corner of the laboratory, where he halted and threw the light of his lantern down on a brownish, dusty, globular object that lay on the floor, half buried in plaster. "That's all that's left of poor Mr. Manford. That and a few other odd pieces. I saw a hand over the other side." Thorndyke picked up the head and placed it on the blackened remnant of a bench, where, with the aid of the watchman's lantern and the inspection lamp which I produced from our research case, he examined it curiously. It was extremely but unequally scorched. One ear was completely shriveled, and most of the face was charred to the bone, but the other ear was almost intact. And though most of the hair was burned away to the scalp, a tuft above the less damaged ear was only singed, so that it was possible to see that the hair had been black, with here and there a stray white hair. Thorndyke made no comments, but I noticed that he examined the gruesome object minutely, taking nothing for granted. The inspector noticed this too, and when the examination was finished, looked at him inquiringly. "Anything abnormal, sir?" he asked. "No," replied Thorndyke. "Nothing that is not accounted for by fire and the explosion. I see he had no natural teeth, so he must have worn a complete set of false teeth. That should help in the formal identification, if the plates are not completely destroyed." "There isn't much need for identification," said the watchman, "seeing that there was nobody in the building but him and me. His friend went away about 12:30. I heard Mr. Manford let him out." "The doctor means at the inquest," the inspector explained. "Somebody has got to recognise the body, if possible." He took the watchman's lantern, and throwing its light on the floor, began to search among the rubbish. Very soon he disinterred, from under a heap of plaster, the headless trunk. Both legs were attached, though the right was charred below the knee, and the foot blown off, and one complete arm. The other arm, the right, was intact only to the elbow. Here again, the burning was very unequal. In some parts, the clothing had been burnt off or blown away completely. In others, enough was left to enable the watchman to recognise it with certainty. One leg was much more burnt than the other, and whereas the complete arm was only scorched, the dismembered one was charred almost to the bone. When the trunk had been carried to the bench and laid there beside the head, the lights were turned on for Thorndyke to make his inspection. "It almost seems," said the police officer, as the hand was being examined, "as if one could guess how he was standing when the explosion occurred. I think I can make out finger marks, pretty dirty ones too, on the back of the hand, as if he had been standing with his hands clasped together behind him, while he watched something that he was experimenting with." The inspector glanced for confirmation at Thorndyke, who nodded approvingly. "Yes," he said, "I think you are right. They are very indistinct, but the marks are grouped like fingers. The small mark near the wrist suggests a little finger, and the separate one near the knuckle looks like a forefinger, while the remaining two marks are close together." He turned the hand over and continued, "And there, in the palm, just between the roots of the third and fourth fingers, seems to be the trace of a thumb. But they are all very faint. You have a quick eye, Inspector." The gratified officer, thus encouraged, resumed his explorations among the debris in company with the watchman. The fireman had retired after a professional look round, leaving Thorndyke to continue his examination of the mutilated corpse, at which I looked on unsympathetically, for we had had a long day, and I was tired and longing to get home. At length I drew out my watch, and, with a portentous yawn, entered a mild protest. "Oh, it is nearly 2:00, said I. "Don't you think we had better be getting on? This really isn't any concern of ours, and there doesn't seem to be anything in it, from our point of view." "Only that we are keeping our intellectual joints supple," Thorndyke replied, with a smile. "But it is getting late. Perhaps we had better adjourn the inquiry." At this moment, however, the inspector discovered the missing forearm, completely charred, with the fingerless remains of the hand, and almost immediately afterwards the watchman picked up a dental plate of some white metal, which seemed to be practically uninjured. But our brief inspection of these objects elicited nothing of interest, and having glanced at them, we took our departure, avoiding on the stairs an eager reporter, all agog for copy. A few days later we received a visit, by appointment, from a Mr. Herdman, a solicitor who was unknown to us, and who was accompanied by the widow of Mr. James Manford, the victim of the explosion. In the interval, the inquest had been opened, but had been adjourned, for further examination of the premises and the remains. No mention had been made of our visit to the building, and so far as I knew, nothing had been said to anybody on the subject. Mr. Herdman came to the point with business-like directness. "I have called," he said, "to secure your services, if possible, in regard to the matter of which I spoke in my letter. You have probably seen an account of the disaster in the papers." "Yes," replied Thorndyke. "I read the report of the inquest." "Then you know the principal facts. The inquest, as you know, was adjourned for 3 weeks. When it is resumed, I should like to retain you to attend on behalf of Mrs. Manford." "To watch the case on her behalf?" Thorndyke suggested. "Well, not exactly," replied Herdman. "I should ask you to inspect the premises and the remains of poor Mr. Manford, so that, at the adjourned inquest, you could give evidence to the effect that the explosion and the death of Mr. Manford were entirely due to accident." "Does anyone say that they were not?" Thorndyke asked. "No, certainly not," Mr. Herdman replied hastily. "Not at all. But I happened, quite by chance, to see the manager of the Pilot Insurance Society on another matter, and I mentioned the case of Mr. Manford. He then let drop a remark which made me slightly uneasy. He observed that there was a suicide clause in the policy, and that the possibility of suicide would have to be ruled out before the claim could be settled, which suggested a possible intention to contest the claim." "But," said Thorndyke, "I need not point out to you that if he sets up the theory of suicide, it is for him to prove it, not for you to disprove it. Has anything transpired that would lend colour to such a suggestion?" "Nothing material," was the reply. But we should feel more happy if you could be present and give positive evidence that the death was accidental." "That," said Thorndyke, "would be hardly possible. But my feeling is that the suicide question is negligible. There is nothing to suggest it, so far as I know. Is there anything known to you?" The solicitor glanced at his client and replied somewhat evasively. "We are anxious to secure ourselves. Mrs. Manford is left very badly off, unless there is some personal property that we don't know about. If the insurance is not paid, she will be absolutely ruined. There isn't enough to pay the debts, and I think the suicide question might be raised, even successfully, on several points. Manford had been rather queer lately, jumpy and rather worried. Then he was under notice to terminate his engagement at the works. His finances were in a confused state. Goodness knows why, for he had a liberal salary. And then there was some domestic trouble. Mrs. Manford had actually consulted me about getting a separation. Some other woman, you know." "I should like to forget that," said Mrs. Manford. "And it wasn't that which worried him. Quite the contrary. Since it began, he had been quite changed. So smart in his dress, and so particular in his appearance. He even took to dyeing his hair. I remember that he opened a fresh bottle of dye the very morning before his death, and took no end of trouble putting it on. It wasn't that entanglement that made him jumpy. It was his money affairs. He had too many irons in the fire." Thorndyke listened with patient attention to these rather irrelevant details, and inquired, "What sort of irons?" "I will tell you," said Herdman. "About 3 months ago he had need for £2,000. For what purpose I can't say, but Mrs. Manford thinks it was to invest in certain valuables that he used to purchase from time to time from a Russian dealer named Bilski. At any rate, he got this sum on short loan from a Mr. Klein's, but meanwhile arranged for a longer loan with a Mr. Elliot on a note of hand, and an agreement to insure his life for the amount. As a matter of fact, the policy was made out in Elliot's name, he having proved an insurable interest. So, if the insurance is paid, Elliot is settled with. Otherwise, the debt falls on the estate, which would be disastrous. And, to make it worse, the day before his death he drew out £500, nearly the whole balance, as he was expecting to see Mr. Bilski, who liked to be paid in banknotes. He did see him, in fact, at the laboratory, but they couldn't have done any business, as no jewels were found." "And the banknotes?" "Burned with the body, presumably. He must have had them with him." "You mentioned," said Thorndyke, "that he occasionally bought jewels from this Russian. What became of them?" "Ah," replied Herdman, "there is a glimmer of hope there. He had a safe deposit somewhere. We haven't located it yet, but we shall. There may be quite a nice little nest egg in it. But meanwhile there is the debt to Elliot. He wrote to Manford about it a day or two ago. You have the letter, I think," he added, addressing Mrs. Manford, who thereupon produced 2 envelopes from her handbag and laid them on the table. "This is Mr. Elliot's letter," she said. "Merely a friendly reminder, you see, telling him that he is just off to the Continent, and that he has given his wife a power of attorney to act in his absence." Thorndyke glanced through the letter and made a few notes of its contents. Then he looked inquiringly at the other envelope. "That," said Mrs. Manford, "is a photograph of my husband. I thought it might help you if you were going to examine the body." As Thorndyke drew the portrait out and regarded it thoughtfully, I recalled the shapeless, blackened fragments of its subject, and when he passed it to me, I inspected it with a certain grim interest, and mentally compared it with those grisly remains. It was a commonplace face, rather unsymmetrical. The nose was deflected markedly to the left, and the left eye had a pronounced, divergent squint. The bald head, with an abundant black fringe, and an irregular scar on the right side of the forehead, sought compensation in a full beard and moustache, both apparently jet black. It was not an attractive countenance, and it was not improved by a rather odd-shaped ear, long, lobeless, and pointed above, like the ear of a satyr. "I realise your position," said Thorndyke, "but I don't quite see what you want of me. If," he continued, addressing the solicitor, "you had thought of my giving ex parte evidence, dismiss the idea. I am not a witness advocate. All I can undertake to do is to investigate the case and try to discover what really happened. But in that case, whatever I may discover, I shall disclose to the coroner. Would that suit you?" The lawyer looked doubtful and rather glum, but Mrs. Manford interposed firmly. "Why not? We are not proposing any deception, but I am certain that he did not commit suicide. Yes, I agree unreservedly to what you propose." With this understanding, which the lawyer was disposed to boggle at, our visitors took their leave. As soon as they were gone, I gave utterance to the surprise with which I had listened to Thorndyke's proposal. "I am astonished at your undertaking this case. Of course, you have given them fair warning, but still, it will be unpleasant if you have to give evidence unfavourable to your client." "Very," he agreed. "But what makes you think I may have to?" "Well, you seem to reject the probability of suicide, but have you forgotten the evidence at the inquest?" "Perhaps I have," he replied blandly. "Let us go over it again." I fetched the report from the office, and spreading it out on the table, began to read it aloud. Passing over the evidence of the inspector and the fireman, I came to that of the night watchman. "Shortly after I came on duty at 10 o'clock, a foreign gentleman named Bilski called to see Mr. Manford. I knew him by sight because he had called once or twice before at about the same time. I took him up to the laboratory where Mr. Manford was doing something with a big crucible on the gas furnace. He told me that he had some business to transact with Mr. Bilski, and when he had finished he would let him out. Then he was going to do some experiments in making alloys, and as they would probably take up most of the night, he said I might as well turn in. He said he would call me when he was ready to go. So I told him to be careful with the furnace and not set the place on fire and burn me in my bed, and then I went downstairs. I had a look round to see that everything was in order, and then I took off my boots and laid down. About 12:30, I heard Mr. Manford and Bilski come down. I recognised Mr. Bilski by a peculiar cough that he had, and by the sound of his stick and his limping tread. He had something the matter with his right foot, and walked quite lame. "You say that the deceased came down with him," said the coroner. "Are you quite sure of that?" "Well, I suppose Mr. Manford came down with him, but I can't say I actually heard him." "You did not hear him go up again?" "No, I didn't, but I was rather sleepy, and I wasn't listening very particular. Well, then I went to sleep, and slept till about 1:30, when some noise woke me. I was just getting up to see what it was, when I heard a tremendous bang, right overhead. I ran down and turned the gas off at the main, and then I got a fire extinguisher and ran up to the laboratory. The place seemed to be all in a blaze, but it wasn't much of a fire after all, for by the time the fire engines arrived, I had got it practically out." The witness then described the state of the laboratory and the finding of the body, but as this was already known to us, I passed on to the evidence of the next witness, the superintendent of the fire brigade, who had made a preliminary inspection of the premises. It was a cautious statement, and subject to the results of a further examination, but clearly the officer was not satisfied as to the cause of the outbreak. There seemed to have been 2 separate explosions, one near a cupboard, and another, apparently the second, in the cupboard itself, and there seemed to be a burned track connecting the 2 spots. This might have been accidental, or it might have been arranged. Witness did not think that the explosive was celluloid. It seemed to be a high explosive of some kind, but further investigations were being made. The superintendent was followed by Mrs. Manford, whose evidence was substantially similar to what she and Mr. Herdman had told us, and by the police surgeon, whose description of the remains conveyed nothing new to us. Finally, the inquest was adjourned for 3 weeks to allow a further examination of the premises and the remains. "Now," I said, as I folded up the report, "I don't see how you are able to exclude suicide. If the explosion was arranged to occur when Manford was in the laboratory, what object, other than suicide, can be imagined?" Thorndyke looked at me, with an expression that I knew only too well. "Is it impossible," he asked, "to imagine that the object might have been homicide?" "But," I objected, "there was no one there but Manford, after Bilski left." "Exactly," he agreed, dryly. "After Bilski left. But up to that time, there were 2 persons there." I must confess that I was startled, but as I rapidly reviewed the circumstances, I perceived the cogency of Thorndyke's suggestion. Bilski had been present when Manford dismissed the night watchman. He knew that there would be no interruption. The inflammable and explosive materials were there, ready to his hand. Then Bilski had gone down to the door alone, instead of being conducted down and let out. A very striking circumstance, this. Again, no jewels had been found, though the meeting had been ostensibly for the purpose of a deal, and the banknotes had vanished utterly. This was very remarkable. In view of the large sum, it was nearly certain that the notes would be in a close bundle, and we all know how difficult it is to burn tightly folded paper. Yet they had vanished without leaving a trace. Finally, there was Bilski himself. Who was he? Apparently a dealer in stolen property, a hawker of the products of robbery and murder committed during the Revolution. "Yes," I admitted, "the theory of homicide is certainly tenable, but unless some new facts can be produced, it must remain a matter of speculation." "I think, Jarvis," he rejoined, "you must be overlooking the facts that are known to us. We were there. We saw the place within a few minutes of the explosion, and we examined the body. What we saw established a clear presumption of homicide, and what we have heard this morning confirms it. I may say that I communicated my suspicions the very next day to the coroner and to Superintendent Miller." "Then you must have seen more than I did," I began, but he shook his head and cut short my protestations. "You saw what I saw, Jarvis, but you did not interpret its meaning. However, it is not too late. Try to recall the details of our adventure and what our visitors have told us. I don't think you will then entertain the idea of suicide." I was about to put 1 or 2 leading questions, but at this moment footsteps became audible ascending our stairs. The knock which followed informed me that our visitor was Superintendent Miller, and I rose to admit him. "Just looked in to report progress," he announced as he subsided into an armchair. "Not much to report, but what there is supports your view of the case. Bilski has made a clean bolt, never went home to his hotel. Evidently meant to skedaddle, as he has left nothing of any value behind. But it was a stupid move, for it would have raised suspicion in any case. The notes were a consecutive batch. All the numbers are known, but, of course, none of them have turned up yet. We have made inquiries about Bilski, and gather that he is a shady character, practically a fence who deals in the jewellery stolen from these unfortunate Russian aristocrats. But we shall have him all right. His description has been circulated at all the seaports, and he is an easy man to spot, with his lame foot and his stick, and a finger missing from his right hand." Thorndyke nodded, and seemed to reflect for a moment. Then he asked, "Have you made any other inquiries?" No, there is nothing more to find out until we get hold of our man, and when we do, we shall look to you to secure the conviction. I suppose you are quite certain as to your facts?" Thorndyke shook his head with a smile. "I am never certain until after the event. We can only act on probabilities." "I understand," said the superintendent, casting a sly look at me. "But your probabilities are good enough for me." With this, he picked up his hat and departed, leaving us to return to the occupations that our visitors had interrupted. I heard no more of the Manfred case for about a week, and assumed that Thorndyke's interest in it had ceased. But I was mistaken, as I discovered when he remarked casually one evening, "No news of Bilski so far, and time is running on. I am proposing to make a tentative move in a new direction." I looked at him inquiringly, and he continued, "It appears, from information received, that Elliot had some dealings with him, so I propose to call at his house tomorrow and see if we can glean any news of the lost sheep." "But Elliot is abroad," I objected. "True, but his wife isn't, and she evidently knows all about his affairs. I have invited Miller to come with me, in case he would like to put any questions, and you may as well come too, if you are free." It did not sound like a very thrilling adventure, but one never knew with Thorndyke. I decided to go with him, and at that the matter dropped, though I speculated a little curiously on the source of the information. So, apparently, had the superintendent, for when he arrived on the following morning, he proceeded to throw out a few cautious feelers, but got nothing for his pains beyond vague generalities. "It is a purely tentative proceeding," said Thorndyke, "and you mustn't be disappointed if nothing comes of it." "I shall be, all the same," replied Miller, with a sly glance at my senior, and with this we set forth on our quest. The Elliots' house was, as I knew, in some part of Wimbledon, and thither we made our way by train. From the station we started along a wide, straight main street, from which numbers of smaller streets branched off. At the corner of one of these, I noticed a man standing, apparently watching our approach, and something in his appearance seemed to me familiar. Suddenly he took off his hat, looked curiously into its interior, and put it on again. Then he turned about and walked quickly down the side street. I looked at his retreating figure as we crossed the street, wondering who he could be. And then it flashed upon me that the resemblance was to a certain ex-Sergeant Barber, whom Thorndyke occasionally employed for observation duties. Just as I reached this conclusion, Thorndyke halted and looked about him doubtfully. "I'm afraid we have come too far," said he. "I fancy we ought to have gone down that last turning." We accordingly faced about and walked back to the corner, where Thorndyke read out the name, Mendoza Avenue. "Yes," he said, "this is the way," and we thereupon turned down the avenue, following it to the bottom, where it ended in a crossroad, the name of which, Berners Park, I recognised as that which I had seen on Elliot's letter. 64 is the number," said Thorndyke. "So, as this corner house is 46, and the next is 48, it will be a little way along on this side, just about where you can see that smoke, which, by the way, seems to be coming out of a window." "Yes, by Jove," I exclaimed. "The staircase window, apparently. Not our house, I hope." But it was. We read the number and the name, Green Bushes, on the gate as we came up to it, and we hurried up the short path to the door. There was no knocker, but when Miller fixed his thumb on the bell-push, we heard a loud ringing within. But there was no response, and meanwhile the smoke poured more and more densely out of the open window above. "Rum?" exclaimed Miller, sticking to the bell-push like a limpet. "House seems to be empty." "I don't think it is," Thorndyke replied calmly. The superintendent looked at him with quick suspicion, and then glanced at the ground floor window. "That window is unfastened," said he, "and here comes a constable." Sure enough, a policeman was approaching quickly, looking up at the houses. Suddenly he perceived the smoke, and quickened his pace, arriving just as Thorndyke had pulled down the upper window sash, and was preparing to climb over into the room. The constable hailed him sternly, but a brief explanation from Miller reduced the officer to a state of respectful subservience, and we all followed Thorndyke through the open window, from which smoke now began to filter. "Send the constable upstairs to give the alarm," Thorndyke instructed Miller in a low tone. The order was given without question, and the next moment the officer was bounding up the stairs, roaring like a whole fire brigade. Meanwhile, the superintendent browsed along the hall, through the dense smoke, sniffing inquisitively, and at length approached the street door. Suddenly, from the heart of the reek, his voice issued in tones of amazement. "Well, I'm hanged! It's a plumber's smoke rocket! Some fool has stuck it through into the letter cage." In the silence which followed this announcement, I heard an angry voice from above demand, "What is all this infernal row about? And what are you doing here?" "Can't you see that the house is on fire?" was the constable's stern rejoinder. "You'd better come down and help to put it out." The command was followed by the sound of descending footsteps, on which Thorndyke ran quickly up the stairs, followed by the superintendent and me. We met the descending party on the landing, opposite a window, and here we all stopped, gazing at one another with mutual curiosity. The man who accompanied the constable looked distinctly alarmed, as well he might, and somewhat hostile. "Who put that smoke rocket in the hall?" Miller demanded fiercely. "And why didn't you come down when you heard us ringing the bell?" "I don't know what you are talking about," the man replied sulkily, "or what business this is of yours. Who are you, and what are you doing in my house?" "In your house?" repeated Thorndyke. "Then you will be Mr. Elliot." The man turned a startled glance on him, and replied angrily, "Never you mind who I am. Get out of this house." "But I do mind who you are," Thorndyke rejoined mildly. "I came here to see Mr. Elliot. Are you Mr. Elliot?" "No, I'm not. Mr. Elliot is abroad. If you like to send a letter here for him, I will forward it when I get his address." While this conversation had been going on, I had been examining the stranger, not without curiosity, for his appearance was somewhat unusual. In the first place, he wore an unmistakable wig, and his shaven face bore an abundance of cuts and scratches, suggesting a recently and unskilfully mown beard. His spectacles did not disguise a pronounced divergent squint of the left eye, but what specially caught my attention was the ear, a large ear, lobeless and pointed at the tip, like the ear of a satyr. As I looked at this, and at the scraped face, the squint, and the wig, a strange suspicion flashed into my mind. And then, as I noted that the nose was markedly deflected to the left, I turned to glance at Thorndyke. "Would you mind telling us your name?" the latter asked blandly. "My name is Johnson. Frederick Johnson." "Ah," said Thorndyke. "I thought it was Manford. James Manford, and I think so still. I suggest that you have a scar on the right side of your forehead, just under the wig. May we see?" As Thorndyke spoke the name, the man turned a horrible livid grey, and started back as if to retreat up the stairs. But the constable blocked the way, and as the man was struggling to push past, Miller adroitly snatched off the wig. And there, on the forehead, was the telltale scar. For an appreciable time, we all stood stock still, like the figures of a tableau. Then Thorndyke turned to the superintendent. "I charge this man, James Manford, with the murder of Stefan Bilski." Again there was a brief interval of intolerable silence. In the midst of it, we heard the street door open and shut, and a woman's voice called up the stairs. "Whatever is all this smoke? Are you up there, Jim?" I pass over the harrowing details of the double arrest. I am not a policeman, and to me such scenes are intensely repugnant. But we must needs stay until 2 taxis and 4 constables had conveyed the prisoners away from the still reeking house to the caravanserai of the law. Then, at last, we went forth with relief into the fresh air, and bent our steps towards the station. "I take it," Miller said reflectively, "that you never suspected Bilski." "I did at first, but when Mrs. Manford and the solicitor told their tale, I realized that he was the victim, and that Manford must be the murderer." "Let us have the argument," said I. "It is obvious that I have been a blockhead, but I don't mind our old friend here knowing it." "Not a blockhead, Jarvis," he corrected. "You were half asleep that night, and wholly uninterested. If you had been attending to the matter, you would have observed several curious and anomalous appearances. For instance, you would have noticed that the body was, in parts, completely charred and brittle. Now, we saw the outbreak of the fire, and we found it extinguished when we reached the building. Its duration was a matter of minutes, quite insufficient to reduce a body to that state. For, as you know, a human body is an extremely incombustible thing. The appearance suggested the destruction of a body which had been already burnt, and this suggestion was emphasized by the curiously unequal distribution of the charring. The right hand was burnt to a cinder and blown to pieces. The left hand was only scorched. The right foot was utterly destroyed, but the left foot was nearly intact. The face was burned away completely, and yet there were parts of the head where the hair was only singed. Naturally, with these facts in mind, I scrutinized those remains narrowly, and presently something much more definite and sinister came to light. On the left hand there was a faint impression of another hand, very indistinct and blurred, but still unmistakably a hand. "I remember," said I. "The inspector pointed it out as evidence that the deceased had been standing with his hands clasped before or behind him, and I must admit that it seemed a reasonable inference." "So it did, because you were both assuming that the man had been alone, and that it must therefore have been the impression of his own hand. For that reason, neither of you looked at it critically. If you had, you would have seen at once that it was the impression of a left hand." "You are quite right," I confessed ruefully. "As the man was stated to have been alone, the hand impression did not interest me. And it was a mere group of smudges, after all. You are sure that it was a left hand?" "Quite," he replied. "Blurred as the smudges were, one could make out the relative lengths of the fingers, and there was the thumb mark at the distal end of the palm, but pointing to the outer side of the hand. Try how you may, you can't get a right hand into that position. Well then, here was a crucial fact. The mark of a left hand on a left hand proved the presence of a second person, and at once raised a strong presumption of homicide, especially when considered in conjunction with the unaccountable state of the body. During the evening, a visitor had come and gone, and on him, Bilski, the suspicion naturally fell. But Mrs. Manford unwittingly threw an entirely new light on the case. You remember she told us that her husband had opened a new bottle of hair dye on the very morning before the explosion, and had applied it with unusual care. Then his hair was dyed, but the hair of the corpse was not dyed. Therefore, the corpse was not the corpse of Manford. Further, the presumption of murder applied now to Manford, and the body almost certainly was that of Bilski. "How did you deduce that the hair of the corpse was not dyed?" I asked. "I didn't deduce it at all. I observed it. You remember a little patch of hair above the right ear, very much singed, but still recognizable as hair. Well, in that patch I made out distinctly 2 or 3 white hairs. Naturally, when Mrs. Manford spoke of the dye, I recalled those white hairs. For though you may find silver hairs among the gold, you don't find them among the dyed. So the corpse could not be Manford's, and was presumably that of Bilski. But the instant that this presumption was made, a quantity of fresh evidence arose to support it. The destruction of the body was now understandable. Its purpose was to prevent identification. The parts destroyed were the parts that had to be destroyed for that purpose. The face was totally unrecognizable, and the right hand and right foot were burnt and shattered to fragments. But these were Bilski's personal marks. His right hand was mutilated, and his right foot deformed, and the fact that the false teeth found were undoubtedly Manford's was conclusive evidence of the intended deception. Then there were those very queer financial transactions, of which my interpretation was this. Manford borrowed £2,000 from Klein's. With this, he opened an account in the name of Elliot. As Elliot, he lent himself £2,000, with which he repaid Klein's, subject to an insurance of his life for that amount, taken out in Elliot's name. Then he would have gained nothing, I objected. On the contrary, he would have stood to gain £2,000 on proof of his own death. That, I assumed, was his scheme, to murder Bilski, to arrange for Bilski's corpse to personate his own, and then, when the insurance was paid, to abscond, in the company of some woman, with this sum, with the valuables that he had taken from Bilski, and the £500 that he had withdrawn from the bank. But this was only theory. It had to be tested, and as we had Elliot's address, I did the only thing that was possible. I employed our friend, ex-Sergeant Barber, to watch the house. He took lodgings in a house nearly opposite, and kept up continuous observation, which soon convinced him that there was someone on the premises besides Mrs. Elliot. Then, late one night, he saw a man come out and walk away quickly. He followed the man for some distance, until the stranger turned back and began to retrace his steps. Then Barber accosted him, asking for a direction, and carefully inspecting him. The man's appearance tallied exactly with the description that I had given. I had assumed that he would probably shave off his beard, and with the photograph. So Barber, having seen him home, reported to me, and that is the whole story. Not quite the whole, said Miller, with a sly grin. There is that smoke rocket. If it hadn't been for the practical joker who slipped that through the letter slit, we could never have got into that house. I call it a most remarkable coincidence. So do I, Thorndyke agreed, without moving a muscle. But there is a special providence that watches over medical jurists. We were silent for a few moments. Then I remarked, "This will come as a terrible shock to Mrs. Manford." "I am afraid it will," Thorndyke agreed. "But it will be better for her than if Manford had absconded with this woman, taking practically every penny that he possessed with him. She stood to lose a worthless husband in either event. At least we have saved her from poverty, and knowing the facts, we were morally and legally bound to further the execution of justice." "A very proper sentiment," said the superintendent. "Though I am not quite clear as to the legal aspects of that smoke rocket." Drawn Daggers by Catherine Louisa Pirkis. I admit that the dagger business is something of a puzzle to me, but as for the lost necklace, well, I should have thought a child would have understood that, said Mr. Dyer, irritably. When a young lady loses a valuable article of jewellery and wishes to hush the matter up, the explanation is obvious. Sometimes, answered Miss Brooke calmly, the explanation that is obvious is the one to be rejected, not accepted. Off and on, these two had been, so to speak, jangling a good deal that morning. Perhaps the fact was in part to be attributed to the biting east wind, which had set Loveday's eyes watering with the gritty dust as she had made her way to Lynch Court, and which was, at the present moment, sending the smoke in aggravating gusts down the chimney into Mr. Dyer's face. Thus it was, however. On the various topics that had chanced to come up for discussion that morning between Mr. Dyer and his colleague, they had each taken up, as if by design, diametrically opposite points of view. His temper altogether gave way now. "If," he said, bringing his hand down with emphasis on his writing-table, "you lay it down as a principle that the obvious is to be rejected in favour of the abstruse, you'll soon find yourself launched in the predicament of having to prove that 2 apples added to 2 other apples do not make 4. But there, if you don't choose to see things from my point of view, that is no reason why you should lose your temper." "Mr. Hawke wishes to see you, sir," said a clerk, at that moment entering the room. It was a fortunate diversion. Whatever might be the differences of opinion in which these two might indulge in private, they were careful never to parade those differences before their clients. Mr. Dyer's irritability vanished in a moment. "Show the gentleman in," he said to the clerk. Then he turned to Loveday. "This is the Reverend Anthony Hawke, the gentleman at whose house I told you that Miss Munro is staying temporarily. He is a clergyman of the Church of England, but gave up his living some 20 years ago when he married a wealthy lady. Miss Munro has been sent over to his guardianship from Pekin by her father, Sir George Munro, in order to get her out of the way of a troublesome and undesirable suitor." The last sentence was added in a low and hurried tone, for Mr. Hawke was at that moment entering the room. He was a man close upon 60 years of age, white-haired, clean-shaven, with a full round face, to which a small nose imparted a somewhat infantine expression. His manner of greeting was urbane, but slightly flurried and nervous. He gave Loveday the impression of being an easy-going, happy-tempered man, who, for the moment, was unusually disturbed and perplexed. He glanced uneasily at Loveday. Mr. Dyer hastened to explain that this was the lady by whose aid he hoped to get to the bottom of the matter now under consideration. "In that case, there can be no objection to my showing you this," said Mr. Hawke. "It came by post this morning. You see, my enemy still pursues me." As he spoke, he took from his pocket a big square envelope, from which he drew a large-sized sheet of paper. On this sheet of paper were roughly drawn, in ink, 2 daggers, about 6 inches in length, with remarkably pointed blades. Mr. Dyer looked at the sketch with interest. "We will compare this drawing and its envelope with those you previously received," he said, opening a drawer of his writing-table and taking thence a precisely similar envelope. On the sheet of paper, however, that this envelope enclosed, there was drawn 1 dagger only. He placed both envelopes and their enclosures side by side, and in silence compared them. Then, without a word, he handed them to Miss Brooke, who, taking a glass from her pocket, subjected them to a similar careful and minute scrutiny. Both envelopes were of precisely the same make, and were each addressed to Mr. Hawke's London address, in a round, schoolboyish, copybook sort of hand, the hand so easy to write and so difficult to bring home to any writer on account of its want of individuality. Each envelope likewise bore a cork and a London postmark. The sheet of paper, however, that the first envelope enclosed for the sketch of one dagger only. Loveday laid down her glass. "The envelopes," she said, "have undoubtedly been addressed by the same person, but these last 2 daggers have not been drawn by the hand that drew the first. Dagger number 1 was evidently drawn by a timid, uncertain, and inartistic hand. See how the lines wave, and how they have been patched here and there. The person who drew the other daggers, I should say, could do better work. The outline, though rugged, is bold and free. I should like to take these sketches home with me, and compare them again at my leisure." "Ah, I felt sure what your opinion would be," said Mr. Dyer, complacently. Mr. Hawke seemed much disturbed. "Good gracious!" he ejaculated. "You don't mean to say I have 2 enemies pursuing me in this fashion? What does it mean? Can it be— Is it possible, do you think, that these things have been sent to me by the members of some secret society in Ireland? Under error, of course, mistaking me for someone else? They can't be meant for me. I have never, in my whole life, been mixed up with any political agitation of any sort." Mr. Dyer shook his head. "Members of secret societies generally make pretty sure of their ground before they send out missives of this kind," he said. "I have never heard of such an error being made. I think, too, we mustn't build any theories on the Irish postmark. The letters may have been posted in Cork for the whole and sole purpose of drawing off attention from some other quarter." "Will you mind telling me a little about the loss of the necklace?" here said Loveday, bringing the conversation suddenly round from the daggers to the diamonds. "I think," interposed Mr. Dyer, turning towards her, "that the episode of the drawn daggers, drawn in a double sense, should be treated entirely on its own merits, considered as a thing apart from the loss of the necklace. I am inclined to believe that when we have gone a little further into the matter, we shall find that each circumstance belongs to a different group of facts. After all, it is possible that these daggers may have been sent by way of a joke, a rather foolish one, I admit, by some harum-scarum fellow bent on causing a sensation." Mr. Hawke's face brightened. "Ah, now, do you think so? Really think so?" he ejaculated. "It would lift such a load from my mind if you could bring the thing home in this way to some practical joker. There are a lot of such fellows knocking about the world. Why, now I come to think of it, my nephew Jack, who is a good deal with us just now, and is not quite so steady a fellow as I should like him to be, must have a good many such scamps among his acquaintances." "A good many such scamps among his acquaintances," echoed Loveday. "That certainly gives plausibility to Mr. Dyer's supposition. At the same time, I think we are bound to look at the other side of the case, and admit the possibility of these daggers being sent in right down sober earnest by persons concerned in the robbery, with the intention of intimidating you and preventing full investigation of the matter. If this be so, it will not signify which thread we take up and follow. If we find the sender of the daggers, we are safe to come upon the thief, or if we follow up and find the thief, the sender of the daggers will not be far off." Mr. Hawke's face fell once more. "It's an uncomfortable position to be in," he said slowly. "I suppose, whoever they are, they will do the regulation thing, and next time will send an instalment of 3 daggers, in which case I may consider myself a doomed man. It did not occur to me before, but I remember now that I did not receive the first dagger until after I had spoken very strongly to Mrs. Hawke before the servants about my wish to set the police to work. I told her I felt bound, in honour to Sir George, to do so, as the necklace had been lost under my roof." "Did Mrs. Hawke object to your calling in the aid of the police?" asked Loveday. "Yes, most strongly. She entirely supported Miss Munro in her wish to take no steps in the matter. Indeed, I should not have come round as I did last night to Mr. Dyer if my wife had not been suddenly summoned from home by the serious illness of her sister. At least," He corrected himself with a little attempt at self-assertion. My coming to him might have been a little delayed. I hope you understand, Mr. Dyer. I do not mean to imply that I am not master in my own house." "Oh, quite so, responded Mr. Dyer. "Did Mrs. Hawke or Miss Munro give any reasons for not wishing you to move in the matter?" "All told, I should think they gave about 100 reasons. I can't remember them all. For one thing, Miss Munro said it might necessitate her appearing in the police courts, a thing she would not consent to do, and she certainly did not consider the necklace was worth the fuss I was making over it. And that necklace, sir, has been valued at over £900, and has come down to the young lady from her mother." "And Mrs. Hawke?" "Mrs. Hawke supported Miss Munro in her views in her presence, but privately to me afterwards she gave other reasons for not wishing the police called in. Girls, she said, were always careless with their jewellery. She might have lost the necklace in Pekin, and never have brought it to England at all." "Quite so," said Mr. Dyer. "I think I understood you to say that no one had seen the necklace since Miss Munro's arrival in England. Also, I believe it was she who first discovered it to be missing." "Yes. Sir George, when he wrote apprising me of his daughter's visit, added a postscript to his letter, saying that his daughter was bringing her necklace with her, and that he would feel greatly obliged if I would have it deposited, with as little delay as possible, at my banker's, where it could be easily got at if required. I spoke to Miss Munro about doing this 2 or 3 times, but she did not seem at all inclined to comply with her father's wishes. Then my wife took the matter in hand. Mrs. Hawke, I must tell you, has a very firm, resolute manner. She told Miss Munro plainly that she would not have the responsibility of those diamonds in the house, and insisted that there and then they should be sent off to the bankers. Upon this, Miss Munro went up to her room, and presently returned, saying that the necklace had disappeared. She herself, she said, had placed it in her jewel-case, and the jewel-case in her wardrobe, when her boxes were unpacked. The jewel-case was in the wardrobe right enough, and no other article of jewellery appeared to have been disturbed, but the little padded niche in which the necklace had been deposited was empty. My wife and her maid went upstairs immediately and searched every corner of the room, but, I'm sorry to say, without any result." "Miss Munro, I suppose, has her own maid?" "No, she has not. The maid, an elderly native woman, who left Pekin with her, suffered so terribly from sea-sickness that, when they reached Malta, Miss Munro allowed her to land, and remain there in charge of an agent of the P&O Company, till an outward-bound packet could take her back to China. It seems the poor woman thought she was going to die, and was in a terrible state of mind because she hadn't brought her coffin with her. I dare say you know the terror these Chinese have of being buried in foreign soil. After her departure, Miss Munro engaged one of the steerage passengers to act as her maid for the remainder of the voyage." "Did Miss Munro make the long journey from Pekin, accompanied only by this native woman?" "No. Friends escorted her to Hong Kong, by far the roughest part of the journey. From Hong Kong she came on in the Colombo, accompanied only by her maid. I wrote and told her father I would meet her at the docks in London. The young lady, however, preferred landing at Plymouth, and telegraphed to me from there that she was coming on by rail to Waterloo, where, if I liked, I might meet her." "She seems to be a young lady of independent habits. Was she brought up and educated in China?" "Yes, by a succession of French and American governesses. After her mother's death, when she was little more than a baby, Sir George could not make up his mind to part with her, as she was his only child." "I suppose you and Sir George Munro are old friends?" "Yes, he and I were great chums before he went out to China, now about 20 years ago, and it was only natural, when he wished to get his daughter out of the way of young Danvers's impertinent attentions, that he should ask me to take charge of her till he could claim his retiring pension and set up his tent in England." What was the chief objection to Mr. Danvers's attentions? Well, he is only a boy of 21, and has no money into the bargain. He has been sent out to Pekin by his father to study the language in order to qualify for a billet in the customs, and it may be a dozen years before he is in a position to keep a wife. Now, Miss Munro is an heiress, will come into her mother's large fortune when she is of age, and Sir George, naturally, would like her to make a good match. I suppose Miss Munro came to England very reluctantly. I imagine so. No doubt it was a great wrench for her to leave her home and friends in that sudden fashion and come to us, who are, one and all, utter strangers to her. She is very quiet, very shy and reserved. She goes nowhere, sees no one. When some old China friends of her father's called to see her the other day, she immediately found she had a headache and went to bed. I think, on the whole, she gets on better with my nephew than with anyone else. Will you kindly tell me of how many persons your household consists at the present moment? At the present moment we are one more than usual, for my nephew Jack is home with his regiment from India, and is staying with us. As a rule, my household consists of my wife and myself, butler, cook, housemaid, and my wife's maid, who just now is doing double duty as Miss Munro's maid also. Mr. Dyer looked at his watch. I have an important engagement in 10 minutes' time, he said, so I must leave you and Miss Brooke to arrange details as to how and when she is to begin her work inside your house, for of course, in a case of this sort, we must, in the first instance at any rate, concentrate attention within your 4 walls. The less delay the better, said Loveday. I should like to attack the mystery at once, this afternoon. Mr. Hawke thought for a moment. According to present arrangements, he said, with a little hesitation, Mrs. Hawke will return next Friday, that is the day after tomorrow, so I can only ask you to remain in the house till the morning of that day. I'm sure you will understand that there might be some little awkwardness in— Oh, quite so, interrupted Loveday. I don't see at present that there will be any necessity for me to sleep in the house at all. How would it be for me to assume the part of a lady house decorator in the employment of a West End firm, and sent by them to survey your house and advise upon its redecoration? All I should have to do would be to walk about your rooms with my head on one side and a pencil and notebook in my hand. I should interfere with no one. Your family life would go on as usual, and I could make my work as short or as long as necessity might dictate. Mr. Hawke had no objection to offer to this. He had, however, a request to make as he rose to depart, and he made it a little nervously. If, he said, by any chance there should come a telegram from Mrs. Hawke saying that she will return by an earlier train, I suppose— I hope, that is, you will make some excuse, and not get me into hot water, I mean. To this Loveday answered a little evasively that she trusted no such telegram would be forthcoming, but that, in any case, he might rely upon her discretion. 4 o'clock was striking from a neighbouring church clock as Loveday lifted the old-fashioned brass knocker of Mr. Hawke's house in Tavistock Square. An elderly butler admitted her and showed her into the drawing-room on the first floor. A single glance round showed Loveday that if her role had been real instead of assumed, she would have found plenty of scope for her talents. Although the house was in all respects comfortably furnished, it bore unmistakably the impress of those early Victorian days, when aesthetic surroundings were not deemed a necessity of existence, an impress which people past middle age, and growing increasingly indifferent to the accessories of life, are frequently careless to remove. Young life here is evidently an excrescence, not part of the home. A troop of daughters turned into this room would speedily set going a different condition of things, thought Loveday, taking stock of the faded white and gold wallpaper, the chairs covered with lilies and roses in cross-stitch, and the knick-knacks of a past generation that were scattered about on tables and mantelpieces. A yellow damask curtain, half festooned, divided the back drawing-room from the front, in which she was seated. From the other side of this curtain there came to her the sound of voices, those of a man and a girl. "Cut the cards again, please," said the man's voice. "Thank you. There you are again, the Queen of Hearts, surrounded with diamonds, and turning her back on a knave. Miss Munro, you can't do better than make that fortune come true. Turn your back on the man who let you go without a word and—" "Whoosh!" interrupted the girl, with a little laugh. "I heard the next room door open. I'm sure someone came in." The girl's laugh seemed to Loveday utterly destitute of that echo of heartache that in the circumstances might have been expected. At this moment Mr. Hawke entered the room, and almost simultaneously the two young people came from the other side of the yellow curtain and crossed towards the door. Loveday took a survey of them as they passed. The young man, evidently my nephew Jack, was a good-looking young fellow with dark eyes and hair. The girl was small, slight, and fair. She was perceptibly less at home with Jack's uncle than she was with Jack, for her manner changed and grew formal and reserved as she came face to face with him. "We're going downstairs to have a game of billiards," said Jack, addressing Mr. Hawke and throwing a look of curiosity at Loveday. "Jack," said the old gentleman, "what would you say if I told you I was going to have the house redecorated from top to bottom, and that this lady had come to advise on the matter?" This was the nearest approach to a fabrication that Mr. Hawke would allow to pass his lips. "Well," answered Jack promptly, "I should say, not before it's time. That would cover a good deal." Then the two young people departed in company. Loveday went straight to her work. "I'll begin my surveying at the top of the house, and at once, if you please," she said. "Will you kindly tell one of your maids to show me through the bedrooms? If it is possible, let that maid be the one who waits on Miss Munro and Mrs. Hawke." The maid who responded to Mr. Hawke's summons was in perfect harmony with the general appearance of the house. In addition, however, to being elderly and faded, she was also remarkably sour-visaged, and carried herself as if she thought that Mr. Hawke had taken a great liberty in thus commanding her attendance. In dignified silence she showed Loveday over the topmost story, where the servants' bedrooms were situated, and with a somewhat supercilious expression of countenance watched her making various entries in her notebook. In dignified silence also she led the way down to the second floor, where were the principal bedrooms of the house. "This is Miss Munro's room," she said, as she threw back a door of one of these rooms, and then shut her lips with a snap, as if they were never going to open again. The room that Loveday entered was, like the rest of the house, furnished in the style that prevailed in the early Victorian period. The bedstead was elaborately curtained with pink-lined upholstery. The toilet table was befrilled with muslin and tarlatan, out of all likeness to a table. The one point, however, that chiefly attracted Loveday's attention was the extreme neatness that prevailed throughout the apartment, a neatness, however, that was carried out with so strict an eye to comfort and convenience that it seemed to proclaim the hand of a first-class maid. Everything in the room was, so to speak, squared to the quarter of an inch, and yet everything that a lady could require in dressing lay ready to hand. The dressing-gown lying on the back of a chair had footstool and slippers beside it. A chair stood in front of the toilet table, and on a small Japanese table to the right of the chair were placed hairpin box, comb and brush, and hand mirror. "This room will want money spent upon it," said Loveday, letting her eyes roam critically in all directions. "Nothing but Moorish woodwork will take off the squareness of those corners. But what a maid Miss Munro must have! I never before saw a room so orderly, and at the same time so comfortable." This was so direct an appeal to conversation that the sour-visaged maid felt compelled to open her lips. "I wait on Miss Munro for the present," she said snappishly. But, to speak the truth, she scarcely requires a maid. I never before in my life had dealings with such a young lady." "She does so much for herself, you mean? Declines much assistance?" "She's like no one else I ever had to deal with." This was said even more snappishly than before. "She not only won't be helped in dressing, but she arranges her room every day before leaving it, even to placing the chair in front of the looking-glass." "And to opening the lid of the hairpin box, so that she may have the pins ready to her hand," added Loveday, for a moment bending over the Japanese table with its toilet accessories. Another 5 minutes were all that Loveday accorded to the inspection of this room. Then, a little to the surprise of the dignified maid, she announced her intention of completing her survey of the bedrooms some other time, and dismissed her at the drawing-room door to tell Mr. Hawke that she wished to see him before leaving. Mr. Hawke, looking much disturbed, and with a telegram in his hand, quickly made his appearance. "From my wife, to say she'll be back tonight. She'll be at Waterloo in about half an hour from now," he said, holding up the brown envelope. "Now, Miss Brooke, what are we to do? I told you how much Mrs. Hawke objected to the investigation of this matter, and she is very, firm when she once says a thing, and— "Set your mind at rest," interrupted Loveday. "I have done all I wished to do within your walls, and the remainder of my investigation can be carried on just as well at Lynch Court or at my own private rooms." "Done all you wished to do?" echoed Mr. Hawke in amazement. "Why, you've not been an hour in the house, and do you mean to tell me you've found out anything about the necklace or the daggers?" "Don't ask me any questions just yet. I want you to answer one or two instead. Now, can you tell me anything about any letters Miss Munro may have written or received since she has been in your house?" "Yes, certainly. Sir George wrote to me very strongly about her correspondence, and begged me to keep a sharp eye on it, so as to nip in the bud any attempt to communicate with Danvers. So far, however, she does not appear to have made any such attempt. She is frankness itself over her correspondence. Every letter that has come addressed to her she has shown either to me or to my wife, and they have one and all been letters from old friends of her father's, wishing to make her acquaintance now that she is in England. With regard to letter writing, I am sorry to say she has a marked and most peculiar objection to it. Every one of the letters she has received, my wife tells me, remain unanswered still. She has never once been seen, since she came to the house, with a pen in her hand, and if she wrote on the sly, I don't know how she would get her letters posted. She never goes outside the door by herself, and she would have no opportunity of giving them to any of the servants to post, except Mrs. Hawke's maid, and she is beyond suspicion in such a matter. She has been well cautioned, and, in addition, is not the sort of person who would assist a young lady in carrying on a clandestine correspondence." "I should imagine not. I suppose Miss Munro has been present at the breakfast table each time that you have received your daggers through the post? You told me, I think, that they had come by the first post in the morning." "Yes, Miss Munro is very punctual at meals, and has been present each time. Naturally, when I received such unpleasant missives, I made some sort of exclamation, and then handed the thing round the table for inspection, and Miss Munro was very much concerned to know who my secret enemy could be." "No doubt. Now, Mr. Hawke, I have a very special request to make to you, and I hope you will be most exact in carrying it out." "You may rely upon my doing so to the very letter." "Thank you. If, then, you should receive by post tomorrow morning one of those big envelopes you already know the look of, and find that it contains a sketch of 3, not 2, drawn daggers—" "Good gracious! What makes you think such a thing likely?" exclaimed Mr. Hawke, greatly disturbed. "Why am I to be persecuted in this way? Am I to take it for granted that I am a doomed man?" He began to pace the room in a state of great excitement. "I don't think I would, if I were you," answered Loveday, calmly. "Pray let me finish. I want you to open the big envelope that may come to you by post tomorrow morning, just as you have opened the others, in full view of your family at the breakfast table, and to hand round the sketch it may contain for inspection to your wife, your nephew, and to Miss Munro. Now, will you promise me to do this?" "Oh, certainly. I should most likely have done so, without any promising. But I'm sure you will understand that I feel myself to be in a peculiarly uncomfortable position, and I shall feel so very much obliged to you if you'll tell me, that is, if you'll enter a little more fully into an explanation." Loveday looked at her watch. "I should think Mrs. Hawke would be just at this moment arriving at Waterloo. I'm sure you'll be glad to see the last of me. Please come to me at my rooms in Gower Street tomorrow at 12. Here is my card. I shall then be able to enter into fuller explanations, I hope. Goodbye." The old gentleman showed her politely downstairs, and as he shook hands with her at the front door, again asked, in a most emphatic manner, if she did not consider him to be placed in a peculiarly unpleasant position. Those last words at parting were to be the first with which he greeted her on the following morning, when he presented himself at her rooms in Gower Street. They were, however, repeated in considerably more agitated a manner. "Was there ever a man in a more miserable position?" he exclaimed, as he took the chair that Loveday indicated. "I not only received the 3 daggers for which you prepared me, but I got an additional worry, for which I was totally unprepared. This morning, immediately after breakfast, Miss Munro walked out of the house all by herself, and no one knows where she has gone, and the girl has never before been outside the door alone. It seems the servants saw her go out, but did not think it necessary to tell either me or Mrs. Hawke, feeling sure we must have been aware of the fact." "So Mrs. Hawke has returned," said Loveday. "Well, I suppose you will be greatly surprised if I inform you that the young lady, who has so unceremoniously left your house, is at the present moment to be found at the Charing Cross Hotel, where she has engaged a private room in her real name of Miss Mary O'Grady." "Eh? What? A private room? Real name O'Grady? I'm all bewildered." "It is a little bewildering. Let me explain. The young lady whom you received into your house as the daughter of your old friend was, in reality, the person engaged by Miss Munro to fulfil the duties of her maid on board ship, after her native attendant had been landed at Malta. Her real name, as I have told you, is Mary O'Grady, and she has proved herself a valuable coadjutor to Miss Munro in assisting her to carry out a programme which she must have arranged with her lover, Mr. Danvers, before she left Pekin." "Eh? What?" again ejaculated Mr. Hawke. "How do you know all this? Tell me the whole story." "I will tell you the whole story first, and then explain to you how I came to know it. From what has followed, it seems to me that Miss Munro must have arranged with Mr. Danvers that he was to leave Pekin within 10 days of her so doing, travel by the route by which she came, and land at Plymouth, where he was to receive a note from her, apprising him of her whereabouts. So soon as she was on board ship, Miss Munro appears to have set her wits to work with great energy. Every obstacle to the carrying out of her programme she appears to have met and conquered. Step number 1 was to get rid of her native maid, who, perhaps, might have been faithful to her master's interests, and have proved troublesome. I have no doubt the poor woman suffered terribly from seasickness, as it was her first voyage, and I have equally no doubt that Miss Munro worked on her fears, and persuaded her to land at Malta, and return to China by the next packet. Step number 2 was to find a suitable person, who, for a consideration, would be willing to play the part of the Pekin heiress among the heiress's friends in England, while the young lady herself arranged her private affairs to her own liking. That person was quickly found among the steerage passengers of the Colombo in Miss Mary O'Grady, who had come on board with her mother at Ceylon, and who, from the glimpse I had of her, must, I should conjecture, have been absent many years from the land of her birth. You know how cleverly this young lady has played her part in your house, how, without attracting attention to the matter, she has shunned the society of her father's old Chinese friends, who might be likely to involve her in embarrassing conversations. How she has avoided the use of pen and ink, lest— "Yes, yes," interrupted Mr. Hawke. "But, my dear Miss Brooke, wouldn't it be as well for you and me to go at once to the Charing Cross Hotel and get all the information we can out of her respecting Miss Munro and her movements? She may be bolting, you know." "I do not think she will. She is waiting there patiently for an answer to a telegram she dispatched more than 2 hours ago to her mother, Mrs. O'Grady, at 14 Woburn Place, Cork." Dear me! How is it possible for you to know all this?" "Oh, that last little fact was simply a matter of astuteness on the part of the man whom I have deputed to watch the young lady's movements today. Other details, I assure you, in this somewhat intricate case, have been infinitely more difficult to get at. I think I have to thank those drawn daggers that caused you so much consternation for having, in the first instance, put me on the right track." "Ah," said Mr. Hawke, drawing a long breath. "Now we come to the daggers. I feel sure you are going to set my mind at rest on that score." "I hope so. Would it surprise you very much to be told that it was I who sent you those 3 daggers this morning?" "You? Is it possible?" "Yes, they were sent by me, and for a reason that I will presently explain to you. But let me begin at the beginning. Those roughly drawn sketches that to you suggested terrifying ideas of bloodshedding and violence, to my mind were open to a more peaceful and commonplace explanation. They appeared to me to suggest the herald's office rather than the armoury, the cross-fitchy of the knight's shield rather than the poniard with which the members of secret societies are supposed to render their recalcitrant brethren familiar. Now, if you will look at these sketches again, you will see what I mean." Here Loveday produced from her writing-table the missives which had so greatly disturbed Mr. Hawke's peace of mind. To begin with, the blade of the dagger of common life is, as a rule, at least 2/3 of the weapon in length. In this sketch, what you would call the blade does not exceed the hilt in length. Secondly, please note the absence of guard for the hand. Thirdly, let me draw your attention to the squareness of what you considered the hilt of the weapon, and what, to my mind, suggested the upper portion of a crusader's cross. No hand could grip such a hilt as the one outlined here. After your departure yesterday, I drove to the British Museum, and there consulted a certain valuable work on heraldry, which has more than once done me good service. There I found my surmise substantiated in a surprising manner. Among the illustrations of the various crosses borne on armorial shields, I found one that had been taken by Henri d'Anvers from his own armorial bearings, for his crest when he joined the Crusaders under Edward I, and which has since been handed down as the crest of the Danvers family. This was an important item of information to me. Here was someone in Cork sending to your house, on 2 several occasions, the crest of the Danvers family. With what object it would be difficult to say, unless it were in some sort a communication to someone in your house. With my mind full of this idea, I left the museum and drove next to the office of the P&O Company, and requested to have given me the list of the passengers who arrived by the Colombo. I found this list to be a remarkably small one. I suppose people, if possible, avoid crossing the Bay of Biscay during the equinoxes. The only passengers who landed at Plymouth besides Miss Munro, I found, were a certain Mrs. and Miss O'Grady, steerage passengers who had gone on board at Ceylon on their way home from Australia. Their name, together with their landing at Plymouth, suggested the possibility that Cork might be their destination. After this I asked to see the list of the passengers who arrived by the packet following the Colombo, telling the clerk who attended to me that I was on the lookout for the arrival of a friend. In that second list of arrivals I quickly found my friend, William Wentworth Danvers by name. "No, the effrontery! How dared he? In his own name, too!" "Well, you see, A plausible pretext for leaving Pekin could easily be invented by him: the death of a relative, the illness of a father or mother, and Sir George, though he might dislike the idea of the young man going to England so soon after his daughter's departure, and may, perhaps, write to you by the next mail on the matter, was utterly powerless to prevent his so doing. This young man, like Miss Munro and the O'Gradys, also landed at Plymouth. I had only arrived so far in my investigation when I went to your house yesterday afternoon. By chance, as I waited a few minutes in your drawing-room, another important item of information was acquired. A fragment of conversation between your nephew and the supposed Miss Munro fell upon my ear, and one word spoken by the young lady convinced me of her nationality. That one word was the monosyllable hush. "No, you surprise me." "Have you never noted the difference between the hush of an Englishman and that of an Irishman? The former begins his hush with a distinct aspirate, the latter with as distinct a W. That W is a mark of his nationality, which he never loses. The unmitigated whist may lapse into a whish when he is transplanted to another soil, and the whish may, in course of time, pass into a whoosh. But to the distinct aspirate of the English hush he never attains. Now, Miss O'Grady's was as pronounced a whoosh as it was possible for the lips of a Hibernian to utter." "And from that you concluded that Mary O'Grady was playing the part of Miss Munro in my house?" "Not immediately. My suspicions were excited, certainly, and when I went up to her room in company with Mrs. Hawke's maid, those suspicions were confirmed. The orderliness of that room was something remarkable. Now, there is the orderliness of a lady in the arrangement of her room, and the orderliness of a maid, and the two things, believe me, are widely different. A lady who has no maid, and who has the gift of orderliness, will put things away when done with, and so leave her room a picture of neatness. I don't think, however, it would for a moment occur to her to pull things so as to be conveniently ready for her to use the next time she dresses in that room. This would be what a maid, accustomed to arrange a room for her mistress's use, would do mechanically. Miss Munro's room was the neatness of a maid, not of a lady, and I was assured by Mrs. Hawke's maid that it was a neatness accomplished by her own hands. As I stood there, looking at that room, the whole conspiracy, if I may so call it, little by little pieced itself together, and became plain to me. Possibilities quickly grew into probabilities, and these probabilities, once admitted, brought other suppositions in their train. Now, supposing that Miss Munro and Mary O'Grady had agreed to change places, the Pekin heiress, for the time being, occupying Mary O'Grady's place in the humble home at Cork, and vice versa, what means of communicating with each other had they arranged? How was Mary O'Grady to know when she might lay aside her assumed role and go back to her mother's house? There was no denying the necessity for such communication. The difficulties in its way must have been equally obvious to the two girls. Now, I think we must admit that we must credit these young women with having hit upon a very clever way of meeting those difficulties. An anonymous and startling missive sent to you would be bound to be mentioned in the house, and in this way a code of signals might be set up between them that could not direct suspicion to them. In this connection the Danvers crest, which it is possible that they mistook for a dagger, suggested itself naturally, for no doubt Miss Munro had many impressions of it on her lover's letters. As I thought over these things, it occurred to me that possibly dagger, or cross, number 1, were sent to notify the safe arrival of Miss Munro and Mrs. O'Grady at Cork. The 2 daggers, or crosses, you subsequently received, were sent on the day of Mr. Danvers's arrival at Plymouth, and were, I should say, sketched by his hand. Now, was it not within the bounds of likelihood that Miss Munro's marriage to this young man, and the consequent release of Mary O'Grady from the onerous part she was playing, might be notified to her by the sending of 3 such crosses or daggers to you? The idea no sooner occurred to me than I determined to act upon it, forestall the sending of this latest communication, and watch the result. Accordingly, after I left your house yesterday, I had a sketch made of 3 daggers, or crosses, exactly similar to those you had already received, and had it posted to you so that you would get it by the first post. I told off one of our staff at Lynch Court to watch your house, and gave him special directions to follow and report on Miss O'Grady's movements throughout the day. The results I anticipated quickly came to pass. About 9:30 this morning, the man sent a telegram to me, saying that he had followed Miss O'Grady from your house to the Charing Cross Hotel, and furthermore had ascertained that she had since dispatched a telegram, which, possibly by following the hotel servant who carried it to the telegraph office, he had overheard was addressed to Mrs. O'Grady at Woburn Place, Cork. Since I received this information, an altogether remarkable cross-firing of telegrams has been going backwards and forwards along the wires to Cork. A cross-firing of telegrams? I do not understand. In this way. So soon as I knew Mrs. O'Grady's address, I telegraphed to her in her daughter's name, desiring her to address her reply to 1154 Gower Street, not to Charing Cross Hotel. About 3/4 of an hour afterwards, I received in reply this telegram, which I am sure you will read with interest. Here Loveday handed a telegram, one of several that lay on her writing-table, to Mr. Hawke. He opened it and read aloud as follows. Am puzzled. Why such hurry? Wedding took place this morning. You will receive signal as agreed tomorrow. Better return to Tavistock Square for the night. The wedding took place this morning, repeated Mr. Hawke blankly. My poor old friend, it will break his heart. Now that the thing is done past recall, we must hope he will make the best of it, said Loveday. In reply to this telegram, she went on, I sent another, asking as to the movements of the bride and bridegroom, and got in reply this. Here she read aloud as follows. They will be at Plymouth tomorrow night, at Charing Cross Hotel, and next day, as agreed. So, Mr. Hawke, she added, if you wish to see your old friend's daughter, and tell her what you think of the part she has played, all you will have to do will be to watch the arrival of the Plymouth trains. Miss O'Grady has called to see a lady and gentleman, said a maid at that moment entering. Miss O'Grady? Repeated Mr. Hawke in astonishment. Ah, yes, I telegraphed to her just before you came in to come here to meet a lady and gentleman, and she, no doubt thinking that she would find here the newly married pair, has, you see, lost no time in complying with my request. Show the lady in. It's all so intricate, so bewildering, said Mr. Hawke, as he lay back in his chair. I can scarcely get it all into my head. His bewilderment, however, was nothing compared with that of Miss O'Grady, when she entered the room and found herself face to face with her late guardian, instead of the radiant bride and bridegroom whom she had expected to meet. She stood silent in the middle of the room, looking the picture of astonishment and distress. Mr. Hawke also seemed a little at a loss for words, so Loveday took the initiative. Please sit down, she said, placing a chair for the girl. Mr. Hawke and I have sent to you in order to ask you a few questions. Before doing so, however, let me tell you that the whole of your conspiracy with Miss Munro has been brought to light, and the best thing you can do, if you want your share in it treated leniently, will be to answer our questions as fully and truthfully as possible. The girl burst into tears. It was all Miss Munro's fault, from beginning to end, she sobbed. Mother didn't want to do it. I didn't want to go into a gentleman's house and pretend to be what I was not, and we didn't want £100. Here sobs checked her speech. Oh, said Loveday contemptuously, so you were to have £100 for your share in this fraud, were you? We didn't want to take it, said the girl, between hysterical bursts of tears. But Miss Munro said if we didn't help her, someone else would, and so I agreed to— I think, interrupted Loveday, that you can tell us very little that we do not already know about what you agreed to do. What we want you to tell us is what has been done with Miss Munro's diamond necklace. Who has possession of it now?" The girl's sobs and tears redoubled. "I've had nothing to do with the necklace. It has never been in my possession," she sobbed. "Miss Munro gave it to Mr. Danvers 2 or 3 months before she left Pekin, and he sent it on to some people he knew in Hong Kong, diamond merchants, who lent him money on it. De Castro, Miss Munro said, was the name of these people." De Castro, diamond merchant, Hong Kong. "I should think that would be sufficient address," said Loveday, entering it in a ledger. "And I suppose Mr. Danvers retained part of that money for his own use and travelling expenses, and handed the remainder to Miss Munro, to enable her to bribe such creatures as you and your mother, to practise a fraud that ought to land both of you in jail." The girl grew deadly white. "Oh, don't do that! Don't send us to prison!" she implored, clasping her hands together. "We haven't touched a penny of Miss Munro's money yet, and we don't want to touch a penny. If you'll only let us off. Oh, pray, pray, pray be merciful." Loveday looked at Mr. Hawke. He rose from his chair. "I think the best thing you can do," he said, "will be to get back home to your mother at Cork as quickly as possible, and advise her never to play such a risky game again. Have you any money in your purse? No? Well, then, here's some for you, and lose no time in getting home. It will be best for Miss Munro, Mrs. Danvers, I mean, to come to my house and claim her own property there. At any rate, there it will remain until she does so." As the girl, with incoherent expressions of gratitude, left the room, he turned to Loveday. "I should like to have consulted Mrs. Hawke before arranging matters in this way," he said, a little hesitatingly. "But still, I don't see that I could have done otherwise." "I feel sure Mrs. Hawke will approve what you have done when she hears all the circumstance of the case," said Loveday. "And," continued the old clergyman, "when I write to Sir George, as of course I must immediately, I shall advise him to make the best of a bad bargain, now that the thing is done. Past cure should be past care, Miss Brooke? And think, what a narrow escape my nephew Jack has had." The Secret of Dunstan's Tower by Ernest Bramah. It was a peculiarity of Mr. Carrados that he could drop the most absorbing occupation of his daily life at a moment's notice, if need be, apply himself exclusively to the solution of some criminological problem, possibly a matter of several days, and at the end of the time return and take up the thread of his private business, exactly where he had left it. On the morning of the 3rd of September, he was dictating to his secretary a monograph to which he had given the attractive title, The Portrait of Alexander the Great as Jupiter Ammon on an unedited octodrachma of Macedonia, when a telegram was brought in. Greatorex, the secretary, dealt with such communications as a matter of course, and taking the envelope from Parkinson's salver, he cut it open in the pause between a couple of sentences. "This is a private matter of yours, sir," he remarked, after glancing at the message. "Handed in at Nether Hempsfield, 10:48 a.m. Repeated, 1 step higher, quite baffled, Tulloch." "Oh, yes, that's all right," said Carrados. "No reply, Parkinson. Have you got down the Roman supremacy?" The type of workmanship that still enshrined the memory of Spartan influence down to the era of Roman supremacy," read the secretary. "That will do. How are the trains for Nether Hempsfield?" Greatorex put down the notebook and took up an ABC. "Waterloo departure, 11—" He cocked an eye towards the desk clock. Oh, that's no good. 12:17, 2:11, 5:9, 7:25. The 5:9 should do, interposed Carrados. Arrival? 6:48. Now, what has the gazetteer to say about the place? The yellow railway guide gave place to a weightier volume, and the secretary read out the following details. Netherhempsfield, parish and village, population 732, South Downshire. 2,728 acres land and 27 water. Soil rich loam, occupied as arable, pasture, orchard and woodland. Subsoil various. The church of St. Dunstan, restored 1740, is Saxon and Early English. It possesses an oak roof with curious grotesque bosses, and contains brasses and other memorials, earliest 13th century, of the Anosford family. In the swine field, 1.5 miles southwest of the village, are 15 large stones, known locally as the judge and jury, which constitute the remains of a druidical circle and temple. Dunstan's Tower, a moated residence built in the baronial style, and possibly dating from the 14th century, is the seat of the Anosfords. I can give 3 days, easily, mused Carrados. Yes, I'll go down by the 5:9. Do I accompany you, sir? Inquired Greatorex. Not this time, I think. Have 3 days off yourself. Just pick up the correspondence and take things easy. Send on anything to me, care of Dr. Tulloch. If I don't write, expect me back on Friday. Very well, Mr. Carrados. What books shall I put out for Parkinson to pack? Say Gessner's Thesaurus, and, yes, you may as well add Hilarian's Celtic Mythology. 6 hours later, Carrados was on his way to Netherhempsfield. In his pocket was the following letter, which may be taken as offering the only explanation why he should suddenly decide to visit a place of which he had never even heard until that morning. Dear Mr. Carrados, Old Wynne it used to be. Do you remember a fellow at St. Michael's who used to own insects and the name of Tulloch? Earwigs, they called him. Well, you will find it at the end of this epistle, if you have the patience to get there. I ran across Jarvis about 6 months ago on Euston platform. You'll recall him by his red hair and great feet. And we had a rapid and comprehensive powwow. He told me who you were, having heard of you from Lessing, who seems to be editing a high-class review. He always was a trifle eccentric, Lessing. As for yours tea, well, at the moment, I'm local demon in a GFS little place that you would hardly find on anything less than a 4-inch ordnance. But I won't altogether say it mightn't be worse, for there's trout in the stream, and after half a decade of cinder moor in the Black Country, a great and holy peace broods on the smiling land. But you will guess that I wouldn't be taking up the time of a busy man of importance unless I had something to say, and you'd be right. It may interest you, or it may not, but here it is. Living about 2 miles out of the village, at a sort of medieval stronghold known as Dunstan's Tower, there is an ancient county family called Anosford. And, for the matter of that, they are about all there is here, for the whole place seems to belong to them, and their authority runs from the power to charge you 2pence if you sell a pig between Friday night and Monday morning, to the right to demand an exchange of scabbards with the reigning sovereign, whenever he comes within 7 bowshot flights of the highest battlement of Dunstan's Tower. I don't gather that any reigning sovereign ever has come, but that isn't the Anosfords' fault. But, levity apart, these Anosfords, without being particularly rich or having any title, are accorded an extraordinary position. I'm told that scarcely a living duchess could hold out against the moral influence old Dame Anosford could bring to bear on social matters, and yet she scarcely ever goes beyond Netherhempsfield now. My connection with these high and mighties ought to be purely professional, and so, in a manner, it is. But on the top of it, I find myself drawn into a full-blooded, old haunted house mystery that takes me clean out of my depth. Darish, the man whose place I'm taking for 3 months, had a sort of arrangement that once a week he should go up to the tower and amuse old Mrs. Aylesford for a couple of hours, under the pretence of feeling her pulse. I found that I was let in for continuing this. Fortunately, the old dame was quite amiable at close quarters. I have no social qualifications whatever, and we got on very well together on those terms. I have heard that she considers me thoroughly responsible. For 5 or 6 weeks, everything went on swimmingly. I had just enough to do to keep me from doing nothing. People have a delightful habit of not being taken ill in the night, and there is a comfortable cob to trot round on. Tuesday is my Dunstan's Tower day. Last Tuesday I went as usual. I recall now that the servants about the place seemed rather wild, and the old lady did not keep me quite as long as usual, but these things were not sufficiently noticeable to make any impression on me at the time. On Friday, a groom rode over with a note from Swarbrick, the butler. Would I go up that afternoon and see Mrs. Aylesford? He had taken the liberty of asking me on his own responsibility, as he thought that she ought to be seen. Deuced queer, it struck me, but of course I went. Swarbrick was evidently on the lookout. He is a regular family retainer, taciturn and morose rather than bland. I saw at once that the old fellow had something on his mind, and I told him that I should like a word with him. We went into the morning room. "Now, Swarbrick," I said, "you sent for me. What is the matter with your mistress since Tuesday?" He looked at me dourly, as though he was still in 2 minds about opening his mouth. Then he said, slowly, "It isn't since Tuesday, sir. It was on that morning." "What was?" I asked. "The beginning of it, Dr. Tullock. Mrs. Aylesford slipped at the foot of the stairs on coming down to breakfast." "She did?" I said. "Well, it couldn't have been very serious at the time. She never mentioned it to me." "No, sir," the old monument assented, with an appalling surface of sublime pride. "She would not." "Well, why wouldn't she, if she was hurt?" I demanded. "People do mention these things to their medical men, in strict confidence." "The circumstances are unusual, sir," he replied, without a ruffle of his imperturbable respect. "Mrs. Aylesford was not hurt, sir. She did not actually fall, but she slipped on a pool of blood." "That's unpleasant," I admitted, looking at him sharply, for an owl could have seen that there was something behind all this. "How did it come there? Whose was it?" "Sir Philip Belmont's, sir." I did not know the name. "Is he a visitor here?" I asked. "Not at present, sir. He stayed with us in 1662. He died here, sir, under rather unpleasant circumstances." "Well, there you have it, Wynne. That is the keystone of the whole business. But if I keep to my conversation with the still reluctant Swarbrick, I shall run out of foolscap, and into midnight. Briefly, then, the unpleasant circumstances were as follows. Just about 2.5 centuries ago, when Charles II was back, and things in England were rather gay, a certain Sir Philip Belmont was a guest at Dunstan's Tower. There were dice, and there was a lady, probably a dozen, but the particular one was the Aylesford's young wife. One night there was a flare-up. Belmont was run through with a rapier, and an ugly doubt turned on whether the point came out under the shoulder-blade or went in there. Dripping onto every stair, the unfortunate man was carried up to his room. He died within a few hours, convinced, from the circumstances, of treachery all round, and with his last breath he left an anathema on every male and female Aylesford as the day of their death approached. There are 14 steps in the flight that Belmont was carried up, and when the pool appears in the hall, some Anosford has just 2 weeks to live. Each succeeding morning, the stain may be found 1 stair higher. When it reaches the top, there is a death in the family. Well, this was the gist of the story. As far as you and I are concerned, it is, of course, merely a matter as to what form our scepticism takes. But my attitude is complicated by the fact that my nominal patient has become a real one. She is 72 and built to be a nonagenarian, but she has gone to bed with the intention of dying on Tuesday week, and I firmly believe she will. "How does she know that she is the one?" I asked. There aren't many Anosfords, but I knew that there were some others. To this, Swarbrick maintained a discreet ambiguity. It was not for him to say, he replied, but I can see that he, like most of the natives round here, is obsessed with Anosfordism. "And for that matter," I objected, "your mistress is scarcely entitled to the distinction. She will not really be an Anosford at all, only one by marriage." "No, sir," he replied readily. "Mrs. Anosford was also a Miss Anosford, sir, one of the Dorset Anosfords. Mr. Anosford married his cousin." "Oh," I said, "do the Anosfords often marry cousins?" "Very frequently, sir. You see, it is difficult otherwise for them to find eligible partners." Well, I saw the lady, explaining that I had not been altogether satisfied with her condition on the Tuesday. It passed, but I was not able to allude to the real business. Swarbrick, in his respectful, cast-iron way, had impressed on me that Sir Philip Belmont must not be mentioned, assuring me that even Darish would not venture to do so. Mrs. Anosford was certainly a little feverish, but there was nothing the matter with her. I left, arranging to call again on the Sunday. When I came to think it over, the first form it took was, now, who is playing a silly practical joke, or working a deliberate piece of mischief? But I could not get any further on those lines, because I do not know enough of the circumstances. Darish might know, but Darish is cruising off Spitzbergen, suffering from a nervous breakdown. The people here are amiable enough, superficially, but they plainly regard me as an outsider. It was then that I thought of you. From what Jarvis had told me, I gathered that you were keen on a mystery for its own sake. Furthermore, though I understand that you are now something of a duke, you might not be averse to a quiet week in the country, jogging along the lanes, smoking a peaceful pipe of an evening, and yarning over old times. But I was not going to lure you down, and then have the thing turn out to be a ridiculous and transparent hoax, no matter how serious its consequences. I owed it to you to make some reasonable investigation myself. This I have now done. On Sunday, when I went there, Swarbrick, with a very long face, reported that on each morning he had found the stain 1 step higher. The patient, needless to say, was appreciably worse. When I came down, I had made up my mind. "Look here, Swarbrick," I said. "There is only one thing for it. I must sit up here tonight and see what happens." He was very dubious at first, but I believe the fellow is genuine in his attachment to the house. His final scruple melted when he learned that I should not require him to sit up with me. I enjoined absolute secrecy, and this, in a large rambling place like the Tower, is not difficult to maintain. All the maidservants had fled. The only people sleeping within the walls now, beyond those I have mentioned, are 2 of Mrs. Anosford's grandchildren, a girl and a young man whom I merely know by sight, the housekeeper and a footman. All these had retired long before the butler admitted me by an obscure little door, about half an hour after midnight. The staircase with which we are concerned goes up from the dining hall. A much finer, more modern way ascends from the entrance hall. This earlier one, however, only gives access now to 3 rooms, a lovely oak-panelled chamber occupied by my patient, and 2 small rooms, turned nowadays into a boudoir and a bathroom. When Swarbrick had left me in an easy-chair, wrapped in a couple of rugs, in a corner of the dark dining hall, I waited for half an hour, and then proceeded to make my own preparations. Moving very quietly, I crept up the stairs, and, at the top, drove one drawing-pin into the lintel about a foot up, another at the same height into the baluster opposite, and across the stairs fastened a black thread with a small bell hanging over the edge. A touch, and the bell would ring, whether the thread broke or not. At the foot of the stairs I made another attachment and hung another bell. "I think, my unknown friend," I said, as I went back to the chair, "you are cut off above and below now." I won't say that I didn't close my eyes for a minute through the whole night, but if I did sleep, it was only as a watchdog sleeps. A whisper or a creak of board would have found me alert. As it was, however, nothing happened. At 6 o'clock, Swarbrick appeared, respectfully solicitous about my vigil. "We've done it this time, Swarbrick," I said, in modest elation. "Not the ghost of a ghost has appeared. The spell is broken." He had crossed the hall, and was looking rather strangely at the stairs. With a very queer foreboding, I joined him, and followed his glance. By heavens, Wynne, there, on the 6th step up, was a bright red patch. I am not squeamish. I cleared 4 steps at a stride, and stooping down, I dipped my finger into the stuff, and felt its slippery viscidity against my thumb. There could be no doubt about it. It was the genuine thing. In my baffled amazement, I looked in every direction for a possible clue to human agency. Above, more than 20 feet above, were the massive rafters and boarding of the roof itself. By my side reared a solid stone wall, and beneath was simply the room we stood in, for the space below the stairway was not enclosed. I pointed to my arrangement of bells. "Nobody has gone up or down, I'll swear," I said, a little warmly. Between ourselves, I felt a bit of an ass for my pains before the monumental Swarbrick. "No, sir," he agreed. "I had a similar experience myself on Saturday night." "Oh, the deuce you did!" I exclaimed. "Did you sit up then?" "Not exactly, sir," he replied. "But after making all secure at night, I hung a pair of irreplaceable Dresden china cups in a similar way. They were both still intact in the morning, sir." "Well, there you are. I have nothing more to say on the subject. Hope not, you'll be muttering. If the thing doesn't tempt you, say no more about it. If it does, just wire a time, and I'll be at the station. Welcome isn't the word. Yours, as of yore, Jim Tulloch. P.S. Can put your man up all right. J.T. Carrados had wired a time, and he was seized on the platform by the awaiting and exuberant Tulloch, and guided with elaborate carefulness to the doctor's cart, which was, as its temporary owner explained, knocking about somewhere in the lane outside. "Splendid little horse," he declared. "Give him a hedge to nibble at, and you can leave him to look after himself for hours. Motors? He laughs at them, Wynne. Merely laughs." Parkinson and the luggage found room behind, and the splendid little horse shook his shaggy head and launched out for home. For a mile the conversation was a string of, "Do you ever come across Brown, now? You know Sugden was killed flying. Heard of Marling only last week. He's gone on the stage. By the way, that appalling ass Sanders married a girl with a pot of money and runs horses now." And doubtless it would have continued in a similar strain to the end of the journey, if an encounter with a farmer's country trap had not interrupted its tenor. The lane was very narrow at that point, and the driver of the trap drew into the hedge and stopped to allow the doctor to pass. There was a mutual greeting, and Tulloch pulled up also when their hubs were clear. "No more sheep killed, I hope?" he called back. "No, sir, I can't complain that we have," said the driver cheerfully. "But I do hear that Mr. Stone, over at Daneswood, lost one last night." "In the same way, do you mean?" "So I heard. It's a queer business, Doctor." "It's a blackguardly business. It's a marvel what the fellow thinks he's doing." "He'll get nabbed, never fear, sir. He'll do it once too often." "Hope so," said the doctor. "Good day." He shook the reins and turned to his visitor. "One of our local farmer Jarges. It's part of the business to pass the time of day with them all, and ask after the cow or the pig, if no other member of the family happens to be on the sick list." "What is the blackguardly business?" asked Carrados. "Well, that is a bit out of the common, I'll admit. About a week ago, this man, Bailey, found one of his sheep dead in the field. It had been deliberately killed, head cut half off. It hadn't been done for meat, because none was taken. But, curiously enough, something else had been taken. The animal had been opened, and the heart and intestines were gone. What do you think of that, Wynne?" "Revenge, possibly?" "Bailey declares that he hasn't got the shadow of an enemy in the world. His 3 or 4 labourers are quite content. Of course, a thing like that makes a tremendous sensation in a place like this. You may see as many as 5 men talking together almost any day now. And here, on the top of it, comes another case at Stone's. It looks like one of those outbreaks that crop up from time to time for no obvious reason, and then die out again." "No reason, Jim?" "Well, if it isn't revenge, and if it isn't food, what is there to be got by it?" "What is there to be got when an animal is killed?" Tulloch stared without enlightenment. "What is there that I am here to trace?" "Godfrey Daniel, Wynne, you don't mean to say that there is any connection between—" "I don't say it," declared Carrados promptly. "But there is very strong reason why we should consider it. It solves a very obvious question that faces us. A pricked thumb does not produce a pool. Did you microscope it?" "Yes, I did. I can only say that it's mammalian. My limited experience doesn't carry me beyond that." "Then what about the entrails, Wynne? Why take those?" "That raises a variety of interesting speculations, certainly." "It may to you. The only thing that occurs to me is that it might be a blind." "A very unfortunate one, if so. A blind is intended to allay curiosity, to suggest an obvious but fictitious motive. This, on the contrary, arouses curiosity. The abstraction of a haunch of mutton would be an excellent blind. Whereas now, as you say, what about the entrails?" Tulloch shook his head. "I've had my shot," he answered. "Can you suggest anything?" "Frankly, I can't," admitted Carrados. "On the face of it, I don't suppose anyone short of an oracle could. Pity our local shrine has got rusty in the joints." He levelled his whip and pointed to a distant silhouette that showed against the last few red streaks in the western sky a mile away. "You see that solitary old outpost of paganism?" The splendid little horse leapt forward in indignant surprise as the extended whip fell sharply across his shoulders. Tulloch's ingenuous face seemed to have caught the rubicundity of the distant sunset. "Oh, I'm beastly sorry, Wynne, old man," he muttered. "I ought to have remembered." "My blindness?" contributed Carrados. "My dear chap, everyone makes a point of forgetting that. It's quite a recognised form of compliment among friends. If it were baldness, I probably should be touchy on the subject. As it's only blindness, I'm not." "I'm very glad you take it so well," said Tulloch. "I was referring to a stone circle that we have here. Perhaps you have heard of it." "The Druid's Altar," exclaimed Carrados, with an inspiration. "Jim, to my everlasting shame, I had forgotten it." "Oh, well, it isn't much to look at," confessed the practical doctor. "Now, in the church there are a few decent monuments. All Anosfords, of course." "Anosfords, naturally. Do you know how far that remarkable race goes back?" "A bit beyond Adam, I should fancy," laughed Tulloch. "Well, Darish told me that they really can trace to somewhere before the Conquest. Some antiquarian Johnny has claimed that the foundations of Dunstan's tower cover a Celtic stronghold. Are you interested in that sort of thing?" "Intensely," replied Carrados. "But we must not neglect other things. This gentleman who owned the unfortunate sheep, the second victim now, how far is Daneswood away?" "About a mile and a half at the most." Carrados turned towards the back seat. "Do you think that in 7 minutes' time you would be able to distinguish the details of a red mark on the grass, Parkinson?" Parkinson took the effect of 3 objects: the sky above, the herbage by the roadside, and the back of his hand, and then spoke regretfully. "I'm afraid not, sir, not with any certainty," he replied. "Then we need not trouble Mr. Stone tonight," said Carrados, philosophically. After dinner there was the peaceful pipe that Tulloch had forecast, and mutual reminiscences, until the long clock in the corner, striking the smallest hour of the morning, prompted Tulloch to suggest retirement. "I hope you have everything," he remarked tentatively, when he had escorted the guest to his bedroom. "Mrs. Jones does for me very well, but you are an unknown quantity to her as yet." "I shall be quite all right, you may be sure," replied Carrados, with his engagingly grateful smile. "Parkinson will already have seen to everything. We have a complete system, and I know exactly where to find anything I require." Tulloch gave a final glance round. "Perhaps you would prefer the window closed?" he suggested. "Indeed I should not. It is southwest, isn't it?" "Yes." "And a southwesterly breeze to bring the news. I shall sit here for a little time." He put his hand on the top rail of a chair with unhesitating precision, and drew it to the open casement. "There are 1,000 sounds that you, in your arrogance of sight, ignore. 1,000 individual scents of hedge and orchard that come to me up here. I suppose it is quite dark to you now, Jim? What a lot you seeing people must miss." Tulloch guffawed, with his hand on the doorknob. "Well, don't let your passion for nocturnal nature study lead you to miss breakfast at 8. My eyes won't, I promise you. Ta-ta!" He jigged off to his own room, and in 10 minutes was soundly asleep. But the oak clock in the room beneath marked the quarters one by one, until the next hour struck, and then round the face again until the little finger stood at 3, and still the blind man sat by the open window that looked out over the southwest, interpreting the multitudinous signs of the quiet life that still went on under the dark cover of the warm summer night. "The word lies with you, Wynne," remarked Tulloch at breakfast the next morning. He was 12 minutes late, by the way, and found his guest interested in the titles of Dr. Darish's excellent working library. "I am supposed to be on view here from 9 to 10, and after that I am due at Abbott's Farm somewhere about noon. With those reservations, I am at your disposal for the day." "Do you happen to go anywhere near the swine field on your way to Abbott's Farm?" asked Carrados. "The swine field? Oh, the Druid's Circle. Yes, one way, and it's as good as any other, passes the wheel track that leads up to it." "Then I should certainly like to inspect the site." "There's really nothing to see, you know," apologised the doctor. "Only a few big rocks on end. They aren't even chiselled smooth." "I am curious," volunteered Carrados, "to discover why 15 stones should be called the judge and jury." "Oh, I can explain that for you," declared Tulloch. "2 of them are near together, with a 3rd block across the tops. That's the judge. The 12 jurymen are scattered here and there. But we'll go, by all means." "There is a public right-of-way, I suppose?" asked Carrados, when, in due course, the trap turned from the highway into a field track. "I don't know about a right," said Tulloch, "but I imagine that anyone goes across who wants to. Of course, it's not a Stonehenge, and we have very few visitors, or the Anosfoots might put up some restrictions. As for the natives, there isn't a man who wouldn't sooner walk 10 miles to see a 5-legged calf than cross the road to look at a Phidias. And, for that matter," he added, thoughtfully, "this is the first time I've been really up to the place myself." "It's on Anosford property, then?" "Oh, yes. Most of the parish is, I believe. But this swine field is part of the park. There is an oak plantation across there, or Dunstan's tower would be in sight." They had reached the gate of the enclosure. The doctor got down to open it, as he had done the former ones. "This is locked," he said, coming back to the step. "But we can climb over easy enough. You can get down all right." "Thanks," replied Carrados. He descended and followed Tulloch, stopping to pat the little horse's neck. "He'll be all right," remarked the doctor, with a backward nod. "I fancy Tommy's impressionable years must have been spent between the shafts of a butcher's cart. Now, Wynne, how do we proceed?" "I should like to have your arm over this rough ground. Then, if you will take me from stone to stone." They paced the broken circle leisurely, Carrados judging the appearance of the remains by touch, and by the answers to the innumerable questions that he put. They were approaching the most important monument, the judge, when Tulloch gave a shout of delight. "Oh, the beauty!" he cried, with enthusiasm. "I must see you closer. Wynne, do you mind? A minute?" "Lady, Jim?" murmured Carrados. "Certainly not. I'll stand like Tommy." Tulloch shot off with a laugh, and Carrados heard him racing across the grass, in the direction of the trilithon. He was still amused when he returned, after a very short interval. "No, Wynne, not a lady, but it occurred to me that you might have been farther off. A beautiful, airy creature, very brightly clad. A purple emperor, in fact. I haven't netted a butterfly for years, but the sight gave me all the old excitement of the chase." "Tolerably rare, too, aren't they?" "Generally speaking, they are. I remember waiting in an oak grove with a 20-foot net for a whole day once, and not a solitary emperor crossed my path." "An oak grove? Yes. You said there was an oak plantation here." "I didn't know the trick then. You needn't go to that trouble. His Majesty has rather peculiar tastes for so elegant a being. You just hang a piece of decidedly ripe meat anywhere near." "Yes, Jim?" "Do you notice anything?" demanded the doctor, with his face up to the wind. "Several things," replied Carrados. "Apropos of high meat, do you know, Wynne, I lost that purple emperor here, round the blocks. I thought it must have soared, as I couldn't quite fathom its disappearance. This used to be the Druid's altar, they say. I don't know if you follow me, but it would be a devilish rum go if, eh?" Carrados accepted the suggestion of following Jim's idea with impenetrable gravity. "I haven't the least doubt that you are right," he assented. "Can you get up?" "It's about 10 feet high," reported Tulloch, "and not an inch of crevice to get a foothold on. If only we could bring the trap in here." "I'll give you a back," said Carrados, taking a position against one of the pillars. "You can manage with that?" "Sure you can stand it. Only be as quick as you can." "Wait a minute," said Tulloch, with indecision. "I think someone is coming." "I know there is," admitted Carrados, "but it is only a matter of seconds. Make a dash for it." "No," decided Tulloch. "One looks ridiculous. I believe it is Miss Aylesford. We'd better wait." A young girl, with a long, thin face, light hair, and the palest blue eyes that it would be possible to imagine, had come from the wood and was approaching them hurriedly. She might have been 18, but she was dressed young, and when she spoke, she expressed the ideas of a child. "You ought not to come in here," was her greeting. "It belongs to us." "I am sorry if we are trespassing," apologized Tulloch, colouring with chagrin and surprise. "I was under the impression that Mrs. Aylesford allowed visitors to inspect these ruins. I am Dr. Tulloch." "I don't know anything about that," said the girl, vaguely. "But Dunstan will be very cross if he sees you here. He is always cross if he finds that anyone has been here. He will scold me afterwards, and he makes faces in the night." "We will go," said Tulloch quietly. "I am sorry that we should have unconsciously intruded." He raised his hat and turned to walk away, but Miss Aylesford detained him. "You must not let Dunstan know that I spoke to you about it," she implored him. "That would be as bad. Indeed," she added plaintively. "Whatever I do always makes him cruel to me." "We will not mention it, you may be sure," replied the doctor. "Good morning." "Oh, it is no good!" suddenly screamed the girl. "He has seen us. He is coming." Tulloch looked round in the direction that Miss Aylesford's frightened gaze had indicated. A young man whom he knew by sight as her brother had left the cover of the wood and was strolling leisurely towards them. Without waiting to encounter him, the girl turned and fled to hide herself behind the farthest pillar, running with ungainly movements of her long wispish arms, and uttering a low cry as she went. As young Aylesford approached, he courteously raised his hat to the two elder men. He appeared to be a few years older than his sister, and in him her colourless, ovine features were moulded to a firmer cast. "I am afraid that we are trespassing," said the doctor, awkward between his promise to the girl and the necessity of glossing over the situation. "My friend is interested in antiquities." "My unfortunate sister," broke in Aylesford quietly, with a sad smile. "I can guess what she has been saying. You are Dr. Tulloch, are you not?" "Yes." "Our grandmother has a foolish but amiable weakness that she can keep poor Edith's infirmity dark. I cannot pretend to maintain that appearance before a doctor, and I am sure that we can rely on the discretion of your friend." "Oh, certainly," volunteered Tulloch. "He is—" "Merely an amateur," put in Carrados suavely, but with the incisiveness of a scalpel. "You must, of course, have seen that Edith is a little unusual in her conversation," continued the young man. "Fortunately, it is nothing worse than that. She is not helpless, and she is never violent. I have some hope, indeed, that she will outgrow her delusions. I suppose—" he laughed a little as he suggested it. "I suppose she warned you of my displeasure if I saw you here." "There was something of the sort," admitted Tulloch, judging that the circumstances nullified his promise. Aylesford shook his head slowly. "I am sorry that you have had the experience," he remarked. "Let me assure you that you are welcome to stay as long as you like under the shadows of these obsolete fossils, and to come as often as you please. It is a very small courtesy, The place has always been accessible to visitors." "Oh, I am relieved to find that I was not mistaken," said the doctor. "When I have read up the subject, I should like to come again," interposed Carrados. "For the present, we have gone all over the ground." He took Tulloch's arm, and under the insistent pressure, the doctor turned towards the gate. "Good morning, Mr. Aylesford." "What a thing to come across," murmured Tulloch when they were out of earshot. "I remember Darish making the remark that the girl was simple for her years, or something of that sort, but I only took it that she was backward. I wonder if the old ass knew more than he told me." They were walking without concern across the turf, and had almost reached the gate, when Carrados gave a sharp, involuntary cry of pain, and wrenched his arm free. As he did so, a stone, of dangerous edge and size, fell to the ground between them. "Damnation!" cried Tulloch, his face darkening with resentment. "Are you hurt, old man?" "Come on," curtly replied Carrados, between his set teeth. "Not until I've given that young cub something to remember," cried the outraged doctor truculently. "It was Aylesford, Wynne. I wouldn't have believed it, but I just caught sight of him in time. He laughed and ran behind a pillar when you were hit." "Come on," reiterated Carrados, seizing his friend's arm and compelling him towards the gate. "It was only the funny bone, fortunately. Would you stop to box the village idiot's ears because he puts his tongue out at you?" "Village idiot?" exclaimed Tulloch. "I may only be a thick-skulled, third-rate general practitioner, of no social pretension whatever, but I'm blistered if I'll have my guests insulted by a long-eared pedigree blighter without putting up a few plain words about it. And Aylesford or not, he must take the consequences. He's no village idiot." "No," was Carrados's grim retort. "He is something much more dangerous. The castle maniac." Tulloch would have stopped in sheer amazement, but the recovered arm dragged him relentlessly on. "Aylesford? Mad?" "The girl is on the borderline of imbecility. The man has passed beyond the limit of a more serious phase. The ground has been preparing for generations. Doubtless in him the seed has quietly germinated for years. Now his time has come." "But I heard that he was a nice, quiet young fellow, studious and interested in science. He has a workshop and a laboratory." "Yes, anything to occupy his mind. Well, in future he will have a padded room and a keeper." "But the sheep killed by night, and the parts exposed on the Druid's altar? What does it mean, Wynne?" "It means madness, nothing more and nothing less. He is the receptacle for the last dregs of a rotten and decrepit stock that has dwindled down to mental atrophy. I don't believe that there is any method in his midnight orgies. The Aylesfords are certainly a venerable line, and it is faintly possible that its remote ancestors were Druid priests who sacrificed and practised haruspicy on the very spot that we have left. I have no doubt that on that questionable foundation you would find advocates of a more romantic theory." "Moral atavism?" suggested the doctor, shrewdly. "Yes, reincarnation. I prefer the simpler alternative. Aylesford has been so fed up with pride of family and traditions of his ancient race that his mania takes this natural trend. You know what became of his father and mother?" "No, I have never heard them mentioned." "The father is in a private madhouse. The mother, another cousin, by the way, died at 25. "And the bloodstains on the stairs? Is that his work?" "Short of actual proof, I should say yes. It is the realization of another family legend, you see. Aylesford may have an insane grudge against his grandmother, or it may be simply apish malignity, put into his mind by the sight of blood." "What do you propose doing, then? We can't leave the man at large." "We have nothing yet to commit him on. You would not sign for a reception order on the strength of seeing him throw a stone. We must contrive to catch him in the act tonight, if possible." Tulloch woke up the little horse with a sympathetic touch. They were ambling along the high road again by this time, and permitted himself to smile. "And how do you propose to do that, Excellency?" he asked. "By sprinkling the 9th step with iodide of nitrogen. A warm night, it will dry in half an hour." "Well, do you know, I never thought of that," admitted the doctor. "Certainly that would give us the alarm if a feather brushed it. But we don't possess a chemist's shop, and I very much doubt if I can put my hand on any iodine." "I brought a couple of ounces," said Carrados, with diffidence. "Also a bottle of 880 ammonia, to be on the safe side." "You really are a bit of a sine qua non, Wynne," declared Tulloch, expressively. "It was such an obvious thing," apologised the blind man. "I suppose Brook Ashfield is too far for one of us to get over to this afternoon?" "In Dorset?" "Yes. Colonel Eustace Aylesford is the responsible head of the family now, and he should be on the spot, if possible. Then we ought to get a couple of men from the county lunatic asylum. We don't know what may be before us." "If it can't be done by train, we must wire, or perhaps Colonel Aylesford is on the telephone. We can go into that as soon as we get back. We are almost at Abbott's farm now. I will cut it down to 15 minutes at the outside. You don't mind waiting here?" "Don't hurry," replied Carrados. "Few cases are matters of minutes. Besides, I told Parkinson to come on here from Daneswood on the chance of our picking him up." "Oh, it's Parkinson, to be sure," said the doctor. "Thought I knew the figure crossing the field. Well, I'll leave you to him." He hastened along the rutty approach to the farmhouse, and Tommy, under the pretext of being driven there by certain pertinacious flies, imperceptibly edged his way towards the long grass by the roadside. In a few minutes Parkinson announced his presence at the step of the vehicle. "I found what you described, sir," he reported. "These are the shapes." Tulloch kept to his time. In less than a quarter of an hour he was back again and gathering up the reins. "That little job is soon worked off," he remarked, with mild satisfaction. "Home now, I suppose, Wynne?" "Yes," assented Carrados. "And I think that the other little job is morally worked off." He held up a small piece of notepaper, cut to a neat octagon, with 2 long sides and 6 short ones. "What familiar object would just about cover that plan, Jim?" "If it isn't implicating myself in any devilment, I should say that one of our 4-ounce bottles would be about the ticket," replied Tulloch. "It very likely does implicate you, to the extent of being one of your 4-ounce bottles, then," said Carrados. "The man who killed Stone's sheep had occasion to use what we will infer to be a 4-ounce bottle. It does not tax the imagination to suggest the use he put it to, nor need we wonder that he found it desirable to wash it afterwards. This small flat bottle that goes conveniently into a waistcoat pocket. On one side of the field, the side remote from the road, Jim, but in the direct line for Dunstan's tower, there is a stream. There he first washed his hands, carefully placing the little bottle on the grass while he did so. That indiscretion has put us in possession of a ground plan, so to speak, of the vessel. Pity it wasn't of the man instead. Of the man also. In the field, the earth is baked and unimpressionable, but down by the waterside the conditions are quite favourable, and Parkinson got perfect reproductions of the footprints. Soon, perhaps, we may have an opportunity of making a comparison." The doctor glanced at the neat lines to which the papers Carrados held out had been cut. "It's a moral," he admitted. "There's nothing of the hobnailed about those boots, Wynne." Swarbrick had been duly warned, and obedience to his instructions had been ensured by the note that conveyed them, bearing the signature of Colonel Eynosford. Between 11 and 12 o'clock, a light in a certain position gave the intelligence that Dunstan Eynosford was in his bedroom, and the coast quite clear. A little group of silent men approached the tower, and four, crossing one of the two bridges that spanned the moat, melted spectrally away in a dark angle of the walls. Every detail had been arranged. There was no occasion for whispered colloquies about the passages, and, with the exception of the butler's sad and respectful greeting of an Eynosford, scarcely a word was spoken. Carrados, the Colonel, and Parkinson took up their positions in the great dining hall, where Dr. Tulloch had waited on the occasion of his vigil. A screen concealed them from the stairs, and the chairs on which they sat did not creak. All the blind man asked for. The doctor, who had carried a small quantity of some damp powder wrapped in a saturated sheet of blotting paper, occupied himself for 5 minutes distributing it minutely over the surface of the 9th stair. When this was accomplished, he disappeared, and the silence of a sleeping house settled upon the ancient tower. A party, however, is only as quiet as its most restless member, and the Colonel soon discovered a growing inability to do nothing at all, and to do it in absolute silence. After an exemplary hour, he began to breathe whispered comments on the situation into his neighbour's ear, and it required all Carrados's tact and good humour to repress his impatience. 2 o'clock passed, and still nothing had happened. "I begin to feel uncommonly dubious, you know," whispered the Colonel, after listening to the 3rd clock strike the hour. "We stand to get devilishly chaffed if this gets about. Suppose nothing happens." "Then your aunt will probably get up again," replied Carrados. "True. We shall have broken the continuity. But you know, Mr. Carrados, there are some things about this portent, visitation, call it what you will, that even I don't fully understand down to this day. There is no doubt that my grandfather, Oscar Eynosford, who died in 1817, did receive a similar omen, or summons, or whatever it may be. We have it on the authority—" Carrados clicked an almost inaudible sound of warning, and laid an admonishing hand on the Colonel's arm. "Something going on," he breathed. The soldier came to the alert like a terrier at a word, but his straining ears could not distinguish a sound beyond the laboured ticking of the hall clock beyond. "I hear nothing," he muttered to himself. He had not long to wait. Halfway up the stairs, something snapped off like the miniature report of a toy pistol. Before the sound could translate itself to the human brain, another, louder discharge had swallowed it up, and out of its echo a crackling fusillade again marked the dying effects of the scattered explosive. At the first crack, Carrados had swept aside the screen. "Light, Parkinson!" he cried. An electric lantern flashed out and centred its circle of brilliance on the stairs opposite. Its radiance pierced the nebulous balloon of violet smoke that was rising to the roof, and brought out every detail of the wall beyond. "Good heavens!" exclaimed Colonel Eynosford. "There is a stone out! I knew nothing of this." As he spoke, the solid block of masonry slid back into its place, and the wall became as blankly impenetrable as before. "Colonel Aylesford," said Carrados, after a hurried word with Parkinson, "you know the house. Will you take my man and get round to Dunstan's workroom at once? A good deal depends upon securing him immediately." "Am I to leave you here without any protection, sir?" inquired Parkinson, in mild rebellion. "Not without any protection, thank you, Parkinson. I shall be in the dark, remember." They had scarcely gone when Dr. Tulloch came stumbling in from the hall and the main stairs beyond, calling on Carrados as he bumped his way past a succession of inopportune pieces of furniture. "Are you there, Wynne?" he demanded, in high-strung irritation. "What the devil's happening? Aylesford hasn't left his room, we'll swear. But hasn't the iodide gone off?" "The iodide has gone off, and Aylesford has left his room, though not by the door. Possibly he is back in it by now." "The deuce!" exclaimed Tulloch blankly. "What am I to do?" "Return," began Carrados, but before he could say more, there was a confused noise and a shout outside the window. "We are saved further uncertainty," said the blind man. "He has thrown himself down into the moat." "He will be drowned." "Not if Swarbrick put the drag-rake where he was instructed, and if those keepers are even passably expert," replied Carrados, imperturbably. "After all, drowning— but perhaps you had better go and see, Jim." In a few minutes men began to return to the dining-hall, as though where the blind man was constituted their headquarters. Colonel Aylesford and Parkinson were the first, and immediately afterwards Swarbrick entered from the opposite side, bringing a light. "They've got him out," exclaimed the colonel. "Upon my word, I don't know whether it's for the best or the worst, Mr. Carrados." He turned to the butler, who was lighting one after another of the candles of the great hanging centrepieces. "Did you know anything of a secret passage giving access to these stairs, Swarbrick?" he inquired. "Not personally, sir," replied Swarbrick. "But we always understood that formerly there was a passage and hiding chamber somewhere, though the positions had been lost. We last had occasion to use it when we were defeated at Naseby, sir." Carrados had walked to the stairs and was examining the wall. "This would be the principal stairway, then?" he asked. "Yes, sir, until we removed the Elizabethan gallery when we restored in 1712. "It is on the same plan as the priest's chamber at Lapwood. If you investigate in the daylight, Colonel Aylesford, you will find that you command a view of both bridges when the stone is open. Very convenient sometimes, I dare say." "Very, very," assented the colonel, absently. "Every moment," he explained. "I am dreading that Aunt Eleanor will make her appearance. She must have been disturbed." "Oh, I took that into account," said Tulloch, catching the remark as he put his head in at the door and looked round. "I recommended a sleeping draught when I was here this evening. We have got our man in all right now," he continued, "and if we can have a dry suit—" "I will accompany you, sir," said Swarbrick. "Is he violent?" asked the colonel, dropping his voice. "Violent? Well," admitted Tulloch, holding out two dripping objects that he had been carrying. "We thought it just as well to cut his boots off." He threw them down in a corner and followed the butler out of the room. Carrados took two pieces of shaped white paper from his pocket and ran his fingers round the outlines. Then he picked up Dunstan Aylesford's boots and submitted them to a similar scrutiny. "Very exact, Parkinson," he remarked approvingly. "Thank you, sir," replied Parkinson, with modest pride. The Oracle of the Dog by G.K. Chesterton. "Yes," said Father Brown. "I always like a dog, so long as he isn't spelt backwards." Those who are quick in talking are not always quick in listening. Sometimes even their brilliancy produces a sort of stupidity. Father Brown's friend and companion was a young man with a stream of ideas and stories, an enthusiastic young man named Fiennes, with eager blue eyes and blonde hair that seemed to be brushed back, not merely with a hairbrush, but with the wind of the world as he rushed through it. But he stopped in the torrent of his talk in a momentary bewilderment before he saw the priest's very simple meaning. "You mean that people make too much of them?" he said. "Well, I don't know. They're marvellous creatures. Sometimes I think they know a lot more than we do." Father Brown said nothing, but continued to stroke the head of the big retriever in a half-abstracted but apparently soothing fashion. "Why," said Fiennes, warming again to his monologue, "there was a dog in the case I've come to see you about. What they call the invisible murder case, you know. It's a strange story, but from my point of view, the dog is about the strangest thing in it. Of course, there's the mystery of the crime itself, and how old Druce can have been killed by somebody else when he was all alone in the summer-house." The hand stroking the dog stopped for a moment in its rhythmic movement, and Father Brown said calmly, "Oh, it was a summer-house, was it?" "Why, I thought you'd read all about it in the papers," answered Fiennes. "Stop a minute. I believe I've got a cutting that will give you all the particulars." He produced a strip of newspaper from his pocket and handed it to the priest, who began to read it, holding it close to his blinking eyes with one hand, while the other continued its half-conscious caresses of the dog. It looked like the parable of a man not letting his right hand know what his left hand did. Many mystery stories about men murdered behind locked doors and windows, and murderers escaping without means of entrance and exit, have come true in the course of the extraordinary events at Cranston on the coast of Yorkshire, where Colonel Druce was found stabbed from behind by a dagger that has entirely disappeared from the scene, and apparently even from the neighbourhood. The summer-house in which he died was indeed accessible at one entrance, the ordinary doorway, which looked down the central walk of the garden towards the house. But by a combination of events almost to be called a coincidence, it appears that both the path and the entrance were watched during the crucial time, and there is a chain of witnesses who confirm each other. The summer-house stands at the extreme end of the garden, where there is no exit or entrance of any kind. The central garden path is a lane between two ranks of tall delphiniums, planted so close that any stray step off the path would leave its traces, and both path and plants run right up to the very mouth of the summer-house, so that no straying from that straight path could fail to be observed, and no other mode of entrance can be imagined. Patrick Floyd, secretary of the murdered man, testified that he had been in a position to overlook the whole garden from the time when Colonel Druce last appeared alive in the doorway to the time when he was found dead, as he, Floyd, had been on the top of a step-ladder clipping the garden hedge. Janet Druce, the dead man's daughter, confirmed this, saying that she had sat on the terrace of the house throughout that time and had seen Floyd at his work. Touching some part of the time, this is again supported by Donald Druce, her brother, who overlooked the garden, standing at his bedroom window in his dressing-gown, for he had risen late. Lastly, the account is consistent with that given by Dr. Valentine, a neighbour, who called for a time to talk with Miss Druce on the terrace, and by the Colonel's solicitor, Mr. Aubrey Trail, who was apparently the last to see the murdered man alive, presumably with the exception of the murderer. All are agreed that the course of events was as follows. About 3:30 in the afternoon, Miss Druce went down the path to ask her father when he would like tea, but he said he did not want any, and was waiting to see Trail, his lawyer, who was to be sent to him in the summer-house. The girl then came away and met Trail coming down the path. She directed him to her father, and he went in as directed. About half an hour afterwards he came out again, the Colonel coming with him to the door, and showing himself to all appearance in health and even high spirits. He had been somewhat annoyed earlier in the day by his son's irregular hours, but seemed to recover his temper in a perfectly normal fashion, and had been rather markedly genial in receiving other visitors, including 2 of his nephews, who came over for the day. But as these were out walking during the whole period of the tragedy, they had no evidence to give. It is said, indeed, that the Colonel was not on very good terms with Dr. Valentine, but that gentleman only had a brief interview with the daughter of the house, to whom he is supposed to be paying serious attentions. Trail, the solicitor, says he left the Colonel entirely alone in the summer-house, and this is confirmed by Floyd's bird's-eye view of the garden, which showed nobody else passing the only entrance. 10 minutes later, Miss Druce again went down the garden, and had not reached the end of the path when she saw her father, who was conspicuous by his white linen coat, lying in a heap on the floor. She uttered a scream, which brought others to the spot, and on entering the place they found the Colonel lying dead beside his basket chair, which was also upset. Dr. Valentine, who was still in the immediate neighbourhood, testified that the wound was made by some sort of stiletto, entering under the shoulder-blade and piercing the heart. The police have searched the neighbourhood for such a weapon, but no trace of it can be found. "So Colonel Druce wore a white coat, did he?" said Father Brown, as he put down the paper. "Trick he learnt in the tropics," replied Fiennes, with some wonder. "He'd had some queer adventures there, by his own account, and I fancy his dislike of Valentine was connected with the doctor coming from the tropics too. But it's all an infernal puzzle. The account there is pretty accurate. I didn't see the tragedy, in the sense of the discovery. I was out walking with the young nephews and the dog I wanted to tell you about. But I saw the stage set for it, as described, the straight lane between the blue flowers right up to the dark entrance, and the lawyer going down it in his blacks and his silk hat, and the red head of the secretary showing high above the green hedge as he worked on it with his shears. Nobody could have mistaken that red head at any distance, and if people say they saw it there all the time, you may be sure they did. This red-haired secretary, Floyd, is quite a character, a breathless, bounding sort of fellow, always doing everybody's work, as he was doing the gardener's. I think he is an American. He certainly got the American view of life, what they call the viewpoint, bless 'em." "What about the lawyer?" asked Father Brown. There was a silence, and then Fiennes spoke, quite slowly for him. "Trail struck me as a singular man. In his fine black clothes he was almost foppish, yet you can hardly call him fashionable, for he wore a pair of long, luxuriant, black whiskers, such as haven't been seen since Victorian times. He had a rather fine, grave face, and a fine, grave manner, but every now and then he seemed to remember to smile, and when he showed his white teeth, he seemed to lose a little of his dignity, and there was something faintly fawning about him. It may have been only embarrassment, for he would also fidget with his cravat and his tie-pin, which were at once handsome and unusual, like himself. If I could think of anybody— But what's the good, when the whole thing's impossible? Nobody knows who did it. Nobody knows how it could be done. At least, there's only one exception I'd make, and that's why I really mentioned the whole thing. The dog knows." Father Brown sighed, and then said absently, "You were there as a friend of young Donald, weren't you? He didn't go on your walk with you?" "No," replied Fiennes, smiling. "The young scoundrel had gone to bed that morning and got up that afternoon. I went with his cousins, 2 young officers from India, and our conversation was trivial enough. I remember the elder, whose name I think is Herbert Druce, and who is an authority on horse breeding, talked about nothing but a mare he had bought, and the moral character of the man who sold her, while his brother Harry seemed to be brooding on his bad luck at Monte Carlo. I only mention it to show you, in the light of what happened on our walk, that there was nothing psychic about us. The dog was the only mystic in our company. "What sort of a dog was he?" asked the priest. "Same breed as that one," answered Fiennes. "That's what started me off on the story, your saying you didn't believe in believing in a dog. He's a big black retriever named Knox, and a suggestive name, too, for I think what he did a darker mystery than the murder. You know Druce's house and garden are by the sea. We walked about a mile from it along the sands, and then turned back, going the other way. We passed a rather curious rock called the Rock of Fortune, famous in the neighbourhood because it's one of those examples of one stone barely balanced on another, so that a touch would knock it over. It is not really very high, but the hanging outline of it makes it look a little wild and sinister. At least, it made it look so to me, for I don't imagine my jolly young companions were afflicted with the picturesque. But it may be that I was beginning to feel an atmosphere, for just then the question arose of whether it was time to go back to tea, and even then I think I had a premonition that time counted for a good deal in the business. Neither Herbert Druce nor I had a watch, so we called out to his brother, who was some paces behind, having stopped to light his pipe under the hedge. Hence it happened that he shouted out the hour, which was 4:20, in his big voice through the growing twilight, and somehow the loudness of it made it sound like the proclamation of something tremendous. His unconsciousness seemed to make it all the more so, but that was always the way with omens, and particular ticks of the clock were really very ominous things that afternoon. According to Dr. Valentine's testimony, poor Druce had actually died just about 4:30. Well, they said we needn't go home for 10 minutes, and we walked a little farther along the sands, doing nothing in particular, throwing stones for the dog, and throwing sticks into the sea for him to swim after. But to me, the twilight seemed to grow oddly oppressive, and the very shadow of the top-heavy Rock of Fortune lay on me like a load. And then a very curious thing happened. Knox had just brought back Herbert's walking-stick out of the sea, and his brother had thrown his in also. The dog swam out again, but just about what must have been the stroke of the half-hour, he stopped swimming. He came back again onto the shore and stood in front of us. Then he suddenly threw up his head and sent up a howl or wail of woe, if ever I heard one in the world. "What the devil's the matter with the dog?" asked Herbert, but none of us could answer. There was a long silence after the brute's wailing and whining died away on the desolate shore, and then the silence was broken. As I live, it was broken by a faint and far-off shriek, like the shriek of a woman, from beyond the hedges inland. We didn't know what it was then, but we knew afterwards. It was the cry the girl gave when she first saw the body of her father. "You went back, I suppose?" said Father Brown patiently. "What happened then?" "I'll tell you what happened then," said Fiennes, with a grim emphasis. "When we got back into that garden, the first thing we saw was Trail, the lawyer. I can see him now, with his black hat and black whiskers, relieved against the perspective of the blue flowers stretching down to the summer-house, with the sunset and the strange outline of the Rock of Fortune in the distance. His face and figure were in shadow against the sunset, but I swear the white teeth were showing in his head, and he was smiling. The moment Knox saw that man, the dog dashed forward and stood in the middle of the path, barking at him madly, murderously, volleying out curses that were almost verbal in their dreadful distinctness of hatred, and the man doubled up and fled along the path between the flowers. Father Brown sprang to his feet with a startling impatience. "So the dog denounced him, did he?" he cried. "The oracle of the dog condemned him. Did you see what birds were flying? And are you sure whether they were on the right hand or the left? Did you consult the augurs about the sacrifices? Surely you didn't omit to cut open the dog and examine his entrails? That is the sort of scientific test you heathen humanitarians seem to trust when you are thinking of taking away the life and honour of a man." Fiennes sat gaping for an instant, before he found breath to say, "Why, what's the matter with you? What have I done now?" A sort of anxiety came back into the priest's eyes, the anxiety of a man who has run against a post in the dark, and wonders for a moment whether he has hurt it. "I'm most awfully sorry," he said, with sincere distress. "I beg your pardon for being so rude. Pray forgive me." Fiennes looked at him curiously. "I sometimes think you are more of a mystery than any of the mysteries," he said. "But anyhow, if you don't believe in the mystery of the dog, at least you can't get over the mystery of the man. You can't deny that at the very moment when the beast came back from the sea and bellowed, his master's soul was driven out of his body by the blow of some unseen power that no mortal man can trace or even imagine. And as for the lawyer, I don't go only by the dog. There are other curious details too. He struck me as a smooth-smiling, equivocal sort of person, and one of his tricks seemed like a sort of hint. You know the doctor and the police were on the spot very quickly. Valentine was brought back when walking away from the house, and he telephoned instantly. That, with the secluded house, small numbers, and enclosed space, made it pretty possible to search everybody who could have been near, and everybody was thoroughly searched, for a weapon. The whole house, garden, and shore were combed for a weapon. The disappearance of the dagger is almost as crazy as the disappearance of the man." "The disappearance of the dagger," said Father Brown, nodding. He seemed to have become suddenly attentive. "Well," continued Fiennes, "I told you that man Trail had a trick of fidgeting with his tie and tie-pin, especially his tie-pin. His pin, like himself, was at once showy and old-fashioned. It had one of those stones with concentric coloured rings that look like an eye, and his own concentration on it got on my nerves, as if he had been a cyclops with one eye in the middle of his body. But the pin was not only large but long, and it occurred to me that his anxiety about its adjustment was because it was even longer than it looked, as long as a stiletto, in fact." Father Brown nodded thoughtfully. "Was any other instrument ever suggested?" he asked. "There was another suggestion," answered Fiennes, "from one of the young Druces, the cousins, I mean. Neither Herbert nor Harry Druce would have struck one at first as likely to be of assistance in scientific detection, but while Herbert was really the traditional type of heavy dragoon, caring for nothing but horses and being an ornament to the Horse Guards, his younger brother Harry had been in the Indian police and knew something about such things. Indeed, in his own way he was quite clever, and I rather fancy he had been too clever. I mean, he had left the police through breaking some red tape regulations and taking some sort of risk and responsibility of his own. Anyhow, he was in some sense a detective out of work, and threw himself into this business with more than the ardour of an amateur. And it was with him that I had an argument about the weapon, an argument that led to something new. It began by his countering my description of the dog barking at Trail, and he said that a dog at his worst didn't bark, but growled. "He was quite right there," observed the priest. The young fellow went on to say that If it came to that, he'd heard Knox growling at other people before then, and among others at Floyd, the secretary. I retorted that his own argument answered itself, for the crime couldn't be brought home to 2 or 3 people, and least of all to Floyd, who was as innocent as a harum-scarum schoolboy, and had been seen by everybody all the time, perched above the garden hedge, with his fan of red hair, as conspicuous as a scarlet cockatoo. "I know there's difficulties anyhow," said my colleague, "but I wish you'd come down the garden a minute. I want to show you something I don't think anyone else has seen." This was on the very day of the discovery, and the garden was just as it had been. The step-ladder was still standing by the hedge, and just under the hedge my guide stopped and disentangled something from the deep grass. It was the shears used for clipping the hedge, and on the point of one of them was a smear of blood. There was a short silence, and then Father Brown said suddenly, "What was the lawyer there for?" "He told us the Colonel sent for him to alter his will," answered Fiennes. "And, by the way, there was another thing about the business of the will that I ought to mention. You see, the will wasn't actually signed in the summer-house that afternoon." "I suppose not," said Father Brown. "There would have to be 2 witnesses. The lawyer actually came down the day before, and it was signed then, but he was sent for again the next day because the old man had a doubt about one of the witnesses and had to be reassured." "Who were the witnesses?" asked Father Brown. "Well, that's just the point," replied his informant eagerly. "The witnesses were Floyd, the secretary, and this Dr. Valentine, the foreign sort of surgeon, or whatever he is, and the 2 have a quarrel. Now, I'm bound to say that the secretary is something of a busybody. He's one of those hot and headlong people whose warmth of temperament has unfortunately turned to pugnacity and bristling suspicion, to distrusting people instead of to trusting them. That sort of red-haired, red-hot fellow is always either universally credulous or universally incredulous, and sometimes both. He was not only a jack of all trades, but he knew better than all tradesmen. He not only knew everything, but he warned everybody against everybody. All that must be taken into account in his suspicions about Valentine, but in that particular case there seems to have been something behind it. He said the name of Valentine was not really Valentine. He said he had seen him elsewhere, known by the name of de Villon. He said it would invalidate the will. Of course, he was kind enough to explain to the lawyer what the law was on that point. They were both in a frightful wax." Father Brown laughed. "People often are when they are to witness a will," he said. "For one thing, it means they can't have any legacy under it. But what did Dr. Valentine say? No doubt the Universal Secretary knew more about the doctor's name than the doctor did. But even the doctor might have some information about his own name." Fiennes paused a moment before he replied. "Dr. Valentine took it in a curious way. Dr. Valentine is a curious man. His appearance is rather striking, but very foreign. He is young, but wears a beard cut square, and his face is very pale, dreadfully pale, and dreadfully serious. His eyes have a sort of ache in them, as if he ought to wear glasses, or had given himself a headache with thinking. But he is quite handsome, and always very formally dressed, with a top hat and a dark coat, and a little red rosette. His manner is rather cold and haughty, and he has a way of staring at you which is very disconcerting. When thus charged with having changed his name, he merely stared like a sphinx, and then said, with a little laugh, that he supposed Americans had no names to change. At that, I think the Colonel also got into a fuss, and said all sorts of angry things to the doctor. All the more angry because of the doctor's pretensions to a future place in his family. But I shouldn't have thought much of that, but for a few words that I happened to hear later, early in the afternoon of the tragedy. I don't want to make a lot of them, for they weren't the sort of words on which one would like, in the ordinary way, to play the eavesdropper. As I was passing out towards the front gate with my two companions and the dog, I heard voices which told me that Dr. Valentine and Miss Druce had withdrawn for a moment into the shadow of the house, in an angle behind a row of flowering plants, and were talking to each other in passionate whisperings, sometimes almost like hissings, for it was something of a lover's quarrel as well as a lover's tryst. Nobody repeats the sort of things they said for the most part, but in an unfortunate business like this, I'm bound to say that there was repeated, more than once, a phrase about killing somebody. In fact, the girl seemed to be begging him not to kill somebody, or saying that no provocation could justify killing anybody, which seems an unusual sort of talk to address to a gentleman who has dropped in to tea. "Do you know," asked the priest, "whether Dr. Valentine seemed to be very angry after the scene with the secretary and the colonel? I mean, about witnessing the will?" "By all accounts," replied the other, "he wasn't half so angry as the secretary was. It was the secretary who went away raging after witnessing the will." "And now," said Father Brown, "what about the will itself?" The colonel was a very wealthy man, and his will was important. Trail wouldn't tell us the alteration at that stage, but I have since heard, only this morning in fact, that most of the money was transferred from the son to the daughter. I told you that Druce was wild with my friend Donald over his dissipated hours. "The question of motive has been rather overshadowed by the question of method," observed Father Brown thoughtfully. "At that moment, apparently, Miss Druce was the immediate gainer by the death." "Good God, what a cold-blooded way of talking!" cried Fiennes, staring at him. "You don't really mean to hint that she—" "Is she going to marry that Dr. Valentine?" asked the other. "Some people are against it," answered his friend, "but he is liked and respected in the place, and is a skilled and devoted surgeon." "So devoted a surgeon," said Father Brown, "that he had surgical instruments with him when he went to call on the young lady at tea-time, for he must have used a lancet or something, and he never seems to have gone home." Fiennes sprang to his feet and looked at him in a heat of inquiry. "You suggest he might have used the very same lancet?" Father Brown shook his head. "All these suggestions are fancies just now," he said. "The problem is not who did it, or what did it, but how it was done. We might find many men, and even many tools, pins and shears and lancets, but how did a man get into the room? How did even a pin get into it?" He was staring reflectively at the ceiling as he spoke, but as he said the last words, his eye cocked, in an alert fashion, as if he had suddenly seen a curious fly on the ceiling. "Well, what would you do about it?" asked the young man. "You have a lot of experience. What would you advise now?" "I'm afraid I'm not much use," said Father Brown with a sigh. "I can't suggest very much without having ever been near the place or the people. For the moment, you can only go on with local inquiries. I gather that your friend from the Indian police is more or less in charge of your inquiry down there. I should run down and see how he is getting on. See what he's been doing in the way of amateur detection. There may be news already." As his guests, the biped and the quadruped, disappeared, Father Brown took up his pen and went back to his interrupted occupation of planning a course of lectures on the encyclical Rerum Novarum. The subject was a large one, and he had to recast it more than once, so that he was somewhat similarly employed some 2 days later, when the big black dog again came bounding into the room, and sprawled all over him with enthusiasm and excitement. The master who followed the dog shared the excitement, if not the enthusiasm. He had been excited in a less pleasant fashion, for his blue eyes seemed to start from his head, and his eager face was even a little pale. "You told me," he said abruptly and without preface, "to find out what Harry Druce was doing. Do you know what he's done?" The priest did not reply, and the young man went on in jerky tones. "I'll tell you what he's done. He's killed himself." Father Brown's lips moved only faintly, and there was nothing practical about what he was saying, nothing that has anything to do with this story or this world. "You give me the creeps sometimes," said Fiennes. Did you expect this?" "I thought it possible," said Father Brown. "That was why I asked you to go and see what he was doing. I hoped you might not be too late." "It was I who found him," said Fiennes, rather huskily. "It was the ugliest and most uncanny thing I ever knew. I went down that old garden again, and I knew there was something new and unnatural about it, besides the murder. The flowers still tossed about in blue masses on each side of the black entrance into the old grey summer-house. But to me, the blue flowers looked like blue devils dancing before some dark cavern of the underworld. I looked all round. Everything seemed to be in its ordinary place. But the queer notion grew on me that there was something wrong with the very shape of the sky. And then I saw what it was. The Rock of Fortune always rose in the background beyond the garden hedge and against the sea, and the Rock of Fortune was gone." Father Brown had lifted his head and was listening intently. "It was as if a mountain had walked away out of a landscape, or a moon fallen from the sky, though I knew, of course, that a touch at any time would have tipped the thing over. Something possessed me, and I rushed down that garden path like the wind, and went crashing through that hedge as if it were a spider's web. It was a thin hedge, really, though its undisturbed trimness had made it serve all the purposes of a wall. On the shore I found the loose rock fallen from its pedestal, and poor Harry Druce lay like a wreck underneath it. One arm was thrown round it in a sort of embrace, as if he had pulled it down on himself, and on the broad brown sands beside it, in large crazy lettering, he had scrawled the words, 'The Rock of Fortune falls on the fool.'" "It was the Colonel's will that did that," observed Father Brown. "The young man had staked everything on profiting himself by Donald's disgrace, especially when his uncle sent for him on the same day as the lawyer, and welcomed him with so much warmth. Otherwise he was done. He'd lost his police job. He was beggared at Monte Carlo. And he killed himself when he found he'd killed his kinsman for nothing." "Here, stop a minute," cried the staring Fiennes. "You're going too fast for me." "Talking about the will, by the way," continued Father Brown, calmly, "before I forget it, or we go on to bigger things, there was a simple explanation, I think, of all that business about the doctor's name. I rather fancy I have heard both names before somewhere. The doctor is really a French nobleman, with the title of the Marquis de Villon, but he is also an ardent Republican, and has abandoned his title and fallen back on the forgotten family surname. With your citizen Riquetti, you have puzzled Europe for 10 days. "What is that?" asked the young man blankly. "Never mind," said the priest. 9 times out of 10, it is a rascally thing to change one's name, but this was a piece of fine fanaticism. That's the point of his sarcasm about Americans having no names, that is, no titles. Now, in England, the Marquis of Hartington is never called Mr. Hartington, but in France, the Marquis de Villon is called Monsieur de Villon. So it might well look like a change of name. As for the talk about killing, I fancy that also was a point of French etiquette." The doctor was talking about challenging Floyd to a duel, and the girl was trying to dissuade him. "Oh, I see," cried Fiennes, slowly. "Now I understand what she meant." "And what is that about?" asked his companion, smiling. "Well," said the young man, "it was something that happened to me just before I found that poor fellow's body, only the catastrophe drove it out of my head. I suppose it's hard to remember a little romantic idyll when you've just come on top of a tragedy. But as I went down the lanes leading to the Colonel's old place, I met his daughter walking with Dr. Valentine. She was in mourning, of course, and he always wore black as if he were going to a funeral, but I can't say that their faces were very funereal. Never have I seen two people looking in their own way more respectably radiant and cheerful. They stopped and saluted me, and then she told me they were married and living in a little house on the outskirts of the town, where the doctor was continuing his practice. This rather surprised me, because I knew that her old father's will had left her his property, and I hinted at it delicately by saying I was going along to her father's old place, and had half expected to meet her there. But she only laughed and said, 'Oh, we've given up all that. My husband doesn't like heiresses.' And I discovered with some astonishment they really had insisted on restoring the property to poor Donald. So I hope he's had a healthy shock and will treat it sensibly. There was never much really the matter with him. He was very young, and his father was not very wise. But it was in connection with that she said something I didn't understand at the time, but now I'm sure it must be as you say. She said, with a sort of sudden and splendid arrogance that was entirely altruistic, 'I hope it'll stop that red-haired fool from fussing any more about the will. Does he think my husband, who has given up a crest and a coronet as old as the Crusades for his principles, would kill an old man in a summer-house for a legacy like that?' Then she laughed again and said, 'My husband isn't killing anybody, except in the way of business. Why, he didn't even ask his friends to call on the secretary.' Now, of course, I see what she meant." "I see part of what she meant, of course," said Father Brown. "What did she mean exactly by the secretary fussing about the will?" Fiennes smiled as he answered, "I wish you knew the secretary, Father Brown. It would be a joy to you to watch him make things hum, as he calls it. He made the house of mourning hum. He filled the funeral with all the snap and zip of the brightest sporting event. There was no holding him after something had really happened. I've told you how he used to oversee the gardener as he did the garden, and how he instructed the lawyer in the law. Needless to say, he also instructed the surgeon in the practice of surgery, and as the surgeon was Dr. Valentine, you may be sure it ended in accusing him of something worse than bad surgery. The secretary got it fixed in his red head that the doctor had committed the crime, and when the police arrived he was perfectly sublime. Need I say that he became, on the spot, the greatest of all amateur detectives? Sherlock Holmes never towered over Scotland Yard with more titanic intellectual pride and scorn than Colonel Druce's private secretary over the police investigating Colonel Druce's death. I tell you, it was a joy to see him. He strode about with an abstracted air, tossing his scarlet crest of hair and giving curt, impatient replies. Of course, it was his demeanour during these days that made Druce's daughter so wild with him. Of course, he had a theory. It's just the sort of theory a man would have in a book, and Floyd is the sort of man who ought to be in a book. He'd be better fun and less bother in a book." "What was his theory?" asked the other. "Oh, it was full of pep," replied Fiennes gloomily. "It would have been glorious copy if it could have held together for 10 minutes longer. He said the colonel was still alive when they found him in the summer-house, and the doctor killed him with a surgical instrument on pretence of cutting the clothes." "I see," said the priest. "I suppose he was lying flat on his face on the mud floor as a form of siesta." "It's wonderful what hustle will do," continued his informant. "I believe Floyd would have got his great theory into the papers at any rate, and perhaps had the doctor arrested, when all these things were blown sky-high, as if by dynamite, by the discovery of that dead body lying under the Rock of Fortune. And that's what we come back to, after all. I suppose the suicide is almost a confession, but nobody will ever know the whole story." There was a silence, and then the priest said, modestly, "I rather think I know the whole story." Fiennes stared. "But look here," he cried. "How do you come to know the whole story? Or to be sure it's the true story? You've been sitting here 100 miles away writing a sermon. Do you mean to tell me you really know what happened already? If you've really come to the end, where in the world do you begin? What started you off with your own story?" Father Brown jumped up with a very unusual excitement, and his first exclamation was like an explosion. "The dog!" he cried. "The dog, of course. You had the whole story in your hands in the business of the dog on the beach, if you'd only noticed the dog properly." Fiennes stared still more. "But you told me before that my feelings about the dog were all nonsense, and the dog had nothing to do with it." "The dog had everything to do with it," said Father Brown, "as you'd have found out if you'd only treated the dog as a dog, and not as God Almighty judging the souls of men." He paused in an embarrassed way for a moment, and then said, with a rather pathetic air of apology, "The truth is, I happen to be awfully fond of dogs, and it seemed to me that in all this lurid halo of dog superstitions, nobody was really thinking about the poor dog at all. To begin with a small point, about his barking at the lawyer or growling at the secretary. You asked how I could guess things 100 miles away, but honestly, it's mostly to your credit, for you described people so well that I know the types. A man like Trail, who frowns usually and smiles suddenly, a man who fiddles with things, especially at his throat, is a nervous, easily embarrassed man. I shouldn't wonder if Floyd, the efficient secretary, is nervy and jumpy too. Those Yankee hustlers often are. Otherwise he wouldn't have cut his fingers on the shears and dropped them when he heard Janet Druce scream. Now, dogs hate nervous people. I don't know whether they make the dog nervous too, or whether, being after all a brute, he is a bit of a bully, or whether his canine vanity, which is colossal, is simply offended at not being liked. But anyhow, there was nothing in poor Knox protesting against those people, except that he disliked them for being afraid of him. Now, I know you're awfully clever, and nobody of sense sneers at cleverness, but I sometimes fancy, for instance, that you are too clever to understand animals. Sometimes you are too clever to understand men, especially when they act almost as simply as animals. Animals are very literal. They live in a world of truisms. Take this case. A dog barks at a man, and a man runs away from a dog. Now, you do not seem to be quite simple enough to see the fact that the dog barked because he disliked the man, and the man fled because he was frightened of the dog. They had no other motives, and they needed none. But you must read psychological mysteries into it, and suppose the dog had supernormal vision, and was a mysterious mouthpiece of doom. You must suppose the man was running away, not from the dog, but from the hangman. And yet, if you come to think of it, all this deeper psychology is exceedingly improbable. If the dog really could completely and consciously realize the murderer of his master, he wouldn't stand yapping as he might at a curate at a tea-party. He's much more likely to fly at his throat. And on the other hand, do you really think a man who had hardened his heart to murder an old friend, and then walk about smiling at the old friend's family, under the eyes of his old friend's daughter and post-mortem doctor, do you think a man like that would be doubled up by mere remorse because a dog barked. He might feel the tragic irony of it. It might shake his soul like any other tragic trifle, but he wouldn't rush madly the length of a garden to escape from the only witness whom he knew to be unable to talk. People have a panic like that when they are frightened, not of tragic ironies, but of teeth. The whole thing is simpler than you can understand. But when we come to that business by the seashore, things are much more interesting. As you stated them, they were much more puzzling. I didn't understand that tale of the dog going in and out of the water. It didn't seem to me a doggy thing to do. If Knox had been very much upset about something else, he might possibly have refused to go after the stick at all. He'd probably go off nosing in whatever direction he suspected the mischief. But when once a dog is actually chasing a thing, a stone or a stick or a rabbit, my experience is that he won't stop for anything but the most peremptory command, and not always for that. That he should turn round because his mood changed seems to me unthinkable. But he did turn round, insisted Fiennes, and came back without the stick. He came back without the stick for the best reason in the world, replied the priest. He came back because he couldn't find it. He whined because he couldn't find it. That's the sort of thing a dog really does whine about. A dog is a devil of a ritualist. He is as particular about the precise routine of a game as a child about the precise repetition of a fairy tale. In this case, something had gone wrong with the game. He came back to complain seriously of the conduct of the stick. Never had such a thing happened before. Never had an eminent and distinguished dog been so treated by a rotten old walking-stick. "Why, what had the walking-stick done?" inquired the young man. "It had sunk," said Father Brown. Fiennes said nothing, but continued to stare, and it was the priest who continued. "It had sunk because it was not really a stick, but a rod of steel, with a very thin shell of cane and a sharp point. In other words, it was a sword-stick. I suppose a murderer never gets rid of a bloody weapon so oddly, and yet so naturally, as by throwing it into the sea for a retriever." "I begin to see what you mean," admitted Fiennes. "But even if a sword-stick was used, I have no guess of how it was used." "I had a sort of guess," said Father Brown, "right at the beginning, when you said the word summer-house, and another when you said that Druce wore a white coat. As long as everybody was looking for a short dagger, nobody thought of it. But if we admit a rather long blade, like a rapier, it's not so impossible." He was leaning back, looking at the ceiling, and began like one going back to his own first thoughts and fundamentals. "All that discussion about detective stories, like The Yellow Room, about a man found dead in sealed chambers which no one could enter, does not apply to the present case, because it is a summer-house. When we talk of a yellow room, or any room, we imply walls that are really homogeneous and impenetrable. But a summer-house is not made like that. It is often made, as it was in this case, of closely interlaced but separate boughs and strips of wood, in which there are chinks here and there. There was one of them just behind Druce's back, as he sat in his chair up against the wall. But just as the room was a summer-house, so the chair was a basket chair. That also was a lattice of loopholes. Lastly, the summer-house was close up against the hedge, and you have just told me that it was really a thin hedge. A man standing outside it could easily see, amid a network of twigs and branches and canes, one white spot of the colonel's coat, as plain as the white of a target. Now, you left the geography a little vague, but it was possible to put two and two together. You said the Rock of Fortune was not really high, but you also said it could be seen dominating the garden like a mountain peak. In other words, it was very near the end of the garden, though your walk had taken you a long way round to it. Also, it isn't likely the young lady really howled so as to be heard half a mile. She gave an ordinary, involuntary cry, and yet you heard it on the shore. And among other interesting things that you told me, may I remind you that you said Harry Druce had fallen behind to light his pipe under a hedge. Fiennes shuddered slightly. You mean he drew his blade there, and sent it through the hedge at the white spot? But surely it was a very odd chance, and a very sudden choice. Besides, he couldn't be certain the old man's money had passed to him, and, as a fact, it hadn't. Father Brown's face became animated. You misunderstand the man's character, he said, as if he himself had known the man all his life. A curious, but not unknown type of character. If he had really known the money would come to him, I seriously believe he wouldn't have done it. He would have seen it as the dirty thing it was. Isn't that rather paradoxical? Asked the other. The man was a gambler, said the priest, and a man in disgrace for having taken risks and anticipated orders. It was probably for something pretty unscrupulous, for every imperial police is more like a Russian secret police than we like to think. But he had gone beyond the line and failed. Now, the temptation of that type of man is to do a mad thing precisely because the risk will be wonderful in retrospect. He wants to say, nobody but I could have seized that chance, or seen that it was then or never. What a wild and wonderful guess it was, when I put all those things together, Donald in disgrace, and the lawyer being sent for, and Herbert and I sent for at the same time, and then nothing more but the way the old man grinned at me and shook hands. Anybody would say I was mad to risk it, but that is how fortunes are made, by the man mad enough to have a little foresight. In short, it is the vanity of guessing. It is the megalomania of the gambler. The more incongruous the coincidence, the more instantaneous the decision, the more likely he is to snatch the chance. The accident, the very triviality of the white speck and the hole in the hedge, intoxicated him like a vision of the world's desire. Nobody clever enough to see such a combination of accidents could be cowardly enough not to use them. That is how the devil talks to the gambler. But the devil himself would hardly have induced that unhappy man to go down in a dull, deliberate way and kill an old uncle from whom he'd always had expectations. It would be too respectable. He paused a moment, and then went on, with a certain quiet emphasis. And now try to call up the scene, even as you saw it yourself. As he stood there, dizzy with his diabolical opportunity, he looked up and saw that strange outline that might have been the image of his own tottering soul, the one great crag poised perilously on the other, like a pyramid on its point, and remembered that it was called the Rock of Fortune. Can you guess how such a man, at such a moment, would read such a signal? I think it strung him up to action, and even to vigilance. He who would be a tower must not fear to be a toppling tower. Anyhow, he acted. His next difficulty was to cover his tracks. To be found with a sword-stick, let alone a blood-stained sword-stick, would be fatal in the search that was certain to follow. If he left it anywhere, it would be found, and probably traced. Even if he threw it into the sea, the action might be noticed, and thought noticeable. Unless, indeed, he could think of some more natural way of covering the action. As you know, he did think of one, and a very good one. Being the only one of you with a watch, he told you it was not yet time to return, strolled a little farther, and started the game of throwing in sticks for the retriever. But how his eyes must have rolled darkly over all that desolate seashore before they alighted on the dog. Fiennes nodded, gazing thoughtfully into space. His mind seemed to have drifted back to a less practical part of the narrative. "It's queer," he said, "that the dog really was in the story after all." "The dog could almost have told you the story if he could talk," said the priest. "All I complain of is that because he couldn't talk, you made up his story for him and made him talk with the tongues of men and angels. It's part of something I've noticed more and more in the modern world, appearing in all sorts of newspaper rumours and conversational catchwords. Something that's arbitrary, without being authoritative. People readily swallow the untested claims of this, that, or the other. It's drowning all your old rationalism and scepticism. It's coming in like a sea, and the name of it is superstition." He stood up abruptly, his face heavy with a sort of frown, and went on talking almost as if he were alone. "It's the first effect of not believing in God, that you lose your common sense and can't see things as they are. Anything that anybody talks about, and says there's a good deal in it, extends itself indefinitely, like a vista in a nightmare. And a dog is an omen, and a cat is a mystery, and a pig is a mascot, and a beetle is a scarab, calling up all the menagerie of polytheism from Egypt and old India, Dog Anubis, and great green-eyed Pasht, and all the holy howling bulls of Bashan, reeling back to the bestial gods of the beginning, escaping into elephants and snakes and crocodiles, and all because you are frightened of 4 words. He was made man." The young man got up with a little embarrassment, almost as if he had overheard a soliloquy. He called to the dog, and left the room with vague but breezy farewells. But he had to call the dog twice, for the dog had remained behind, quite motionless, for a moment, looking up steadily at Father Brown, as the wolf looked at St. Francis. The Fenchurch Street Mystery by Baroness Emma Orczy. The man in the corner pushed aside his glass and leant across the table. "Mysteries," he commented. "There is no such thing as a mystery in connection with any crime, provided intelligence is brought to bear upon its investigation." Very much astonished, Polly Burton looked over the top of her newspaper and fixed a pair of very severe, coldly inquiring brown eyes upon him. She had disapproved of the man from the instant when he shuffled across the shop and sat down opposite to her, at the same marble-topped table which already held her large coffee, 3d, her roll and butter, 2d, and plate of tongue, 6d. Now, this particular corner, this very same table, that special view of the magnificent marble hall, known as the Norfolk Street branch of the Aerated Bread Company's depots, were Polly's own corner, table, and view. Here she had partaken of 11 penn'orth of luncheon, and 1 penn'orth of daily information, ever since that glorious, never-to-be-forgotten day when she was enrolled on the staff of the Evening Observer, we'll call it that, if you please, and became a member of that illustrious and world-famed organisation known as the British Press. She was a personality, was Miss Burton of the Evening Observer. Her cards were printed thus: Miss Mary J. Burton, Evening Observer. She had interviewed Miss Ellen Terry and the Bishop of Madagascar, Mr. Seymour Hicks, and the Chief Commissioner of Police. She had been present at the last Marlborough House garden party, in the cloakroom, that is to say, where she caught sight of Lady Thingamy's hat, Miss Whatchamacall's sunshade, and of various other things, modistical or fashionable, all of which were duly described under the heading Royalty and Dress, in the early afternoon edition of the Evening Observer. The article itself is signed M.J.B., and is to be found in the files of that leading halfpennorth. For these reasons, and for various others too, Polly felt irate with the man in the corner, and told him so with her eyes, as plainly as any pair of brown eyes can speak. She had been reading an article in the Daily Telegraph. The article was palpitatingly interesting. Had Polly been commenting audibly upon it? Certain it is that the man over there had spoken in direct answer to her thoughts. She looked at him and frowned. The next moment she smiled. Miss Burton, of the Evening Observer, had a keen sense of humour, which 2 years' association with the British press had not succeeded in destroying, and the appearance of the man was sufficient to tickle the most ultra-morose fancy. Polly thought to herself that she had never seen anyone so pale, so thin, with such funny, light-coloured hair, brushed very smoothly across the top of a very obviously bald crown. He looked so timid and nervous as he fidgeted incessantly with a piece of string, his long, lean, and trembling fingers tying and untying it into knots of wonderful and complicated proportions. Having carefully studied every detail of the quaint personality, Polly felt more amiable. "And yet," she remarked kindly, but authoritatively, "this article, in an otherwise well-informed journal, will tell you that, even within the last year, no fewer than 6 crimes have completely baffled the police, and the perpetrators of them are still at large." "Pardon me," he said gently, "I never for a moment ventured to suggest that there were no mysteries to the police. I merely remarked that there were none where intelligence was brought to bear upon the investigation of crime." "Not even in the Fenchurch Street mystery, I suppose?" she asked sarcastically. "Least of all in the so-called Fenchurch Street mystery," he replied quietly. Now, the Fenchurch Street mystery, as that extraordinary crime had popularly been called, had puzzled, as Polly well knew, the brains of every thinking man and woman for the last 12 months. It had puzzled her not inconsiderably. She had been interested, fascinated. She had studied the case, formed her own theories, thought about it all often and often, had even written 1 or 2 letters to the press on the subject, suggesting, arguing, hinting at possibilities and probabilities, adducing proofs which other amateur detectives were equally ready to refute. The attitude of that timid man in the corner, therefore, was peculiarly exasperating, and she retorted with sarcasm, designed to completely annihilate her self-complacent interlocutor. "What a pity it is, in that case, that you do not offer your priceless services to our misguided, though well-meaning police." "Isn't it?" he replied, with perfect good humour. "Well, you know, for one thing, I doubt if they would accept them, and in the second place, my inclinations and my duty would, were I to become an active member of the detective force, nearly always be in direct conflict. As often as not, my sympathies go to the criminal who is clever and astute enough to lead our entire police force by the nose. I don't know how much of the case you remember," he went on quietly. "It certainly at first began even to puzzle me. On the 12th of last December, a woman, poorly dressed, but with an unmistakable air of having seen better days, gave information at Scotland Yard of the disappearance of her husband, William Kershaw, of no occupation, and apparently of no fixed abode. She was accompanied by a friend, a fat, oily-looking German, and between them they told a tale which set the police immediately on the move. It appears that on the 10th of December, at about 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Karl Muller, the German, called on his friend William Kershaw for the purpose of collecting a small debt, some £10 or so, which the latter owed him. On arriving at the squalid lodging in Charlotte Street, Fitzroy Square, he found William Kershaw in a wild state of excitement, and his wife in tears. Muller attempted to state the object of his visit, but Kershaw, with wild gestures, waved him aside, and, in his own words, flabbergasted him by asking him point-blank for another loan of £2, which sum, he declared, would be the means of a speedy fortune for himself and the friend who would help him in his need. After a quarter of an hour spent in obscure hints, Kershaw, finding the cautious German obdurate, decided to let him into the secret plan, which, he averred, would place thousands into their hands. Instinctively, Polly had put down her paper. The mild stranger, with his nervous air and timid, watery eyes, had a peculiar way of telling his tale, which somehow fascinated her. "I don't know," he resumed, "if you remember the story which the German told to the police, and which was corroborated in every detail by the wife, or widow. Briefly, it was this. Some 30 years previously, Kershaw, then 20 years of age and a medical student at one of the London hospitals, had a chum named Barker, with whom he roomed, together with another. This other, so it appears, brought home one evening a very considerable sum of money, which he had won on the turf, and the following morning he was found murdered in his bed. Kershaw, fortunately for himself, was able to prove a conclusive alibi. He had spent the night on duty at the hospital. As for Barker, he had disappeared. That is to say, as far as the police were concerned, but not as far as the watchful eyes of his friend Kershaw were able to spy. At least, so the latter said. Barker very cleverly contrived to get away out of the country, and, after sundry vicissitudes, finally settled down in Vladivostok, in eastern Siberia, where, under the assumed name of Smethurst, he built up an enormous fortune by trading in furs. Now, mind you, everyone knows Smethurst, the Siberian millionaire. Kershaw's story that he had once been called Barker, and had committed a murder 30 years ago, was never proved, was it? I am merely telling you what Kershaw said to his friend the German, and to his wife, on that memorable afternoon of December the 10th. According to him, Smethurst had made one gigantic mistake in his clever career. He had, on 4 occasions, written to his late friend, William Kershaw. 2 of these letters had no bearing on the case, since they were written more than 25 years ago, and Kershaw, moreover, had lost them, so he said, long ago. According to him, however, the first of these letters was written when Smethurst, alias Barker, had spent all the money he had obtained from the crime, and found himself destitute in New York. Kershaw, then in fairly prosperous circumstances, sent him a £10 note for the sake of old times. The second, when the tables had turned, and Kershaw had begun to go downhill, Smethurst, as he then already called himself, sent his whilom friend £50. After that, as Muller gathered, Kershaw had made sundry demands on Smethurst's ever-increasing purse, and had accompanied these demands by various threats, which, considering the distant country in which the millionaire lived, were worse than futile. But now the climax had come, and Kershaw, after a final moment of hesitation, handed over to his German friend the 2 last letters purporting to have been written by Smethurst, and which, if you remember, played such an important part in the mysterious story of this extraordinary crime. I have a copy of both these letters here, added the man in the corner, as he took out a piece of paper from a very worn-out pocket-book, and, unfolding it very deliberately, he began to read, Sir, your preposterous demands for money are wholly unwarrantable. I have already helped you quite as much as you deserve. However, for the sake of old times, and because you once helped me when I was in a terrible difficulty, I am willing to once more let you impose upon my good nature. A friend of mine here, a Russian merchant to whom I have sold my business, starts in a few days for an extended tour to many European and Asiatic ports in his yacht, and has invited me to accompany him as far as England. Being tired of foreign parts, and desirous of seeing the old country once again after 30 years' absence, I have decided to accept his invitation. I don't know when we may actually be in Europe, but I promise you that as soon as we touch a suitable port, I will write to you again, making an appointment for you to see me in London. But remember that if your demands are too preposterous, I will not for a moment listen to them, and that I am the last man in the world to submit to persistent and unwarrantable blackmail. I am, sir, yours truly, Francis Smethurst. The second letter was dated from Southampton, continued the old man in the corner, calmly, and, curiously enough, was the only letter which Kershaw professed to have received from Smethurst of which he had kept the envelope, and which was dated. It was quite brief, he added, referring once more to his piece of paper. Dear Sir, referring to my letter of a few weeks ago, I wish to inform you that the Saskia Sailor will touch at Tilbury on Tuesday next, the 10th. I shall land there, and immediately go up to London by the first train I can get. If you like, you may meet me at Fenchurch Street Station, in the first-class waiting-room, in the late afternoon. Since I surmise that after 30 years' absence my face may not be familiar to you, I may as well tell you that you will recognize me by a heavy astrakhan fur coat which I shall wear, together with a cap of the same. You may then introduce yourself to me, and I will personally listen to what you may have to say. Yours faithfully, Francis Smethurst. It was this last letter which had caused William Kershaw's excitement and his wife's tears. In the German's own words, he was walking up and down the room like a wild beast, gesticulating wildly, and muttering sundry exclamations. Mrs. Kershaw, however, was full of apprehension. She mistrusted the man from foreign parts, who, according to her husband's story, had already one crime upon his conscience, who might, she feared, risk another, in order to be rid of a dangerous enemy. Womanlike, she thought the scheme a dishonourable one, for the law, she knew, is severe on the blackmailer. The assignation might be a cunning trap. In any case, it was a curious one. Why, she argued, did not Smethurst elect to see Kershaw at his hotel the following day? 1,000 whys and wherefores made her anxious, but the fat German had been won over by Kershaw's visions of untold gold, held tantalizingly before his eyes. He had lent the necessary £2, with which his friend intended to tidy himself up a bit before he went to meet his friend the millionaire. Half an hour afterwards, Kershaw had left his lodgings, and that was the last the unfortunate woman saw of her husband, or Muller, the German, of his friend. Anxiously his wife waited that night, but he did not return. The next day she seems to have spent in making purposeless and futile inquiries about the neighbourhood of Fenchurch Street, and on the 12th she went to Scotland Yard, gave what particulars she knew, and placed in the hands of the police the 2 letters written by Smethurst. The man in the corner had finished his glass of milk. His watery blue eyes looked across at Miss Polly Burton's eager little face, from which all traces of severity had now been chased away by an obvious and intense excitement. It was only on the 31st, he resumed after a while, that a body, decomposed past all recognition, was found by 2 lightermen in the bottom of a disused barge. She had been moored at one time at the foot of one of those dark flights of steps which lead down between tall warehouses to the river in the East End of London. I have a photograph of the place here," he added, selecting one out of his pocket and placing it before Polly. The actual barge, you see, had already been removed when I took this snapshot, but you will realise what a perfect place this alley is for the purpose of one man cutting another man's throat in comfort, and without fear of detection. The body, as I said, was decomposed beyond all recognition. It had probably been there 11 days. But sundry articles, such as a silver ring and a tie-pin, were recognisable, and were identified by Mrs. Kershaw as belonging to her husband. She, of course, was loud in denouncing Smethurst, and the police had no doubt a very strong case against him, for 2 days after the discovery of the body in the barge, the Siberian millionaire, as he was already popularly called by enterprising interviewers, was arrested in his luxurious suite of rooms at the Hotel Cecil. To confess the truth, at this point I was not a little puzzled. Mrs. Kershaw's story and Smethurst's letters had both found their way into the papers, and following my usual method, mind you, I am only an amateur, I try to reason out a case for the love of the thing. I sought about for a motive for the crime which the police declared Smethurst had committed. To effectually get rid of a dangerous blackmailer was the generally accepted theory. Well, did it ever strike you how paltry that motive really was? Miss Polly had to confess, however, that it had never struck her in that light. Surely a man who had succeeded in building up an immense fortune by his own individual efforts was not the sort of fool to believe that he had anything to fear from a man like Kershaw. He must have known that Kershaw held no damning proofs against him, not enough to hang him, anyway. "Have you ever seen Smethurst?" he added, as he once more fumbled in his pocket-book. Polly replied that she had seen Smethurst's picture in the illustrated papers at the time. Then he added, placing a small photograph before her, "What strikes you most about the face?" "Well, I think its strange, astonished expression, due to the total absence of eyebrows, and the funny foreign cut of the hair. So close that it almost looks as if it had been shaved. Exactly. That is what struck me most when I elbowed my way into the court that morning, and first caught sight of the millionaire in the dock. He was a tall, soldierly-looking man, upright in stature, his face very bronzed and tanned. He wore neither moustache nor beard. His hair was cropped quite close to his head, like a Frenchman's. But, of course, what was so very remarkable about him was that total absence of eyebrows, and even eyelashes, which gave the face such a peculiar appearance. As you say, a perpetually astonished look. He seemed, however, wonderfully calm. He had been accommodated with a chair in the dock, being a millionaire, and chatted pleasantly with his lawyer, Sir Arthur Inglewood, in the intervals between the calling of the several witnesses for the prosecution. Whilst during the examination of these witnesses he sat quite placidly, with his head shaded by his hand. Muller and Mrs. Kershaw repeated the story which they had already told to the police. I think you said that you were not able, owing to pressure of work, to go to the court that day and hear the case, so perhaps you have no recollection of Mrs. Kershaw. No? Ah, well, here is a snapshot I managed to get of her once. That is her, exactly as she stood in the box, overdressed, in elaborate crepe, with a bonnet which once had contained pink roses, and to which a remnant of pink petals still clung obtrusively amidst the deep black. She would not look at the prisoner, and turned her head resolutely towards the magistrate. I fancy she had been fond of that vagabond husband of hers. An enormous wedding ring encircled her finger, and that, too, was swathed in black. She firmly believed that Kershaw's murderer sat there in the dock, and she literally flaunted her grief before him. I was indescribably sorry for her. As for Muller, he was just fat, oily, pompous, conscious of his own importance as a witness. His fat fingers, covered with brass rings, gripped the 2 incriminating letters which he had identified. They were his passports, as it were, to a delightful land of importance and notoriety. Sir Arthur Inglewood, I think, disappointed him by stating that he had no questions to ask of him. Muller had been brimful of answers, ready with the most perfect indictment, the most elaborate accusations against the bloated millionaire who had decoyed his dear friend Kershaw and murdered him in heaven knows what an out-of-the-way corner of the East End. After this, however, the excitement grew apace. Muller had been dismissed and had retired from the court altogether, leading away Mrs. Kershaw, who had completely broken down. Constable D21 was giving evidence as to the arrest in the meanwhile. The prisoner, he said, had seemed completely taken by surprise, not understanding the cause or history of the accusation against him. However, when put in full possession of the facts, and realizing, no doubt, the absolute futility of any resistance, he had quietly enough followed the constable into the cab. No one at the fashionable and crowded Hotel Cecil had even suspected that anything unusual had occurred. Then a gigantic sigh of expectancy came from every one of the spectators. The fun was about to begin. James Buckland, a porter at Fenchurch Street Railway Station, had just sworn to tell all the truth, etc. After all, it did not amount to much. He said that at 6 o'clock in the afternoon of December the 10th, in the midst of one of the densest fogs he ever remembers, the 5.5 from Tilbury steamed into the station, being just about an hour late. He was on the arrival platform, and was hailed by a passenger in a first-class carriage. He could see very little of him beyond an enormous black fur coat and a travelling cap of fur also. The passenger had a quantity of luggage, all marked FS, and he directed James Buckland to place it all upon a 4-wheeled cab, with the exception of a small handbag, which he carried himself. Having seen that all his luggage was safely bestowed, the stranger in the fur coat paid the porter, and, telling the cabman to wait until he returned, he walked away in the direction of the waiting rooms, still carrying his small handbag. "I stayed for a bit," added James Buckland, "talking to the driver about the fog and that. Then I went about my business, seeing that the local from Southend had been signalled." The prosecution insisted most strongly upon the hour when the stranger in the fur coat, having seen to his luggage, walked away towards the waiting rooms. The porter was emphatic. It was not a minute later than 6:15, he averred. Sir Arthur Inglewood still had no questions to ask, and the driver of the cab was called. He corroborated the evidence of James Buckland as to the hour when the gentleman in the fur coat had engaged him, and, having filled his cab in and out with luggage, had told him to wait. And cabby did wait. He waited in the dense fog until he was tired, until he seriously thought of depositing all the luggage in the Lost Property Office, and of looking out for another fare. Waited until at last, at 9:15, whom should he see walking hurriedly towards his cab but the gentleman in the fur coat and cap, who got in quickly and told the driver to take him at once to the Hotel Cecil. This, cabby declared, had occurred at 9:15. Still, Sir Arthur Inglewood made no comment, and Mr. Francis Smethurst, in the crowded, stuffy court, had calmly dropped to sleep. The next witness, Constable Thomas Taylor, had noticed a shabbily dressed individual, with shaggy hair and beard, loafing about the station and waiting rooms in the afternoon of December the 10th. He seemed to be watching the arrival platform of the Tilbury and Southend trains. 2 separate and independent witnesses, cleverly unearthed by the police, had seen this same shabbily dressed individual, stroll into the first-class waiting-room at about 6:15 on Wednesday, December the 10th, and go straight up to a gentleman in a heavy fur coat and cap, who had also just come into the room. The two talked together for a while. No one heard what they said, but presently they walked off together. No one seemed to know in which direction. Francis Smethurst was rousing himself from his apathy. He whispered to his lawyer, who nodded with a bland smile of encouragement. The employees of the Hotel Cecil gave evidence as to the arrival of Mr. Smethurst at about 9:30 p.m. on Wednesday, December the 10th, in a cab with a quantity of luggage, and this closed the case for the prosecution. Everybody in that court already saw Smethurst mounting the gallows. It was uninterested curiosity which caused the elegant audience to wait and hear what Sir Arthur Inglewood had to say. He, of course, is the most fashionable man in the law at the present moment. His lolling attitudes, his drawling speech, are quite the rage, and imitated by the gilded youth of society. Even at this moment, when the Siberian millionaire's neck literally and metaphorically hung in the balance, an expectant titter went round the fair spectators, as Sir Arthur stretched out his long, loose limbs and lounged across the table. He waited to make his effect. Sir Arthur is a born actor, and there is no doubt that he made it, when, in his slowest, most drawly tones, he said quietly, "With regard to this alleged murder of one William Kershaw, on Wednesday, December the 10th, between 6:15 and 8:45 p.m., Your Honour, I now propose to call two witnesses who saw this same William Kershaw alive on Tuesday afternoon, December the 16th, that is to say, 6 days after the supposed murder." It was as if a bombshell had exploded in the court. Even His Honour was aghast, and I am sure the lady next to me only recovered from the shock of the surprise in order to wonder whether she need put off her dinner party after all. "As for me," added the man in the corner, with that strange mixture of nervousness and self-complacency which had set Miss Polly Burton wondering. "Well, you see, I had made up my mind long ago where the hitch lay in this particular case, and I was not so surprised as some of the others. Perhaps you remember the wonderful development of the case, which so completely mystified the police, and in fact everybody except myself. Torriani and a waiter at his hotel in the Commercial Road both deposed that at about 3:30 p.m. on December the 10th, a shabbily dressed individual lolled into the coffee-room and ordered some tea. He was pleasant enough and talkative, told the waiter that his name was William Kershaw, that very soon all London would be talking about him, as he was about, through an unexpected stroke of good fortune, to become a very rich man, and so on, and so on. Nonsense without end. When he had finished his tea, he lolled out again, but no sooner had he disappeared down a turning of the road than the waiter discovered an old umbrella, left behind accidentally by the shabby, talkative individual. As is the custom in his highly respectable restaurant, Signor Torriani put the umbrella carefully away in his office, on the chance of his customer calling to claim it when he had discovered his loss. And, sure enough, nearly a week later, on Tuesday the 16th, at about 1 p.m., the same shabbily dressed individual called and asked for his umbrella. He had some lunch, and chatted once again to the waiter. Signor Torriani and the waiter gave a description of William Kershaw, which coincided exactly with that given by Mrs. Kershaw of her husband. Oddly enough, he seemed to be a very absent-minded sort of person, for on this second occasion, no sooner had he left than the waiter found a pocket-book in the coffee-room, underneath the table. It contained sundry letters and bills, all addressed to William Kershaw. This pocket-book was produced, and Karl Muller, who had returned to the court, easily identified it as having belonged to his Dear and lamented friend, William." This was the first blow to the case against the accused. It was a pretty stiff one, you will admit. Already it had begun to collapse like a house of cards. Still, there was the assignation, and the undisputed meeting between Smethurst and Kershaw, and those 2.5 hours of foggy evening to satisfactorily account for. The man in the corner made a long pause, keeping the girl on tenterhooks. He had fidgeted with his bit of string till there was not an inch of it free from the most complicated and elaborate knots. "I assure you," he resumed at last, "that at that very moment the whole mystery was, to me, as clear as daylight. I only marvelled how His Honour could waste his time and mine by putting what he thought were searching questions to the accused relating to his past. Francis Smethurst, who had quite shaken off his somnolence, spoke with a curious nasal twang, and with an almost imperceptible soupçon of foreign accent. He calmly denied Kershaw's version of his past, declared that he had never been called Barker, and had certainly never been mixed up in any murder case 30 years ago. "But you knew this man Kershaw?" persisted His Honour, "since you wrote to him?" "Pardon me, Your Honour," said the accused quietly. "I have never, to my knowledge, seen this man Kershaw, and I can swear that I never wrote to him." "Never wrote to him?" retorted His Honour warningly. "That is a strange assertion to make when I have 2 of your letters to him in my hands at the present moment." "I never wrote those letters, Your Honour," persisted the accused quietly. "They are not in my handwriting." "Which we can easily prove," came in Sir Arthur Inglewood's drawly tones, as he handed up a packet to His Honour. "Here are a number of letters written by my client since he has landed in this country, and some of which were written under my very eyes." As Sir Arthur Inglewood had said, this could be easily proved, and the prisoner, at His Honour's request, scribbled a few lines, together with his signature, several times upon a sheet of notepaper. It was easy to read upon the magistrate's astounded countenance that there was not the slightest similarity in the 2 handwritings. A fresh mystery had cropped up. Who, then, had made the assignation with William Kershaw at Fenchurch Street Railway Station? The prisoner gave a fairly satisfactory account of the employment of his time since his landing in England. "I came over on the Saskia Sailor," he said, "a yacht belonging to a friend of mine. When we arrived at the mouth of the Thames, there was such a dense fog that it was 24 hours before it was thought safe for me to land. My friend, who is a Russian, would not land at all. He was regularly frightened at this land of fogs. He was going on to Madeira immediately. I actually landed on Tuesday the 10th, and took a train at once for town. I did see to my luggage and a cab, as the porter and driver told Your Honour. Then I tried to find my way to a refreshment room, where I could get a glass of wine. I drifted into the waiting room, and there I was accosted by a shabbily dressed individual, who began telling me a piteous tale. Who he was, I do not know. He said he was an old soldier who had served his country faithfully, and then been left to starve. He begged of me to accompany him to his lodgings, where I could see his wife and starving children, and verify the truth and piteousness of his tale. Well, Your Honour, added the prisoner, with noble frankness, it was my first day in the old country. I had come back after 30 years with my pockets full of gold, and this was the first sad tale I had heard. But I am a businessman, and did not want to be exactly done in the eye. I followed my man through the fog out into the streets. He walked silently by my side for a time. I had not a notion where I was. Suddenly I turned to him with some question, and realized in a moment that my gentleman had given me the slip. Finding probably that I would not part with my money till I had seen the starving wife and children, he left me to my fate, and went in search of more willing bait. The place where I found myself was dismal and deserted. I could see no trace of cab or omnibus. I retraced my steps and tried to find my way back to the station, only to find myself in worse and more deserted neighbourhoods. I became hopelessly lost and fogged. I don't wonder that 2.5 hours elapsed while I thus wandered on in the dark and deserted streets. My sole astonishment is that I ever found the station at all that night, or rather close to it a policeman who showed me the way. But how do you account for Kershaw knowing all your movements? Still persisted His Honour, and his knowing the exact date of your arrival in England. How do you account for these 2 letters, in fact? I cannot account for it, or them, Your Honour, replied the prisoner quietly. I have proved to you, have I not, that I never wrote those letters, and that the man, Kershaw is his name, was not murdered by me. Can you tell me of anyone here or abroad who might have heard of your movements and of the date of your arrival? My late employees at Vladivostok, of course, knew of my departure, but none of them could have written these letters, since none of them know a word of English. Then you can throw no light upon these mysterious letters. You cannot help the police in any way towards the clearing up of this strange affair. The affair is as mysterious to me as to Your Honour, and to the police of this country. Francis Smethurst was discharged, of course. There was no semblance of evidence against him sufficient to commit him for trial. The 2 overwhelming points of his defence, which had completely routed the prosecution, were, firstly, the proof that he had never written the letters making the assignation, and secondly, the fact that the man supposed to have been murdered on the 10th was seen to be alive and well on the 16th. But then, who in the world was the mysterious individual who had apprised Kershaw of the movements of Smethurst, the millionaire? The man in the corner cocked his funny thin head on one side and looked at Polly. Then he took up his beloved bit of string and deliberately untied every knot he had made in it. When it was quite smooth, he laid it out upon the table. I will take you, if you like, point by point along the line of reasoning which I followed myself, and which will inevitably lead you, as it led me, to the only possible solution of the mystery. First, take this point, he said, with nervous restlessness, once more taking up his bit of string, and forming, with each point raised, a series of knots, which would have shamed a navigating instructor. Obviously, it was impossible for Kershaw not to have been acquainted with Smethurst, since he was fully apprised of the latter's arrival in England by 2 letters. Now, it was clear to me from the first that no one could have written those 2 letters except Smethurst. You will argue that those letters were proved not to have been written by the man in the dock. Exactly. Remember, Kershaw was a careless man. He had lost both envelopes. To him, they were insignificant. Now, it was never disproved that those letters were written by Smethurst. But, suggested Polly. Wait a minute, he interrupted, while knot number 2 appeared upon the scene. It was proved that 6 days after the murder, William Kershaw was alive and visited the Torriani Hotel, where already he was known, and where he conveniently left a pocket-book behind, so that there should be no mistake as to his identity. But it was never questioned where Mr. Francis Smethurst, the millionaire, happened to spend that very same afternoon. "Surely you don't mean—" gasped the girl. "One moment, please," he added triumphantly. "How did it come about that the landlord of the Torriani Hotel was brought into court at all? How did Sir Arthur Inglewood, or rather his client, know that William Kershaw had, on those two memorable occasions, visited the hotel, and that its landlord could bring such convincing evidence forward that would forever exonerate the millionaire from the imputation of murder. Surely, she argued, the usual means, the police. The police had kept the whole affair very dark until the arrest at the Hotel Cecil. They did not put into the papers the usual, if anyone happens to know of the whereabouts, etc., etc. Had the landlord of that hotel heard of the disappearance of Kershaw through the usual channels, he would have put himself in communication with the police. Sir Arthur Inglewood produced him. How did Sir Arthur Inglewood come on his track? Surely you don't mean— Point number 4, he resumed imperturbably. Mrs. Kershaw was never requested to produce a specimen of her husband's handwriting. Why? Because the police, clever as you say they are, never started on the right tack. They believed William Kershaw to have been murdered. They looked for William Kershaw. On December the 31st, what was presumed to be the body of William Kershaw was found by 2 lightermen. I have shown you a photograph of the place where it was found. Dark and deserted it is in all conscience, is it not? Just the place where a bully and a coward would decoy an unsuspecting stranger, murder him first, then rob him of his valuables, his papers, his very identity, and leave him there to rot. The body was found in a disused barge which had been moored some time against the wall at the foot of these steps. It was in the last stages of decomposition, and, of course, could not be identified. But the police would have it that it was the body of William Kershaw. It never entered their heads that it was the body of Francis Smethurst, and that William Kershaw was his murderer. Ah, it was cleverly, artistically conceived. Kershaw is a genius. Think of it all. His disguise. Kershaw had a shaggy beard, hair, and moustache. He shaved up to his very eyebrows. No wonder that even his wife did not recognize him across the court, and, remember, she never saw much of his face while he stood in the dock. Kershaw was shabby, slouchy, he stooped. Smethurst, the millionaire, might have served in the Prussian army. Then that lovely trait about going to revisit the Torriani Hotel. Just a few days' grace, in order to purchase moustache and beard and wig, exactly similar to what he had himself shaved off. Making up to look like himself. Splendid. Then leaving the pocket-book behind. Kershaw was not murdered. Of course not. He called at the Torriani Hotel 6 days after the murder, whilst Mr. Smethurst, the millionaire, hobnobbed in the park with duchesses. Hang such a man? Fie! He fumbled for his hat. With nervous, trembling fingers, he held it deferentially in his hand, whilst he rose from the table. Polly watched him as he strode up to the desk and paid 2pence for his glass of milk and his bun. Soon he disappeared through the shop, whilst she still found herself hopelessly bewildered, with a number of snapshot photographs before her, still staring at a long piece of string, smothered from end to end in a series of knots, as bewildering, as irritating, as puzzling, as the man who had lately sat in the corner. The Naturalist at Law by R. Austin Freeman. A hush had fallen on the court as the coroner concluded his brief introductory statement, and the first witness took up his position by the long table. The usual preliminary questions elicited that Simon Moffat, the witness aforesaid, was 58 years of age, that he followed the calling of a shepherd, and that he was engaged in supervising the flocks that fed upon the low-lying meadows adjoining the little town of Bantry in Buckinghamshire. "Tell us how you came to discover the body," said the coroner. "'Twas on Wednesday morning, about 5:30, Moffat began. "I was getting the sheep through the gate into the big meadow by Reed's farm, when I happened to look down the dyke, and then I noticed a boot sticking up out of the water. Seemed to me as if there was a foot in it, by the way it stuck up. So as soon as all the sheep was in, I shut the gate and walked down the dyke to have a look at 'un. When I got close, I see the toe of another boot just alongside. Looks a bit queer, I thinks, but I couldn't see anything more, 'cause the duckweed is that thick as it looks as if you could walk on it. Howsoever, I clears away the weed with my stick, and then I see 'twas a dead man. Give me a rare turn it did. He was a-layin' at the bottom of the ditch with his head near the middle, and his feet up close to the bank. Just then, young Harry Walker comes along the cart track on his way to work, so I shows him the body and sends him back to the town for to give notice at the police station." "And is that all you know about the affair?" "Aye. Later on I see the sergeant come along with a man wheeling the stretcher, and I showed him where the body was, and helped to pull it out and load it on the stretcher, and that's all I know about it." On this the witness was dismissed, and his place was taken by a shrewd-looking, business-like police sergeant, who deposed as follows. "Last Wednesday, the 8th of May at 6:15 a.m., I received information from Henry Walker that a dead body was lying in the ditch by the cart track leading from Ponders Road to Reed's farm. I proceeded there forthwith, accompanied by Police Constable Ketchum, and taking with us a wheeled stretcher. On the track I was met by the last witness, who conducted me to the place where the body was lying, and where I found it in the position that he has described. But we had to clear away the duckweed before we could see it distinctly. I examined the bank carefully, but could see no trace of footprints, as the grass grows thickly right down to the water's edge. There were no signs of a struggle or any disturbance on the bank. With the aid of Moffat and Ketchum, I drew the body out and placed it on the stretcher. I could not see any injuries or marks of violence on the body, or anything unusual about it. I conveyed it to the mortuary, and, with Constable Ketchum's assistance, removed the clothing and emptied the pockets, putting the contents of each pocket in a separate envelope, and writing the description on each. In a letter case from the coat pocket were some visiting cards bearing the name and address of Mr. Cyrus Pedley, of 21 Hawtree Mansions, Kensington, and a letter signed Wilfrid Pedley, apparently from deceased's brother. Acting on instructions, I communicated with him and served a summons to attend this inquest. "With regard to the ditch in which you found the body," said the coroner, "can you tell us how deep it is?" "Yes, I measured it with Moffat's crook and a tape measure. In the deepest part, where the body was lying, it is 4 feet 2 inches deep. From there it slopes up pretty sharply to the bank. So far as you can judge, if a grown man fell into the ditch by accident, would he have any difficulty in getting out?" "None at all, I should say, if he were sober and in ordinary health. A man of medium height, standing in the middle at the deepest part, would have his head and shoulders out of water, and the sides are not too steep to climb up easily, especially with the grass and rushes on the bank to lay hold of." "You say there were no signs of disturbance on the bank. Were there any in the ditch itself?" "None that I could see, but, of course, signs of disturbance soon disappear in water. The duckweed drifts about as the wind drives it, and there are creatures moving about on the bottom. I noticed that deceased had some weed grasped in one hand." This concluded the sergeant's evidence, and, as he retired, the name of Dr. Albert Parton was called. The new witness was a young man of grave and professional aspect, who gave his evidence with an extreme regard for clearness and accuracy. "I have made an examination of the body of the deceased," he began, after the usual preliminaries. "It is that of a healthy man of about 45. I first saw it about 2 hours after it was found. It had then been dead from 12 to 15 hours. Later, I made a complete examination. I found no injuries, marks of violence, or any definite bruises, and no signs of disease." "Did you ascertain the cause of death?" the coroner asked. "Yes, the cause of death was drowning." "You are quite sure of that?" "Quite sure. The lungs contained a quantity of water and duckweed, and there was more than a quart of water mixed with duckweed and waterweed in the stomach. That is a clear proof of death by drowning. The water in the lungs was the immediate cause of death, by making breathing impossible, and as the water and weed in the stomach must have been swallowed, they furnish conclusive evidence that deceased was alive when he fell into the water." "The water and weed could not have got into the stomach after death?" "No, that is quite impossible. They must have been swallowed when the head of the deceased was just below the surface, and the water must have been drawn into the lungs by spasmodic efforts to breathe when the mouth was under water." "Did you find any signs indicating that deceased might have been intoxicated?" "No. I examined the water from the stomach very carefully, with that question in view, but there was no trace of alcohol, or indeed of anything else. It was simple ditch water. As the point is important, I have preserved it, and—" Here the witness produced a paper parcel, which he unfastened, revealing a large glass jar containing about a quart of water, plentifully sprinkled with duckweed. This he presented to the coroner, who waved it away hastily, and indicated the jury, to whom it was then offered, and summarily rejected, with emphatic headshakes. Finally, it came to rest on the table by the place where I was sitting, with my colleague, Dr. Thorndyke, and our client, Mr. Wilfrid Pedley. I glanced at it with faint interest, noting how the duckweed plants had risen to the surface and floated, each with its tassel of roots hanging down into the water, and how a couple of tiny, flat shells, like miniature ammonites, had sunk and lay on the bottom of the jar. Thorndyke also glanced at it. Indeed, he did more than glance, for he drew the jar towards him, and examined its contents in the systematic way in which it was his habit to examine everything. Meanwhile, the coroner asked, "Did you find anything abnormal or unusual, or anything that could throw light on how deceased came to be in the water?" "Nothing whatever," was the reply. "I found simply that deceased met his death by drowning." Here, as the witness seemed to have finished his evidence, Thorndyke interposed. "The witness states, sir, there were no definite bruises. Does he mean that there were any marks that might have been bruises?" The coroner glanced at Dr. Parton, who replied, "There was a faint mark on the outside of the right arm, just above the elbow, which had somewhat the appearance of a bruise, as if the deceased had been struck with a stick. But it was very indistinct. I shouldn't like to swear that it was a bruise at all." This concluded the doctor's evidence, and when he had retired, the name of our client, Wilfrid Pedley, was called. He rose, and having taken the oath and given his name and address, deposed, "I have viewed the body of deceased. It is that of my brother, Cyrus Pedley, who is 43 years of age. The last time I saw deceased alive was on Tuesday morning, the day before the body was found." "Did you notice anything unusual in his manner or state of mind?" The witness hesitated, but at length replied, "Yes, he seemed anxious and depressed. He had been in low spirits for some time past, but on this occasion he seemed more so than usual." "Had you any reason to suspect that he might contemplate taking his life?" "No," the witness replied, emphatically, "and I do not believe that he would, under any circumstances, have contemplated suicide." Have you any special reason for that belief? Yes. Deceased was a highly conscientious man, and he was in my debt. He had occasion to borrow £2,000 from me, and the debt was secured by an insurance on his life. If he had committed suicide, that insurance would be invalidated, and the debt would remain unpaid. From my knowledge of him, I feel certain that he would not have done such a thing. The coroner nodded gravely, and then asked, "What was deceased's occupation?" "He was employed in some way by the Foreign Office. I don't know in what capacity. I know very little about his affairs." "Do you know if he had any money worries, or any troubles or embarrassments of any kind?" "I have never heard of any, but deceased was a very reticent man. He lived alone in his flat, taking his meals at his club, and no one knew, at least I did not, how he spent his time, or what was the state of his finances. He was not married, and I am his only near relative." "And as to deceased's habits, was he ever addicted to taking more stimulants than was good for him?" "Never," the witness replied emphatically. "He was a most temperate and abstemious man." "Was he subject to fits of any kind, or fainting attacks?" "I have never heard that he was." "Can you account for his being in this solitary place at this time, apparently about 8 o'clock at night?" "I cannot. It is a complete mystery to me. I know of no one with whom either of us was acquainted in this district. I had never heard of the place until I got the summons to the inquest." This was the sum of our client's evidence, and, so far, things did not look very favourable from our point of view. We were retained on the insurance question to rebut, if possible, the suggestion of suicide. However, the coroner was a discreet man, and having regard to the obscurity of the case, and perhaps to the interests involved, summed up in favour of an open verdict, and the jury, taking a similar view, found that deceased met his death by drowning, but under what circumstances there was no evidence to show. "Well," I said, as the court rose, "that leaves it to the insurance people to make out a case of suicide if they can. I think you are fairly safe, Mr. Pedley. There is no positive evidence." "No," our client replied. "But it isn't only the money I am thinking of. It would be some consolation to me for the loss of my poor brother if I had some idea how he met with his death, and could feel sure that it was an unavoidable misadventure. And for my own satisfaction, leaving the insurance out of the question, I should like to have definite proof that it was not suicide." He looked half-questioningly at Thorndyke, who nodded gravely. "Yes," the latter agreed. "The suggestion of suicide ought to be disposed of, if possible, both for legal and sentimental reasons. How far away is the mortuary?" "A couple of minutes' walk," replied Mr. Pedley. "Did you wish to inspect the body?" "If it is permissible," replied Thorndyke. "And then I propose to have a look at the place where the body was found." "In that case," our client said, "I will go down to the Station Hotel and wait for you. We may as well travel up to town together, and you can then tell me if you have seen any further light on the mystery." As soon as he was gone, Dr. Parton advanced, tying the string of the parcel which once more enclosed the jar of ditch-water. "I heard you say, sir, that you would like to inspect the body," said he. "If you like, I will show you the way to the mortuary. The sergeant will let us in, won't you, Sergeant? This gentleman is a doctor as well as a lawyer." "Bless you, sir," said the sergeant. "I know who Dr. Thorndyke is, and I shall feel it an honour to show him anything he wishes to see." Accordingly, we set forth together, Dr. Parton and Thorndyke leading the way. The coroner and the jury didn't seem to appreciate my exhibit, the former remarked, with a faint grin, tapping the parcel as he spoke. "No," Thorndyke agreed. and it is hardly reasonable to expect a layman to share our own matter-of-fact outlook. But you were quite right to produce the specimen. That ditch water furnishes conclusive evidence on a vitally material question. Further, I would advise you to preserve that jar for the present, well covered and under lock and key." Parton looked surprised. "Why?" he asked. "The inquest is over, and the verdict pronounced." "Yes, but it was an open verdict, and an open verdict leaves the case in the air. The inquest has thrown no light on the question as to how Cyrus Pedley came by his death." "There doesn't seem to me much mystery about it," said the doctor. "Here is a man found drowned in a shallow ditch, which he could easily have got out of if he had fallen in by accident. He was not drunk. Apparently he was not in a fit of any kind. There are no marks of any violence, and no signs of a struggle, and the man is known to have been in an extremely depressed state of mind. It looks like a clear case of suicide, though I admit that the jury were quite right in the absence of direct evidence." "Well," said Thorndyke, "it will be my duty to contest that view if the insurance company dispute the claim on those grounds." "I can't think what you will have to offer in answer to the suggestion of suicide," said Parton. "Neither can I, at present," replied Thorndyke. "But the case doesn't look to me quite so simple as it does to you." "You think it possible that an analysis of the contents of this jar may be called for?" "That is a possibility," replied Thorndyke. "But I mean that the case is obscure, and that some further inquiry into the circumstances of this man's death is by no means unlikely." "Then," said Parton, "I will certainly follow your advice and lock up this precious jar. But here we are at the mortuary. Is there anything in particular that you want to see?" "I want to see all that there is to see," Thorndyke replied. "The evidence has been vague enough so far. Shall we begin with that bruise or mark that you mentioned?" Dr. Parton advanced to the grim, shrouded figure that lay on the slate-topped table, like some solemn effigy on an altar tomb, and drew back the sheet that covered it. We all approached, stepping softly, and stood beside the table, looking down with a certain awesome curiosity at the still, waxen figure that, but a few hours since, had been a living man like ourselves. The body was that of a good-looking, middle-aged man, with a refined, intelligent face, slightly disfigured by a scar on the cheek, now set in the calm, reposeful expression that one so usually finds on the faces of the drowned, with drowsy, half-closed eyes and slightly parted lips that revealed a considerable gap in the upper front teeth. Thorndyke stood a while, looking down on the dead man with a curious, questioning expression. Then his eye travelled over the body, from the placid face to the marble-like torso, and the hand which, though now relaxed, still lightly grasped a tuft of waterweed. The latter Thorndyke gently disengaged from the limp hand, and, after a glance at the dark green feathery fronds, laid it down and stooped to examine the right arm at the spot above the elbow that Parton had spoken of. "Yes," he said, "I think I should call it a bruise, though it is very faint. As you say, it might have been produced by a blow with a stick or rod. I notice that there are some teeth missing. Presumably he wore a plate." "Yes," replied Parton, "a smallish gold plate with 4 teeth on it. At least, so his brother told me. Of course, it fell out when he was in the water, but it hasn't been found. In fact, it hasn't been looked for." Thorndyke nodded, and then turned to the sergeant. "Could I see what you found in the pockets?" he asked. The sergeant complied readily, and my colleague watched his orderly procedure with evident approval. The collection of envelopes was produced from an attaché case and conveyed to a side table, where the sergeant emptied out the contents of each into a little heap, opposite which he placed the appropriate envelope with its written description. Thorndyke ran his eye over the collection, which was commonplace enough, until he came to the tobacco pouch, from which protruded the corner of a scrap of crumpled paper. This he drew forth and smoothed out the creases, when it was seen to be a railway receipt for an excess fare. "Seems to have lost his ticket, or travelled without one," the sergeant remarked. "But not on this line." "No," agreed Thorndyke. "It is the Tilbury and Southend line. But you noticed the date. It is the 18th, and the body was found on the morning of Wednesday the 19th, so it would appear that he must have come into this neighbourhood in the evening, and that he must have come either by way of London or by a very complicated cross-country route. I wonder what brought him here." He produced his notebook, and was beginning to copy the receipt, when the sergeant said, "You had better take the paper, sir. It is of no use to us now, and it isn't very easy to make out." Thorndyke thanked the officer, and handing me the paper, asked, "What do you make of it, Jarvis?" I scrutinised the little crumpled scrap, and deciphered with difficulty the hurried scrawl, scribbled with a hard, ill-sharpened pencil. It seems to read LDN to CB, or SB, HLT. Well, that is some halt, I presume. But the amount, 4 and 9, is clear enough, and that will give us a clue if we want one. I returned the paper to Thorndyke, who bestowed it in his pocket-book, and then remarked, "I don't see any keys." "No, sir," replied the sergeant. "There aren't any. Rather queer, that, for he must have had at least a latchkey. They must have fallen out into the water." "That is possible," said Thorndyke. "But it would be worthwhile to make sure. Is there anyone who could show us the place where the body was found?" "I will walk up there with you myself, sir, with pleasure," said the sergeant, hastily repacking the envelopes. "It is only a quarter of an hour's walk from here." "That is very good of you, Sergeant," my colleague responded. "And as we seem to have seen everything here, I propose that we start at once. You are not coming with us, Parton?" "No," the doctor replied. "I have finished with the case, and I have got my work to do." He shook hands with us heartily, and watched us, with some curiosity, I think, as we set forth in company with the sergeant. His curiosity did not seem to me to be unjustified. In fact, I shared it. The presence of the police officer precluded discussion, but as we took our way out of the town, I found myself speculating curiously on my colleague's proceedings. To me, suicide was written plainly on every detail of the case. Of course, we did not wish to take that view, but what other was possible? Had Thorndyke some alternative theory, or was he merely, according to his invariable custom, making an impartial survey of everything, no matter how apparently trivial, in the hope of lighting on some new and informative fact? The temporary absence of the sergeant, who had stopped to speak to a constable on duty, enabled me to put the question. "Is this expedition intended to clear up anything in particular?" "No," he replied, "excepting the keys, which ought to be found. But you must see for yourself that this is not a straightforward case. That man did not come all this way merely to drown himself in a ditch. I am quite in the dark at present, so there is nothing for it but to examine everything with our own eyes, and see if there is anything that has been overlooked that may throw some light on either the motive or the circumstances. It is always desirable to examine the scene of a crime or a tragedy." Here the return of the sergeant put a stop to the discussion, and we proceeded on our way in silence. Already we had passed out of the town, and we now turned out of the main road into a lane or by-road, bordered by meadows and orchards, and enclosed by rather high hedgerows. "This is Ponder's Road," said the sergeant. "It leads to Renham a couple of miles farther on, where it joins the Aylesbury Road. The cart track is on the left, a little way along." A few minutes later we came to our turning, a narrow and rather muddy lane, the entrance to which was shaded by a grove of tall elms. Passing through this shady avenue, we came out on a grass-covered track, broken by deep waggon ruts, and bordered on each side by a ditch, beyond which was a wide expanse of marshy meadows. "This is the place," said the sergeant, halting by the side of the right-hand ditch and indicating a spot where the rushes had been flattened down. "It was just as you see it now. Only the feet were just visible sticking out of the duckweed, which had drifted back after Moffat had disturbed it." We stood a while looking at the ditch, with its thick mantle of bright green, spotted with innumerable small dark objects, and showing here and there a faint track where a water-vole had swum across. "Those little dark objects are water-snails, I suppose," said I, by way of making some kind of remark. "Yes," replied Thorndyke. "The common amber shell, I think. Succinia putris." He reached out his stick and fished up a sample of the duckweed, on which one or two of the snails were crawling. "Yes," he repeated. "Succinia putris it is. A queer little left-handed shell, with the spire, as you see, all lopsided. They have a habit of swarming in this extraordinary way. You notice that the ditch is covered with them." I had already observed this, but it hardly seemed to be worth commenting on under the present circumstances, which was apparently the sergeant's view also, for he looked at Thorndyke with some surprise, which developed into impatience when my colleague proceeded further to expand on the subject of natural history. "These waterweeds," he observed, "are very remarkable plants in their various ways. Look at this duckweed, for instance. Just a little green oval disc, with a single root hanging down into the water, like a tiny umbrella with a long handle. And yet it is a complete plant, and a flowering plant too." He picked a specimen off the end of his stick and held it up by its root to exhibit its umbrella-like form, and as he did so, he looked in my face with an expression that I felt to be somehow significant, but of which I could not extract the meaning. But there was no difficulty in interpreting the expression on the sergeant's face. He had come here on business, and he wanted to cut the cackle and get to the hosses. "Well, Sergeant," said Thorndyke, "there isn't much to see, but I think we ought to have a look for those keys. He must have had keys of some kind, if only a latchkey, and they must be in this ditch." The sergeant was not enthusiastic. "I've no doubt you are right, sir," said he, "but I don't see that we should be much forrider if we found them. However, we may as well have a look, only I can't stay more than a few minutes. I've got my work to do at the station." "Then," said Thorndyke, "let us get to work at once. We had better hook out the weed and look it over, and if the keys are not in that, we must try to expose the bottom where the body was lying. You must tell us if we are working in the right place." With this he began, with the crooked handle of his stick, to rake up the tangle of weed that covered the bottom of the ditch, and drag the detached masses ashore, piling them on the bank, and carefully looking them through to see if the keys should chance to be entangled in their meshes. In this work I took my part under the sergeant's direction, raking in load after load of the delicate, stringy weed, on the pale green ribbon-like leaves of which multitudes of the water-snails were creeping, and sorting over each batch in hopeless and fruitless search for the missing keys. In about 10 minutes we had removed the entire weedy covering from the bottom of the ditch over an area of from 8 to 9 feet, the place which, according to the sergeant, the body had occupied. And, as the duckweed had been caught by the tangled masses of waterweed that we had dragged ashore, we now had an uninterrupted view of the cleared space, save for the clouds of mud that we had stirred up. "We must give the mud a few minutes to settle," said Thorndyke. "Yes," the sergeant agreed. "It will take some time, and as it doesn't really concern me, now that the inquest is over, I think I will get back to the station, if you will excuse me." Thorndyke excused him very willingly, I think, though politely, and with many thanks for his help. When he had gone, I remarked, "I'm inclined to agree with the sergeant. If we find the keys, we shan't be much forwarder." "We shall know that he had them with him," he replied. "Though, of course, if we don't find them, that will not prove they are not here. Still, I think we should try to settle the question." His answer left me quite unconvinced, but the care with which he searched the ditch and sorted out the weed left me in no doubt that, to him, the matter seemed to be of some importance. However, nothing came of the search. If the keys were there, they were buried in the mud, and eventually we had to give up the search and make our way back towards the station. As we passed out of the lane into Ponder's Road, Thorndyke stopped at the entrance, under the trees, by a little triangle of turf which marked the beginning of the lane, and looked down at the muddy ground. "Here is quite an interesting thing, Jarvis," he remarked, "which shows us how standardized objects tend to develop an individual character. These are the tracks of a car, or more probably a tradesman's van, which was fitted with Barlow tyres. Now, there must be thousands of vans fitted with these tyres. They are the favourite type for light-covered vans, and when new, they are all alike and indistinguishable. Yet this tyre, of the off-hind wheel, has acquired a character which would enable one to pick it out with certainty from 10,000 others. First, you see, there is a deep cut in the tyre at an angle of 45. Then a kidney-shaped Blakey has stuck in the outer tyre without puncturing the inner. And finally, some adhesive object, perhaps a lump of pitch from a newly mended road, has become fixed on just behind the Blakey. Now, if we make a rough sketch of those three marks and indicate their distance apart, thus—" Here he made a rapid sketch in his notebook, and wrote in the intervals in inches. "We have a means of swearing to the identity of a vehicle which we have never seen." "And which," I added, "had for some reason swerved over to the wrong side of the road. Yes, I should say that tyre is certainly unique. But surely most tyres are identifiable when they have been in use for some time." "Exactly," he replied. "That was my point. The standardized thing is devoid of character only when it is new." It was not a very subtle point, and as it was fairly obvious, I made no comment, but presently reverted to the case of Pedley, deceased. "I don't quite see why you are taking all this trouble. The insurance claim is not likely to be contested. No one can prove that it was a case of suicide, though I should think no one will feel any doubt that it was. At least, that is my own feeling." Thorndyke looked at me with an expression of reproach. "I am afraid that my learned friend has not been making very good use of his eyes," said he. "He has allowed his attention to be distracted by superficial appearances." "You don't think that it was suicide, then?" I asked, considerably taken aback. "It isn't a question of thinking," he replied. "It was certainly not suicide. There are the plainest indications of homicide. And, of course, in the particular circumstances, homicide means murder." I was thunderstruck. In my own mind, I had dismissed the case, somewhat contemptuously, as a mere commonplace suicide. As my friend had truly said, I had accepted the obvious appearances and let them mislead me, whereas Thorndyke had followed his golden rule of accepting nothing and observing everything. But what was it that he had observed? I knew that it was useless to ask, but still I ventured on a tentative question. "When did you come to the conclusion that it was a case of homicide?" "As soon as I had had a good look at the place where the body was found," he replied promptly. This did not help me much, for I had given very little attention to anything but the search for the keys. The absence of those keys was, of course, a suspicious fact, if it was a fact. But we had not proved their absence. We had only failed to find them. "What do you propose to do next?" I asked. "Evidently," he answered, "there are two things to be done. One is to test the murder theory, to look for more evidence, for or against it. The other is to identify the murderer, if possible. But really the two problems are one, since they involve the questions, who had a motive for killing Cyrus Pedley, and who had the opportunity and the means?" Our discussion brought us to the station, where, outside the hotel, we found Mr. Pedley waiting for us. "I am glad you have come," said he. "I was beginning to fear that we should lose this train. I suppose there is no new light on this mysterious affair?" "No," Thorndyke replied. "Rather, there is a new problem. No keys were found in your brother's pockets, and we have failed to find them in the ditch, though, of course, they may be there." "Well, they must be," said Pedley. "They must have fallen out of his pocket and got buried in the mud, unless he lost them previously, which is most unlikely. It is a pity, though. We shall have to break open his cabinets and drawers, which he would have hated. He was very fastidious about his furniture." "You will have to break into his flat, too," said I. "No," he replied. "I shan't have to do that. I have a duplicate of his latchkey. He had a spare bedroom, which he let me use if I wanted to stay in town." As he spoke, he produced his key bunch, and exhibited a small Chubb latchkey. "I wish we had the others, though," he added. Here the up train was heard approaching, and we hurried onto the platform, selecting an empty first-class compartment as it drew up. As soon as the train had started, Thorndyke began his inquiries, to which I listened attentively. "You said that your brother had been anxious and depressed lately. Was there anything more than this? Any nervousness or foreboding?" "Well, yes," replied Pedley. "Looking back, I seem to see that the possibility of death was in his mind. A week or two ago he brought his will to me to see if it was quite satisfactory to me as the principal beneficiary, and he handed me his last receipt for the insurance premium. That looks a little suggestive." "It does," Thorndyke agreed. "And as to his occupation and his associates, what do you know about them?" "His private friends are mostly my own, but of his official associates I know nothing. He was connected with the Foreign Office, but in what capacity I don't know at all. He was extremely reticent on the subject. I only know that he travelled about a good deal, presumably on official business." This was not very illuminating, but it was all our client had to tell, and the conversation languished somewhat until the train drew up at Marylebone, when Thorndyke said, as if by an afterthought, "You have your brother's latchkey. How would it be if we just took a glance at the flat? Have you time now?" "I will make time," was the reply. "If you want to see the flat, I don't see what you could learn from inspecting it, but that is your affair. I am in your hands." "I should like to look round the rooms," Thorndyke answered, and as our client assented, we approached a taxicab and entered, while Pedley gave the driver the necessary directions. A quarter of an hour later, we drew up opposite a tall block of buildings, and Mr. Pedley, having paid off the cab, led the way to the lift. The dead man's flat was on the third floor, and, like the others, was distinguished only by the number on the door. Mr. Pedley inserted the key into the latch, and, having opened the door, preceded us across the small lobby into the sitting-room. "Ha!" he exclaimed as he entered. "This solves your problem." As he spoke, he pointed to the table, on which lay a small bunch of keys, including a latch-key similar to the one that he had shown us. "But," he continued, "it is rather extraordinary. It just shows what a very disturbed state his mind must have been in." Yes, Thorndyke agreed, looking critically about the room. And as the latchkey is there, it raises the question whether the keys may have been out of his possession. Do you know what the various locked receptacles contain? I know pretty well what is in the bureau, but as to the cupboard above it, I have never seen it open, and I don't know what he kept in it. I always assumed that he reserved it for his official papers. I will just see if anything seems to have been disturbed. He unlocked and opened the flap of the old-fashioned bureau, and pulled out the small drawers, one after the other, examining the contents of each. Then he opened each of the larger drawers, and turned over the various articles in them. As he closed the last one, he reported, "Everything seems to be in order. Cheque-book, insurance policy, a few share certificates, and so on. Nothing seems to have been touched. Now we will try the cupboard, though I don't suppose its contents would be of much interest to anyone but himself. I wonder which is the key." He looked at the keyhole and made a selection from the bunch, but it was evidently the wrong key. He tried another, and yet another, with a like result, until he had exhausted the resources of the bunch. "It is very remarkable," he said. "None of these keys seem to fit. I wonder if he kept this particular key locked up or hidden. It wasn't in the bureau. Will you try what you can do?" He handed the bunch to Thorndyke, who tried all the keys in succession with the same result. None of them was the key belonging to the lock. At length, having tried them all, he inserted one and turned it as far as it would go. Then he gave a sharp pull, and immediately the door came open. "Oh, why, it was unlocked after all," exclaimed Mr. Pedley. "And there is nothing in it. That is why there was no key on the bunch. Apparently he didn't use the cupboard." Thorndyke looked critically at the single vacant shelf, drawing his finger along it in 2 places, and inspecting his fingertips. Then he turned his attention to the lock, which was of the kind that is screwed on the inside of the door, leaving the bolt partly exposed. He took the bolt in his fingers, and pushed it out and then in again, and by the way it moved, I could see that the spring was broken. On this he made no comment, but remarked, "The cupboard has been in use pretty lately. You can see the trace of a largish volume, possibly a box file, on the shelf. There is hardly any dust there, whereas the rest of the shelf is fairly thickly coated. However, that does not carry us very far, and the appearance of the rooms is otherwise quite normal." "Quite," agreed Pedley. "But why shouldn't it be? You didn't suspect—" "I was merely testing the suggestion offered by the absence of the keys," said Thorndyke. "By the way, have you communicated with the Foreign Office?" "No," was the reply, "but I suppose I ought to. What had I better say to them?" "I should merely state the facts, in the first instance, but you can, if you like, say that I definitely reject the idea of suicide." "I am glad to hear you say that," said Pedley. "Can I give any reasons for your opinion?" "Not in the first place," replied Thorndyke. "I will consider the case, and let you have a reasoned report in a day or 2, which you can show to the Foreign Office, and also to the insurance company." Mr. Pedley looked as if he would have liked to ask some further questions, but as Thorndyke now made his way to the door, he followed in silence, pocketing the keys as we went out. He accompanied us down to the entry, and there we left him, setting forth in the direction of South Kensington Station. "It looked to me," said I, as soon as we were out of earshot, "as if that lock had been forced. What do you think?" "Well," he answered, "locks get broken in ordinary use, but taking all the facts together, I think you are right. There are too many coincidences for reasonable probability. First, this man leaves his keys, including his latchkey, on the table, which is an extraordinary thing to do. On that very occasion, He is found dead under inexplicable circumstances. Then, of all the locks in his rooms, the one which happens to be broken is the one of which the key is not on the bunch. That is a very suspicious group of facts." "It is," I agreed. "And if there is, as you say, though I can't imagine on what grounds, evidence of foul play, that makes it still more suspicious. But what is the next move? Have you anything in view?" "The next move," he replied, "is to clear up the mystery of the dead man's movements on the day of his death. The railway receipt shows that on that day he travelled down somewhere into Essex. From that place he took a long cross-country journey, of which the destination was a ditch by a lonely meadow in Buckinghamshire. The questions that we have to answer are, what was he doing in Essex? Why did he make that strange journey? Did he make it alone? And if not, who accompanied him? Now, obviously the first thing to do is to locate that place in Essex, and when we have done that, to go down there and see if we can pick up any traces of the dead man." "That sounds like a pretty vague quest," said I. "But if we fail, the police may be able to find out something. By the way, we want a new Bradshaw." "An excellent suggestion, Jarvis," said he. "I will get one as we go into the station." A few minutes later, as we sat on a bench waiting for our train, he passed to me the open copy of Bradshaw, with the crumpled railway receipt. "You see," said he, "it was apparently GB HLT, and the fare from London was 4 and 9pence. Here is Great Buntingfield Holt, the fare to which is 4 and 9pence. That must be the place. At any rate, we will give it a trial. May I take it that you are coming to lend a hand? I shall start in good time tomorrow morning." I assented emphatically. Never had I been more completely in the dark than I was in this case, and seldom had I known Thorndyke to be more positive and confident. Obviously he had something up his sleeve, and I was racked with curiosity as to what that something was. On the following morning we made a fairly early start, and 10:30 found us seated in the train, looking out across a dreary waste of marshes, with the estuary of the Thames a mile or so distant. For the first time in my recollection, Thorndyke had come unprovided with his inevitable research case, but I noted that he had furnished himself with a botanist's vasculum, or tin collecting case, and that his pocket bulged, as if he had some other appliances concealed about his person. Also, that he carried a walking stick that was strange to me. "This will be our destination, I think," he said, as the train slowed down, and sure enough, it presently came to rest beside a little makeshift platform, on which was displayed the name Great Buntingfield Halt. We were the only passengers to alight, and the guard, having noted the fact, blew his whistle and dismissed the little station with a contemptuous wave of his flag. Thorndyke lingered on the platform after the train had gone, taking a general survey of the country. Half a mile away to the north, a small village was visible, while to the south the marshes stretched away to the river, their bare expanse unbroken, save by a solitary building, whose unredeemed hideousness proclaimed it a factory of some kind. Presently the station-master approached deferentially, and as we proffered our tickets, Thorndyke remarked, "You don't seem overburdened with traffic here." "No, sir, you're right," was the emphatic reply. "'Tis a dead-alive place. Excepting the people at the Gullamite works, and one now and then from the village, no one uses the halt. You're the first strangers I've seen for more than a month." "Indeed," said Thorndyke. "But I think you are forgetting one. An acquaintance of mine came here last Tuesday, and by the same token he hadn't got a ticket and had to pay his fare." "Oh, I remember," the station-master replied. "You mean a gentleman with a scar on his cheek. but I don't count him as a stranger. He has been here before. I think he is connected with the works, as he always goes up their road." "Do you happen to remember what time he came back?" Thorndyke asked. "He didn't come back at all," was the reply. "I am sure of that, because I worked the halt and level crossing by myself. I remember thinking it queer that he didn't come back, because the ticket that he had lost was a return. He must have gone back in the van belonging to the works, the one that you see coming towards the crossing." As he spoke, he pointed to a van that was approaching down the factory road. A small covered van, with the name Golemite Works painted not on the cover, but on a board that was attached to it. The station-master walked towards the crossing to open the gates, and we followed. And when the van had passed, Thorndyke wished our friend good morning, and led the way along the road, looking about him with lively interest, and rather with the air of one looking for something in particular. We had covered about 2/3 of the distance to the factory when the road approached a wide ditch, and from the attention with which my friend regarded it, I suspected that this was the something for which he had been looking. It was, however, quite unapproachable, for it was bordered by a wide expanse of soft mud, thickly covered with rushes and trodden deeply by cattle. Nevertheless, Thorndyke followed its margin, still looking about him keenly, until, about a couple of 100 yards from the factory, I observed a small decayed wooden staging or quay, apparently the remains of a vanished footbridge. Here Thorndyke halted, and, unbuttoning his coat, began to empty out his pockets, producing first the vasculum, then a small case containing 3 wide-mouthed bottles, both of which he deposited on the ground, and finally a sort of miniature landing net, which he proceeded to screw onto the ferrule of his stick. "I take it," said I, "that these proceedings are a blind to cover some sort of observations." "Not at all," he replied. "We are engaged in the study of pond and ditch natural history, and a most fascinating and instructive study it is. The variety of forms is endless. This ditch, you observe, like the one at Bantry, is covered with a dense growth of duckweed, but whereas that ditch was swarming with succinea, here there is not a single succinea to be seen." I grunted a sulky assent, and watched suspiciously as he filled the bottles with water from the ditch, and then made a preliminary sweep with his net. "Here is a trial sample," said he, holding the loaded net towards me. "Duckweed, hornweed, Planorbis nautilius, but no succinea. What do you think of it, Jarvis?" I looked distastefully at the repulsive mess, but yet with attention, for I realized that there was a meaning in his question. And then, suddenly, my attention sharpened. I picked out of the net a strand of dark green plumy weed, and examined it. "So this is hornweed," I said. "Then it was a piece of hornweed that Cyrus Pedley held grasped in his hand. And, now I come to think of it, I don't remember seeing any hornweed in the ditch at Bantry." He nodded approvingly. "There wasn't any," said he. "And these little ammonite-like shells are just like those that I noticed at the bottom of Dr. Parton's jar, but I don't remember seeing any in the Bantry ditch." "There were none there," said he. "And the duckweed?" "Oh, well," I replied, "duckweed is duckweed, and there's an end of it." He chuckled aloud at my answer, and quoting, "A primrose by the river's brim, a yellow primrose was to him," bestowed a part of the catch in the vasculum, then turned once more to the ditch and began to ply his net vigorously, emptying out each netful on the grass, looking it over quickly, and then making a fresh sweep, dragging the net each time through the mud at the bottom. I watched him now with a new and very lively interest, for enlightenment was dawning, mingled with some self-contempt, and much speculation as to how Thorndyke had got his start in this case. But I was not the only interested watcher. At one of the windows of the factory, I presently observed a man who seemed to be looking our way. After a few seconds' inspection, he disappeared, to reappear almost immediately with a pair of field glasses, through which he took a long look at us. Then he disappeared again, but in less than a minute I saw him emerge from a side door and advance hurriedly towards us. "We are going to have a notice of ejectment served on us, I fancy," said I. Thorndyke glanced quickly at the approaching stranger, but continued to ply his net, working, as I noticed, methodically from left to right. When the man came within 50 yards, he hailed us with a brusque inquiry as to what our business was. I went forward to meet him and, if possible, to detain him in conversation, but this plan failed, for he ignored me and bore straight down on Thorndyke. "Now then," said he, "what's the game? What are you doing here?" Thorndyke was in the act of raising his net from the water, but he now suddenly let it fall to the bottom of the ditch, while he turned to confront the stranger. "I take it that you have some reason for asking?" said he. "Yes, I have," the other replied angrily, and with a slight foreign accent that agreed with his appearance. He looked like a Slav of some sort. "This is private land. It belongs to the factory. I am the manager." "The land is not enclosed," Thorndyke remarked. "I tell you the land is private land," the fellow retorted excitedly. "You have no business here. I want to know what you are doing." "My good sir," said Thorndyke, "there is no need to excite yourself. My friend and I are just collecting botanical and other specimens." "How do I know that?" the manager demanded. He looked round suspiciously, and his eye lighted on the vasculum. "What have you got in that thing?" he asked. "Let him see what is in it," said Thorndyke, with a significant look at me. Interpreting this as an instruction to occupy the man's attention for a few moments, I picked up the vasculum and placed myself so that he must turn his back to Thorndyke to look into it. I fumbled a while with the catch, but at length opened the case and began to pick out the weed, strand by strand. As soon as the stranger's back was turned, Thorndyke raised his net and quickly picked out of it something which he slipped into his pocket. Then he advanced towards us, sorting out the contents of his net as he came. "Well," he said, "you see we are just harmless naturalists. By the way, what did you think we were looking for?" "Never mind what I thought," the other replied fiercely. "This is private land. You have no business here, and you've got to clear out." "Very well," said Thorndyke. "As you please. There are plenty of other ditches." He took the vasculum and the case of bottles, and having put them in his pocket, unscrewed his net, wished the stranger good morning, and turned back towards the station. The man stood watching us until we were near the level crossing, when he too turned back and retired to the factory. "I saw you take something out of the net," said I. "What was it?" He glanced back to make sure that the manager was out of sight. Then he put his hand in his pocket, drew it out closed, and suddenly opened it. In his palm lay a small gold dental plate, with 4 teeth on it. "My word!" I exclaimed. "This clenches the matter with a vengeance. That is certainly Cyrus Pedley's plate. It corresponds exactly to the description." "Yes," he replied. "It is practically a certainty. Of course, it will have to be identified by the dentist who made it, but it is a foregone conclusion." I reflected, as we walked towards the station, on the singular sureness with which Thorndyke had followed what was to me an invisible trail. Presently I said, "What is puzzling me is how you got your start in this case. What gave you the first hint that it was homicide, and not suicide or misadventure?" "It was the old story, Jarvis," he replied. "Just a matter of observing and remembering apparently trivial details. Here, by the way, is a case in point." He stopped and looked down at a set of tracks in the soft earth road, apparently those of the van which we had seen cross the line. I followed the direction of his glance and saw the clear impression of a Blakey's projector, preceded by that of a gash in the tyre, and followed by that of a projecting lump. "But this is astounding!" I exclaimed. "It is almost certainly the same track that we saw in Ponders Road." "Yes," he agreed. "I noticed it as we came along." He brought out his spring tape and notebook, and handing the latter to me, stooped and measured the distances between the three impressions. I wrote them down as he called them out, and then we compared them with the note made in Ponders Road. The measurements were identical, as were the relative positions of the impressions. "This is an important piece of evidence," said he. "I wish we were able to take casts, but the notes will be pretty conclusive. And now," he continued, as we resumed our progress towards the station, "to return to your question. Parton's evidence at the inquest proved that Cyrus Pedley was drowned in water which contained duckweed. He produced a specimen, and we both saw it. We saw the duckweed in it, and also 2 planorbis shells. The presence of those 2 shells proved that the water in which he drowned must have swarmed with them. We saw the body, and observed that one hand grasped a wisp of hornweed. Then we went to view the ditch, and we examined it. That was when I got not a mere hint, but a crucial and conclusive fact. The ditch was covered with duckweed, as we expected, but it was the wrong duckweed." "The wrong duckweed?" I exclaimed. "Why, how many kinds of duckweed are there?" "There are 4 British species," he replied. "The greater duckweed, the lesser duckweed, the thick duckweed, and the ivy-leaved duckweed. Now, the specimens in Parton's jar, I noticed, were the greater duckweed, which is easily distinguished by its roots, which are multiple and form a sort of tassel. But the duckweed on the Bantry ditch was the lesser duckweed, which is smaller than the other, but is especially distinguished by having only a single root. It is impossible to mistake one for the other. Here, then, was practically conclusive evidence of murder. Cyrus Pedley had been drowned in a pond or ditch, but not in the ditch in which his body was found. Therefore, his dead body had been conveyed from some other place and put into this ditch. Such a proceeding furnishes prima facie evidence of murder. But as soon as the question was raised, there was an abundance of confirmatory evidence. There was no hornweed or planorbis shells in the ditch, but there were swarms of succinea, some of which would inevitably have been swallowed with the water. There was an obscure, linear pressure mark on the arm of the dead man, just above the elbow, such a mark as might be made by a cord if a man were pinioned to render him helpless. Then the body would have had to be conveyed to this place in some kind of vehicle, and we found the traces of what appeared to be a motor van, which had approached the cart track on the wrong side of the road, as if to pull up there. It was a very conclusive mass of evidence, but it would have been useless but for the extraordinarily lucky chance that poor Pedley had lost his railway ticket and preserved the receipt, by which we were able to ascertain where he was on the day of his death, and in what locality the murder was probably committed. But that is not the only way in which fortune has favoured us. The station-master's information was, and will be, invaluable. Then it was most fortunate for us that there was only one ditch on the factory land, and that ditch was accessible at only one point, which must have been the place where Pedley was drowned. The duckweed in this ditch is, of course, the greater duckweed? Yes, I have taken some specimens, as well as the hornweed and shells. He opened the vasculum and picked out one of the tiny plants, exhibiting the characteristic tassel of roots. "I shall write to Parton and tell him to preserve the jar and the hornweed, if it has not been thrown away, but the duckweed alone, produced in evidence, would be proof enough that Pedley was not drowned in the Bantry ditch, and the dental plate will show where he was drowned." "Are you going to pursue the case any farther?" I asked. "No," he replied. "I shall call at Scotland Yard on my way home and report what I have learned, and what I can prove in court. Then I shall have finished with the case. The rest is for the police, and I imagine they won't have much difficulty. The circumstances seem to tell their own story. Pedley was employed by the Foreign Office, probably on some kind of secret service. I imagine that he discovered the existence of a gang of evil-doers, probably foreign revolutionaries, of whom we may assume that our friend, the manager of the factory, is one, that he contrived to associate himself with them, and to visit the factory occasionally to ascertain what was made there, besides Golemite, if Golemite is not itself an illicit product. Then I assume that he was discovered to be a spy, that he was lured down here, that he was pinioned and drowned some time on Tuesday night, and his body put into the van and conveyed to a place miles away from the scene of his death, where it was deposited in a ditch apparently identical in character with that in which he was drowned. It was an extremely ingenious and well-thought-out plan. It seemed to have provided for every kind of inquiry, and it very narrowly missed being successful." "Yes," I agreed, "but it didn't provide for Dr. John Thorndyke." "It didn't provide for a searching examination of all the details," he replied, "and no criminal plan that I have ever met has done so. The completeness of the scheme is limited by the knowledge of the schemers, and in practice there is always something overlooked. In this case, the criminals were unlearned in the natural history of ditches." Thorndyke's theory of the crime turned out to be substantially correct. The Golemite works proved to be a factory where high explosives were made by a gang of cosmopolitan revolutionaries, who were all known to the police. But the work of the latter was simplified by a detailed report which the dead man had deposited at his bank, and which was discovered in time to enable the police to raid the factory and secure the whole gang. When once they were under lock and key, further information was forthcoming, for a charge of murder against them jointly soon produced King's evidence, sufficient to procure a conviction of the 3 actual perpetrators of the murder. You've been listening to a bite-sized audiobook read by me, Simon Stanhope. If you'd like to help me to keep producing new content, you can find links in the video description to my Patreon page, or to buy me a coffee. Another way to support me is through my Bandcamp page, bitesizedaudio.bandcamp.com, where you can hear my narrations of many more classic short stories, and you can also purchase and download them to keep. This recording is copyright Bitesized Audio 2023. Thank you for listening.